The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. They've passed the midway point at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Wesley took a quick draw to start his rest day early and maintain his lead, but a victorious Fabiano Caruana's in hot pursuit, joining a four-way tie for second. Day 6 of stupendous chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 6 of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup held at the beautiful St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the Q Boutique as we are waiting for the players to arrive. It's the day after the rest day. The players are re-energized and recalibrated and ready to leave it all on the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser, Maurice, and Peter.
It was raining earlier in St. Louis, and we still expect lightning and thunder on the chessboards as 10 of the best players in the world are fighting for crucial Grand Chess Tour points. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 6 of the Sinquefield Cup. And the players have had a chance to rest, but it is no way they're going to get that today because we need victories. They need victories. That is, 2 players who are fighting, competing for a chance to get in the Final Four. Will they be able to pull it off? We're going to find that out right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. I'm your host, Yasser, and I am delighted to be surrounded by an assortment of great Grandmaster chess commentators, Maurice, Peter, and Cristian. Maurice, you get the first word after a great rest day and the gala.
Yes, we got the gala last night. Was fantastic. Everybody was dressed to the nines, enjoying themselves. But forget about that right now. These players are battling for points. There's no way they can just sit back and rest on their laurels. A couple in particular in Wesley and Javokhir. We'll see what they bring. Sorry, in MVL and Javokhir. We'll see what they bring today.
Exactly. And Cristian, follow up on Maurice's thoughts.
Well, Maurice, speaking of the gala, I understand they were relaxed, but you could also sense the tension because they know they still have a lot of games to play and a lot is at stake in each passing game.
And thank you, Cristian. And Peter, please do the honors. And
representing the licorice all sorts here.
Tell us the standings after 5 combative rounds of play.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our cross table. That's the Cairns Cup, which is also exceedingly interesting and will be featured on the broadcast. But let's take a look at the Sinquefield Cup for now. Wesley atop there, alone on 3.5 out of 5. There's a huge tie for second with Fabiano and Vincent winning yesterday and joining Prague and MBL on +1, half a point off the lead. Levon and Sevian on 50%. And there's a heavy Dutch representation at the bottom of the cross table.
Sadly for the Dutch. Tell us about the format for this year's Sinquefield Cup.
Sinquefield Cup remains the premier classical round robin every year, and this is a 10-player round robin tournament with a classical time control of 90 minutes for the first 40 games, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and a 30-second increment beginning from move 1. Drawers are strictly forbidden, and a classical scoring system is in place.
We just passed the free day. Tell us about the remaining schedule.
It is pretty straightforward. We play 4 rounds straight, starting from today the 16th. The final 9th round will happen at the same time, noon central, on the 19th. Playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup, if necessary, will happen the same evening. And if GCT playoffs, which currently seem unlikely but could still happen, if those are needed, they will be played on the 20th.
Thank you, Peter. And Maurice, really, it's all about getting to the finals.
Indeed.
Let's be clear.
We are now in the stretch run, and these players know it. They are jockeying for position, and they know they've got to deliver if they're going to get to the finals. And if we take a look at the list of players, we can see that this list, it's pretty clear that 4 players are smiling, in fact. And you take a look here, it's Fabi, Pragg, Wesley, and Vincent atop the leaderboard. And their numbers will tell it all, how they came into the tournament like in this position, seeming to be competing, but the first 5 rounds, they've gotten the job done to put themselves in a beautiful position. Let's start with Wesley So, who is leading the tournament at the moment. He is large and in charge, in fact. Look at his chances to make the GCT finals after these 5 rounds, 99.5%. Absolutely incredible number for him. But it gets even better if we go to the next player, Fabiano Caruana, who is the reigning Grand Chess Tour champion. He's also the overall point leader in the tour right now. And his chance to make to the finals, 99.7%. I'm sensing a running theme here. He's feeling pretty good about himself. And yet another player feeling fabulously about his situation is the youngster, the recent birthday boy, just turned 21, Praggnanandhaa. And as you see there, he's in second place in the overall standings, tied for second in the tournament, but 99.4%. Book the tickets of these 3 players. The others, though, who are fighting for it, have now cemented into one who's really in a fantastic position, and that's the young German, Vincent Keymer. Vincent had won his game, a huge game in the last round against Anish Giri, and his chances now have improved dramatically to 90.9%.
Wow.
He just needs to play solid chess the rest of the way. And the important thing is the person who is chasing him is not doing that well. If we make that comparison, you see that Javokhir Sindarov was a sliver of half a point behind him, but Javokhir has not won any games so far and is at -1, while Vincent is at +1. That is huge in chess. We'll see whether or not Javokhir can make any run. And somebody else who's trying to make a run is one Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He has blown 2 golden opportunities to even be leading in this tournament. Now he finds himself on the outside looking in, something like 1.5% chance, but he's going to have to win games, and he has a big game coming up right now. In order to talk about those games, we're going to jump to Cristian. Cristian, you've got some delightful pairings for us.
Absolutely. It's back to business in this event as we are entering the final stretch, the final 4 games. And all the players know exactly what they need to do, and they need to reinvent themselves as well because, you know, they had some ideas at the beginning of the event because they had some time to prepare. But right now, we're only 4 rounds away from the finale, and they need to come up with new ongoing ideas. Let's take a look at the matchups, the head-to-head of the important marquee matchups. And we're going to start with this one, Sindarov versus Fabiano. And these players haven't met as many times, only 4 games between these 2 players, and an important victory, crucial victory at the candidates for Sindarov. But Sindarov right now, as you pointed out, Maurice, he's in a must-win situation because if he doesn't win this one, well, he's running out of time in this event to catch up with Vincent Keymer. And guess what? Fabi embraces that opportunity as well. He's saying, you know what, I have the black pieces. Go ahead and take some chances, and I'm going to try to get my chances in this one as well because he needs a victory. Also, another key matchup is this one, MVL versus Wesley. MVL missed opportunity in the last couple of games, but look at that dominant score in this lifetime matchup. 6 victories for MVL, only 1 defeat and 26 draws. Well, this is a lopsided matchup if I've ever seen one. He's definitely dominating Wesley, and he will need to win if he wants to win the event and have a chance at qualifying for the finals. And another key matchup of the round is this one. Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces doing well in the standings, tied for second place with 3 points, and Levon Aronian coming off a very painful defeat with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana, a player that he knows so well. No wins for Pragg so far in this lifetime matchup. A lot of draws and 1 loss. Well, Levon is going to be waiting. Hey, Pragg, take some chances. Maybe I can punch you right in the mouth in this one as well.
Thank you, Cristian. And Peter, please tell us all the pairings for this round 6 coming up.
Let's take a look. And the 5 games happening today are... There they are. And we've spoken about 3 of them somewhat extensively, but the additional 2 are Sevian with the white piece against Vincent Keymer, and a battle at the bottom of the standings there with Anish having the white pieces against Jorden. But if Jorden were to win this, he actually leapfrogs his compatriot and escapes the bottom of the cross table. And of course, the 3 main matchups in terms of standings for both the Sinquefield Cup and the GCT are MVL versus Wesley, so Javokhir Sindarov versus Fabiano, and Prague with white against Levon.
Great matches, all of them. And of course, we're delighted to have the Cairns Cup being played alongside the,
We'll begin with the prize.
Okay, well, let's start with the prize money then.
Yeah, and GCT is a very, very well-paid tour, and the classical tournaments on the GCT have featured a very solid 350, I mean, solid is probably an understatement for that, a very good prize fund of $350,000 for many years. But it has been increased from this year onwards, I assume, with the same 350 you see on your screen, and a bonus pool of $125,000, which is a pool of money created to incentivize decisive play, and there's an additional graphic coming up about that. This money will be divided by the total number of wins. By the way, currently 11 wins with 4 rounds to go at the end of the tournament to determine the bonus amount per win for each player. And for people winning more than 1 game, they get obviously the amount of victories multiplied by a number, which is currently,
Yeah, very nice, Peter. And of course, once again, we're delighted that 10 of the very best women players in the world are playing the Cairns Cup right alongside the Sinquefield Cup, and where we will provide bonus coverage of that event along with our colleagues Almira and Nasi. Alex Onishik was the bell ringer for today. He's already rang the bell, and games are underway.
Alex came this close to winning the U.S. Senior Championship, so a real dignitary here. He's, of course, has won the U.S. Championship himself, but now an exec on the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah,
and I guess we begin with the game between MVL and Wesley. I think it's fair to start with the tournament leader, and somewhat alarmingly, we are, I think, about to get our first pure Berlin of the event. I think Wesley tried to play Berlin early, and somebody played 4G3 against him.
Yes.
That was Levon, I think. But today we're getting a proper Berlin endgame. And the same storyline we've been telling for many years remains the same. It's extremely solid, and there's very few people these days who even try to do something against it, MVL being the most prominent one.
Exactly,
and
I wanted to
maybe
say
the
that.
one remaining player who occasionally gets success on the white side of the Berlin. So no shock here. This was always sort of on the cards. Wesley needs to be solid. This is a game against somebody who has a very, very good score against him. There's no call for Wesley to try anything risky.
Nearly 5,000 games from this position. King E8 being the most popular.
Yeah.
H6 and Bishop D7 apparently the other most popular moves.
97 is also playable. Players, I think, have tried pretty much everything, but I expect Wesley to go for main theoretical things, which are, as Yasser has already alluded to, the position after King 8, H3, H5 appears to be the central position of the Berlin these days, and I think continues standing very solidly. I think it has not really been disproven in any way, shape, or form, but you can find small questions to ask.
We have a bit of a curiosity. Maybe it's me, but no, actually it is the case. If we look at the games between Vincent Keymer's game against Sam and Sindarov's game against Caruana, we have the exact same position on both boards.
That is rare in these types of tournaments, but this is a topical position, and I very much, if we talk about the potential ways of responding to the Rogozin, and we are currently still on the hang on.
We might have been fooled by the transmission. So
yeah.
There might have been a transmission error. Let's take a look.
Yeah, things are jumping around on our screen very alarmingly.
Yeah. I think this is a transmission error. Let's instead if you don't mind, go to the game of Levon for a moment.
Of course, yeah. Let's take a look at that.
This is such a crucial match. Levon, a stalwart, as you've been mentioning, Peter, of the Grand Chess Tour, these days wearing the hat of wildcard.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the full tour player in 2026, but there was a bit of a health scare early in the year, which made him unable to play in the early stages. But he is, of course, an incredibly strong player and somebody this field respects immensely.
Absolutely.
Even if his rating is not currently what it used to be.
It's kind of does my heart good to see a real classical Queen's Gambit decline featuring Bishop G5. None of this E3, 92, G4 stuff. And they have been playing this for centuries. But on the other hand, I don't seem to know if something new has appeared.
Not really. And interestingly, I think there was a period where people were attempting, and I'm assuming what is being intended here is the Lasker. The E3, B6 lines, the Tartakover lines, which also have been known for ages and ages. Okay.
Knight B8, D7.
We can go back, yeah.
Yeah, Knight B8, D7.
This is very, very interesting because this is some kind of a mix of sort of everything at once, right? It's not quite the Cambridge Springs. It's not quite the Lasker. It's Levon making a bit of a, I mean, yeah, I don't want to call it a random decision. This is obviously not random. This has been prepared. But the mix of this exact move orders, I don't think I've seen very many times. Let's take a look at the stats.
I've played it as black myself. I've dabbled in these lines with Knight B8, D7. Like you said, the Cambridge Springs, and also the Knight E4 Lasker lines as well. Of course, no H7, H6, though. He did not include that tempo. And I always liked including the tempo, by the way.
Yeah, you normally play H6 either here or on the next move, and then you choose. You can steal, of course, castle. You can go B6 immediately. You can go Knight B7. All of this is reasonably well known, but unless I misunderstood my screen, the position we currently have in the game, there is a whole bunch of online games between, we have to assume, maybe not particularly notable players, but it wasn't giving me any quote-unquote notable games starting from here. So this is quite rare. The options for white, perhaps not, yeah, but I'm not entirely sure if I can trust my screen right this moment. The options for white, of course, include you can go C takes D5, you can go E2, E3, those moves would be quite logical.
Right.
You can also perhaps try for something like Queen C2.
Right.
Trying to preserve more flexibility. Maybe in some positions you will be able to play E4 in one move. Maybe stopping Knight E4 has some worth.
Yeah. Right. That makes sense too.
Yeah. So, but I think the major point of Bishop E7 followed by Knight B7 is just perhaps it's a kind of a fail-safe Levon prepared against people who are going to play Bishop G5 against him. And we're kind of nerding out here maybe a little bit too much, but Bishop E7, we already had games in this tournament, and Yasser began by saying absolutely correctly, I remember on the day, that CD5, ED5, Bishop E4 has been and remains the central reply to it.
Right.
And if you do play Knight F3, Knight F6, these days people have been playing Bishop F4 much more than they were playing Bishop G5.
Right.
And you go Knight B7 and you say to your young opponent, this is probably something you have never looked at in any kind of great depth. Show me what you have.
Yeah, it's a challenge, all right. And Maurice, I'm going to toss the ball over to you. And what's caught your eye at the start of round 6?
Well, it does seem as though we have a transmission error in our positions. We're going on between a couple of games that look like mirrors of each other. Fabi's game and Vincent's game. I'm not sure what the position is.
I think Fabi has a Berlin. Javokhir and Fabi, I think they have Berlin as well.
And then Maxime?
But
not the end game.
It's the Keymer game that I'm worried about.
They have Berlin with A4.
Sam Sevian and Keymer, though, that's the position that I'm worried about, because it looks like they have the exact same Berlin. And
yeah, we can go by the video evidence, and this is this is Sam
A4.
Sevian's position. So I guess this is the one.
This is the Berlin.
Yeah, and can we ask the production to show us?
Okay, so let's see Sindarov's game
for
between Fabi, because we have the exact same position on our screens, at least on our boards here
Right.
digitally, but it cannot be the exact same position.
No, I think it's the Rogozin. I think we have.
And they're in
and
the
the-
Rogozin there.
okay.
Okay, so we're getting, so that's a completely different position. Somehow, okay, Leonard will work his magic and fix it so that we can have
But
the
I guess I can
correct
do it.
position.
Having seen this, I can do this by hand if we need to.
No, I'm sure he'll fix it so that we can stay up to date. It's just right now, the fans are probably seeing the same thing we're seeing, two mirror boards, but thankfully we have live images that we can use to help us as well. So that will be fixed shortly. But the position that I would like to look at, which I think there is no transmission error, is the game between Giri and Van Foreest. I just saw, it's not a very important game, I just saw a move that just gave me pause for a second. It's been played many times. In this position, again, between Giri and Van Foreest, they have this Queen's Indian. And I play the Queen's Indian a lot myself. And Giri, this is back in the day, of course, but Giri played a move that is a fairly popular move. And that move, if you go to my board, is
Rookie
the
one.
move A5. And you would have thought it was a BOGO of some kind, like, you know, bishop
Yeah,
D4,
bishop
bishop
check,
D2,
and defend the
something.
bishop.
But this A5 just out of the blue. And clearly, it's strategic enough guarding squares, but it just caught my eye as a move where you tell students, don't play moves like this one. Just flick your A-pawn up the board a la Alpha Zero, but on the other side. And I'm curious what your opinion is, the two of you in the chair. This move A5, the finer points of it.
It's a bit provocative, right? It can't be that bad. You're gaining some space. I'm assuming Black wants to play knight A6 in some positions, and doing it with the pawn on A5 already is maybe slightly more harmonious. But what I think it does the most is just kind of invites trouble. Not maybe a lot of trouble immediately, although as you can see on your screen, the bar does suddenly start favoring white a lot more than it probably was on the previous move. But I spoke to Jorden a little bit yesterday, and he wanted my, he said, I remember you had this one Sinquefield Cup when you were doing extremely poorly, so like, what can you tell me?
Right.
As somebody who has gone through an experience of having a very unpleasant start to the tournament. I said, yeah, mine wasn't as unpleasant as yours.
Good start.
Yeah. And then I said, but you're playing Anish tomorrow. If you beat him, you leapfrog him. And he said, you should do motivational speaking, which is very good. And honestly, I think A5 is very much an invitation for Anish to become even more ambitious. I'm sure Anish wants to win this game.
Sure.
Because he's also had a pretty unfortunate event so far, 2 losses, no wins. I'm sure he came to the board with mean intentions. But when you see Rook E1, A5, I think you probably become even more interested.
So your opinion then is you don't like this move?
Not particularly.
It invites trouble.
But I like it as a concept for this game, because I think Jorden very much welcomes the idea of Anish becoming slightly more bloodthirsty.
But A5, it feels like it doesn't really promote anything in the position.
You could, I mean, if we actually want to talk about it in purely chess terms, I think what you're doing here is your board, my board, some board.
Well, we have, right now on the screen, we have Fabi and Javokhir. I'm not sure why.
That's not their position, though. They're playing the Rogozin, so we still have trouble. So let's talk about the one game where we know what the position is for sure.
Yes, because that's not the position in their game.
I think the idea of A5 is White has gone Rook E1 supposedly to support the eventual attempt to play 2E4.
Right.
But as is often the case in the Queen's Indians, you want to wait until the knight appears on C3, and then you will play knight E4, right?
Right.
This is very often how Black approaches these types of situations, because if you play knight E4 unprovoked, it's kind of sticking out, and it's not particularly great there. It can be challenged in a variety of ways. But if you do it after White played knight C3, you often get to exchange it off, which is something that is desirable. And then you ask yourself, all right, if this is what I think about this, I need a waiting move here. Because I'm not playing knight E4 straight away. I don't particularly want to play d7, d5, which is, I think, the main move against rook e1. But as we already, I think, mentioned on some previous broadcasts, this particular structure is A, not to everybody's taste, and B, I think, hard to play for a win with black.
Right.
You are solid, but unless white does something stupid, you are going to just be solid for the rest of the game. Whereas if you play a5, you do want to preserve some fluidity of your pawn structure. You pass the move over to white, and you also slightly, put a bit of a red rag in front of the player.
I love the way you just said that, because I feel you see a move like a5, it really is a red flag in front of a bull. You want to refute the move. And look at Anish.
Look at the response.
I mean, he said, you know what? How dare you play such a move? I'm going to play something that's coming after you. H4 in response. This is just a wild game right now. Incredible. I said, when I saw the move a5 land on the board, I know how you feel as a chess player. You say, I'm going to punish this person. How dare you put that point down?
Right.
And H4 is with that intent in mind. This game could be a lot of fun, even though it's with the tail enders.
Thank you, Maurice. And Cristian, what has caught your eye early in this
By the way, that's a
opening?
great game between two players that really want to beat each other in today's round. Two players that have much more peaceful ideas going into this one are Sam Sevian and Vincent Keymer. Vincent doesn't really need to take any additional risk. He's waiting for Javokhir to catch up with him. Right now, all he needs to do is coast to the finish line. Now, he's playing the Berlin, and Sam Sevian decided to go not for the endgame, not for the typical knight to e5 in this position, but for a more aggressive approach with the move a4, delaying the recapturing of the pawn on e5. And by the way, don't worry about the names being Javokhir Sindarov versus Fabiano Caruana as black as you see on my screen. It is, in fact, Sam Sevian versus Vincent Keymer that are playing this position. And after bishop to e7, knight to c3, still continuing to delay the capture on e5. What I'm trying to do as white is play for initiative in this one. And in fact, at this point, after the moves a6, bishop to f1, black has a way to keep contact and maintain his extra pawn on e5, and that is by playing the move f6 in this position. f6, d4, followed by knight to f7. The problem is that after knight to d5, it's starting to become very unpleasant for black. Look, you're not losing or anything of that nature, but it's the type of position that you really don't want to be facing. You're going to be an extra pawn, and you're going to hold on to that pawn for quite a while. But guess what? Take a look at the advancement of white's pawns in this one. It's looking really good. There's a lot of compensation for white, and this is not something that Vincent wanted to see on the board. That's the reason why he's trying to force white to regain that pawn on the e-file and restore the material balance with the move e4. Accepted, knight takes e4, d5, and now it's very much looking like a Petrov type of structure after d4, d5. This is what we have. It seems like both of these players don't want to take too much risk in comparison to the game that we just saw, where Anish and Jorden are really going at each other.
Thank you, Cristian. Strange openings. I didn't expect the openings we're having, Peter. And please pick up.
I think we can finally show the proper position in the game between Sindarov and Caruana. Looks like the tech issues have been somewhat.
Are you sure?
Not on my screen.
Maybe not. Yeah, on Yasser's screen. But I came prepared. I think I have all the moves entered.
Excellent.
And
no, just play the game of Vincent. The game of Vincent is the game of Fabi.
I have everything. I have everything all set up. Yeah, so this has been a classical Rogozin, and CD5, ED5, bishop f4 is one of the central lines these
topical,
days.
Yeah.
And I was very much looking forward to the absolute messes that arise in this position if black kind of picks up the gauntlet and goes knight e4, rook c1, knight c6, which there's a lot of very, very exciting theory starting from here with very high-profile games having been played. I think Magnus and Anish were discussing this, maybe potentially even with both colors at some point.
Right.
This is a huge mess. But instead, Fabi goes for a more contained response. He's gone bishop f5, e3, castles, bishop e2, c6, and castles short. This type of position, I mean, your initial reaction probably is, this has to be pretty decent for black. And it probably is, but you still have things to play for. Knight bd7 seems very, very logical. White might be interested in the idea of trying to shoo the black bishop from the ideal f5 b1 diagonal. Perhaps it goes back to e6. In some cases, black doesn't even mind if that bishop gets traded off. It's a kind of a matter of taste, I think, more than anything. Both moves should be completely playable. But this is promising to be a kind of a slow boil positional fight where Javokhir got a playable something. It's not going to promise him any kind of an immediate large advantage. Unsurprisingly, opening theory these days doesn't often promise white a significant advantage by move 10, but it's going to be a game which black will not be able to, I think, equalize by force.
Thank you, Peter, and I'm going to toss it back to you, Maurice, as I did notice that in the game of Levon, we do have the move queen c2 kind of sidestepping e3 lines that, and Peter mentioned the move queen c2.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to kind of sidestep.
Yeah,
because they need to do something interesting, new, different in the games. I'm looking at this game with Maxime versus Wesley, and I got to wonder, a Berlin. I know that that Maxime likes to try to refute the Berlin. In a must-win game. He said that in the interview here. He said, I got to beat Wesley. There's not a maybe about it. He's not playing for a draw. He's not playing for equality. He's not playing to just see what happens. He has to win this game.
Right.
It seems to me he could have gone into less defined territory. There's what you've seen Vincent do with a ready system in B3. You've seen, you could play with C4 maybe. Keep pieces on the board and not trade off and create this kind of specificity that we're seeing here. And I got to say, I'm just a little concerned. Wesley knows how to play these types of positions and plays them so well, plays to equality. What is Maxime's devilish plan in a position that's so tried, true, and tested? Does this feel like it to you guys? The way to, must-win game, you choose to fight him here?
I never would have done it, but then again, I don't understand and don't like the Berlin endgame. And Maxime does. Yeah. I think it's more the case of him thinking, okay, this is my main repertoire. It is something I'm reasonably comfortable with. This is something that brings me points, and I should stick with it. And also, something that I think we kind of ignore whenever we have this discussion is you still have to play something else. You can't just not play the Berlin, right? You need to pick something else.
If you're playing e4,
and Maurice's suggestion of something like, I don't know, knight of 3, e3, b3, or knight of 3, g3, b3, it's a kind of a stand-in people have been using quite a lot.
Right.
It's not bad, but I'm not like, I don't know if it suits Maxime specifically. Vincent has been doing it for years.
He played it against Vincent. He played it that way against Vincent. Remember earlier in the tournament, and he had a crushing position against Vincent. He should have won that game. That game where he should have played the rook b4 idea.
He played a Catalan, well, sort of a Catalan. I mean, it was a Nimzo that became a Catalan. I think that that's how they got.
So my point, he didn't play e4 and go straight into some clean Ruy Lopez. He showed that he can move around, and here he is not moving around. He is going full throttle into this position.
If I can play the devil's advocate for Maxime in this particular case, I'm looking at the clock, and that for me is a real tell. 1 hour, 35 minutes instead of 1 hour, 30 minutes that he started with. So Maxime has prepared this very specific position for Wesley, and he's got an idea, Peter.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. Although, yeah, I tried figuring out exactly why he thinks this is great. And the thing about this particular line, and it's also notable that Wesley did not play king e8 h5, which we kind of build as the main line for black in the current state of the Berlin theory.
Yes.
And he's gone for a more direct approach of continuing to get as many pieces off the board as possible.
Not bad.
And what you get in these types of structures is white wants to play 94 and very often wants to follow it up with e5, e6, perhaps trading this knight on e4 for the bishop on d7 and then winning the pawn on c7.
Okay.
And the issue with that strategy is that the resulting endgame, although strong players have lost it with black, it is actually possible to misplay it and lose, is incredibly dry. It is very, very dry. And you don't really have any other... Once again, I already mentioned my relationship to the Berlin endgame right now. I am not a specialist. I have at some point completely given up on playing 1e4 specifically because of how many people were playing the Berlin against me. I have a very poor relationship to this, to this line. But in my understanding, when the knight on f5 gets traded for the knight on f3, it's extremely unrealistic for white to hope for any kind of bishop e3, you know, f4, g4, f5 kinds of plans, because you pretty much never have time enough to organize that. And you are looking at playing 94, e6 and playing those types of endgames, which, you know, if you could pick one player to play for your life with the white pieces in that endgame, I think Maxime and Alexander Grishuk, although maybe not right now, but in years gone by, would be my two picks.
Right, your guy.
To pilot it with the white pieces.
Right.
But yeah, your margins are exceedingly small.
Very small indeed. And I'd like to go back, if we put it up on my board, to another game, the game we were talking about, MVL against Keymer. This is a past game they played just a couple of rounds ago, where MVL had a fantastic chance to win that game. And everyone, we all know MVL is an E4 specialist, but he has been moving around a bit in his openings, and this one was one of those. And I'm just going to show you the opening move. First of all, D4 on move one, not E4. And then, as you mentioned, he allowed a Nimzo and played with the move G3. And this is how Keymer played. Now, no doubt, Wesley knew this line, looked at it, and was ready for it after these captures. Queen to B3, Queen A5, Bishop D2. And after just a few more moves, MVL was able to get a little something out of this line with the move E4, and here, Queen B4 offering a trade to the endgame, and this position. And it was here, instead of Rook B1, that he had the great move, Bishop F4. Now, no doubt, this move was the mistake. He should have played this rook to the square. But this was a rich position that he got. And not only that, just a few moves later, he had a virtually winning position if he had played the move rook to b4. Let's not overstate it. It wasn't winning, but a huge edge if he had played the move rook to b4. The point is, you see plenty of pieces on the board. The queen's still on. If you trade queens, you give up a pass pawn to white. And so white had just tremendous play in this position. If we jump now to today's game, it's so different. It's a lot of pieces off the board, although, let's be frank, Maxime is blitzing out his moves.
Right.
He clearly has something in mind. It says, I know how I plan to win this game. He's got a +6 minutes from what he started with, while Wesley is down to 112, and I would suspect Wesley smells a rat. Like, what exactly is the plan that you have that is making you so confident in a must-win game that you're decided to allow me a Berlin and this position?
And that's what I'm asking as well. I mean, I think Peter kind of gave us the parameters in the sense that Maxime, his knight on e2 obviously needs to jump. Knight to d4 and e6 is the most direct way of trying to blast open Wesley's king position and change the pawn structure. But Wesley doesn't have to be so compliant as that. Peter, you have the Anish, sorry. Which game would you like to?
Well, we were here, and I don't know what I can add, because I mean, for black, you could, if you want to, and maybe this was even slightly stronger on a previous move, but there is a way to fight against that plan by playing c6, c5, which of course gives the white knight other squares to aim for. I noticed on my screen prior to bishop b7, rook fe1 appearing, the engine was playing c5, and if knight c3, the engine was going bishop b6. And reacting to any knight jump with potentially bishop d8. After knight d5, even rook c8 is playable, and if you play knight b5, rook c8 does drop the a pawn, which is not ideal, but you can play bishop h4 d8 quite safely, and then start chasing it away. And the engine was kind of untroubled about all of this, frankly. The inclusion of bishop b7 and rook fe1, I'm guessing, makes all of this slightly less attractive because white made a useful move and you made a move bishop b7, which you might have to take back. So you're probably the less happy of the two. But black is still kind of okay.
The surprising head-to-head matchup between these two is what I would have predicted to be a rather even tussle. Not even close, Peter.
Yeah, that is one of the more lopsided matchups between two players who have been at the top of the world chess rankings for as long as they have been, which is obviously a very important part of today's conversation, because the position is going to remain very close to equality for quite some time yet. And I think if Wesley had this against maybe anybody else, he would feel entirely safe. But he has some bad history against MVL specifically. And that's as someone who has a couple of players, or at least had a couple of players who were always kind of bugbears for me, it's never very far from your mind that, you know, here we go again kind of feeling, you know.
Right.
The moment something goes slightly pear-shaped, those intrusive thoughts start to rear their head.
How do you deal with somebody who has a large plus score against you, as does
not well.
Maxime? You don't.
Not well at all.
No. Okay. But by the way, if I could be gross, and Wesley plays c5, totally preventing knight d4, and you go knight c3 as you've suggested you should.
Actually, interestingly, now with the rook on e1 and the bishop on e7, we haven't actually stopped e6. If white wanted to, you can do this and then aim
jump
the knight
other
at
way.
the f4 square. Once again, this is not a lot, but it's an option that you can explore. But okay, knight c3.
I was going to go c6, gross as it looks.
Yeah, no, those
and
are...
then you would play knight to e4, and I'd go bishop e6,
maybe,
inviting knight d6. And I want to embrace a bishops of opposite color position.
Yeah, I don't think knight d6 is necessarily what we want to do here.
Okay.
I'm looking, like the trade I would much rather have on the board is bishop g5, but maybe it's a bit too slow. I'm also curious if maybe a2 could be picked up even. But the engine says just takes, and king e7, and says this is not that horrible. This is where these days I just don't have enough experience to judge. But something that the Berlin players will know exactly is like which pieces can you and which pieces can't you trade in some game like this. I'm assuming every single pawn in game is completely lost, but black can play along the lines of, let's say you play rook a8, and after king f2, you can go rook d5.
And trying to keep
one
pair.
Yeah, trying to double on the d file and asking white, would you like to improve my structure for me dramatically?
Dramatically,
by trading a pair of rooks? And the answer is obviously not, but if you don't, you either have to allow rook h8 d8, or you have to allow c4 rook d4.
Right.
And once again, if you let it linger, you might actually start being worse. Also, both of them are hanging, so you're more or less obliged to take. And yeah, it's very difficult to imagine how white wins this.
Exactly. This looks as dry as
sand,
this position.
Peter's been complaining that the theory is you ain't got much.
Listen, somebody else who has to win and is playing for the imbalances is Javokhir Sindarov. And he has created exactly that in his game against Fabi. And this position, now you can look at this and you got to win. Play like this. He played and has allowed this exchange on c3, has Javokhir. And we have the position.
Encouraged. He played a3, encouraging the exchange.
Exactly. He said, let's go. Let's imbalance the position. And you can see on the board, knight e4 attacking the pawn.
Right.
And I believe I have the live position. Yes, I do. So what do we have? We have the imbalance of this dark squared bishop. And this bishop on f4, I'm not sure you have my board.
Yeah, this is still my board. Which
That's
is
still your board, yes? Yeah, right here, if we can switch to my board, I'm trying to point out this bishop on f4 being the key piece. And we have it right there. Key piece in the position. And this is the imbalance of bishop for knight, because just a couple of moves ago, we saw this move get played, and that is the move a3. If black wanted to take this bishop, you just encouraged it, and it happened. And he said, let's go. I'm willing to allow the fracturing of my pawn structure in order to create this position. And also, I really want to own the dark squared bishop. Knight e4, and now he has to think in exactly this position. It's been seen very few times, this position. Incr gives white a very slight edge, and maybe even now saying black has a slight edge. What I am surprised at is that Javokhir, after playing a3, encouraging the capture, gets his pawn attacked, and now he's going,
what am I supposed to do next?
Why'd I do that?
Yeah, right?
And it's a little bit of one of those scary positions, because if you play the move c4, you do have to consider what happens if you give up the bishop with knight to c3. But black could also play very solidly with the move knight to b6 and against c5, then play for knight c3, take off this bishop from the board, and then park his knight on c4. And this is another one of those you're looking at saying, how are you winning this one?
Dry.
You'd have to challenge this knight, which he could gladly get rid of, and you might have some pressure on this pawn, but then he might just play b5 and say, win this.
Right.
So this one is very tricky as we go back to the live position, and it looks like he did finally move. He played a rook to c1.
This is very understandable, because allowing all of those trades in a must-win game seemed suboptimal. But now the engine just clearly prefers black with b7.
The engine hates it. The engine says, I play the move b5, you'll never move your c-pawn. And I mean never. That c-pawn is not going anywhere. You're going to have to look for some e4 break with f3 and e4, and you have got nothing else to look forward to, because you cannot play c4.
Right.
a4 does nothing, because he could just play a6. That position will be locked on that side. Has Javokhir overstepped in this position, or maybe insufficiently prepared? Because after b5, black has an extremely solid position where it doesn't look as though anybody's playing for a win except maybe black.
Right. Wow.
Some curious things happening today.
Yeah. Huge game. And let's just take a look at their head-to-head. As we know, they played 2 games in Cyprus, Peter.
Yeah, and Javokhir beat Prague and then Fabi in rounds 3 and 4 of the Cyprus candidates tournaments, which set him on his way to a dominant performance in the tournament. And then there was that game with colors reversed, where Fabi came pretty close to beating him in a Catalan. But he defended, stunningly well, and held on to his half a point. This is so far very, very comfortable for Fabi. I'm expecting him to play b5. b5 just looks logical. Allowing c3, c4 seems completely unnecessary in this position. Why would you?
Exactly.
And I guess if we were to, hang on a second, I have a wrong game on my screen. If we were to talk about the position after b5, you do probably want to play knight e5. You can include a4, a6, but it doesn't really improve white's situation, because you don't particularly want to take on b5 and give black also potential control over the a file.
Right.
You end up playing knight e5 sooner rather than later. I suspect black will take. The simplest is just to take. You can chase the knight away, but it has a very decent square on d6. And also, in particular, with the inclusion of a4, a6, there's this very nice, cute tactical idea of going knight c5. But let's not talk about tactics. Let's just go knight d6 and then bishop g6.
Strategy, yeah.
And if we want to, we can go knight c4, which probably forces white to give up one of the bishops, gives black a very nice square on d3 for the bishop. Also, just to illustrate, let's say we make some kind of a nonsensical move. There's now an open b file, and it's going to be very difficult actually for both sides to establish, to establish a rook on it, because both the bishops are now cutting the board in half and controlling the b8 and b1 squares. But
Peter, in a position like this, the only hope I see for white is the move e4.
And it's not happening.
And if you can't play e4 and get
you can do it straight away,
energy,
but then your structure will come under severe pressure. And white isn't much. I think objectively, like if we talk about this, if we stop looking at the engine evaluations and we try to look at it in a kind of a more human fashion, I think it's still very close to equality. It's just that he needs to play for a win, And I think he painted himself into a little bit of a corner.
That's the
here.
point. Yeah. That's the point. We can look at this. I don't care what the engine says. You get a position like this, the knights are off the board, it's bishop opposite color, where are the pawn breaks to dream of, where's the initiative, where's the play? You glance at it and you say, what am I supposed to do? And that doesn't look like much for white to do here.
Not at all.
No. It looks like Fabi's going to come out of this opening feeling very, very good about his opening choice because I like what he's done. That game of Anish and Jorden, where they were trying to outfox one another.
I wanted to go there because
A5 and H4.
Before we progress too far, I wanted to show you a line which, for a second there, I had my hopes up because I thought Anish played H4 so quickly that maybe he knows about this.
Right.
There is an option in this position after, and this entire speech I gave about black intending to play knight e4 turned out to be entirely incorrect because knight c3 was met with a different way to quote-unquote stop e2, e4.
Right.
And I'm using quote-unquote here because the engine actually goes e4 here.
That's hilarious.
As one of its top choices. And then the evaluation drops a little bit, but it's still playable. The big point being that if you take with the bishop, the inclusion of h4 and h6 immediately gives white a very, very serious attack on the king's side.
Wow.
So bishop e4 is potentially a losing mistake. I would go as far as to say it's maybe just straight up bad.
Whoa. We got to stay on that position. Come on, stop.
Okay.
That is saucy. G4?
It is. Yeah.
Can we do a little analysis here? Just make a move just to show how good this attack is.
G5, G5, let's say h takes G5, h takes G5. You have to put the knight on H7. I would be somewhat interested in maybe even some rook e4, knight e5 ideas, but the agent goes CD5, ED5, and knight e5 here. And the queen is about to come out to G4 or H5, and
easy. This is another pawn sacrifice.
Yes. Well,
you don't want to accept.
You can take. Maybe you have to. But yeah, this is going to be your lot here. The engine manages not to resign here somehow.
That's remarkable.
Very specifically by playing e4, e3. Everything else you do resign. Right. So, but just to give an illustration of how dangerous this is, the way to avoid it is to take with the knight. Even in this position, g3, g4 is somewhat playable, but and actually has now become the top line. I was looking at d4, d5, which is another obvious way to continue. If the knight drops back to f6, knight d4, the engine likes this a great deal for white.
By the way, we should point out, Peter, you're going a little bit quickly. Go back just 1 second.
Oh, sure.
Because there, it was knight c3.
Yeah, we're not, those little guys, as Nick Deferman would say, we are not counting them today.
Yeah. No, I just want to point out for the audience, so the audience might be wondering,
we're going to be
why can't I just
3 down
take?
here. We're going to be 3 down, and we're going to be very happy about it. Some position like this, and then we go knight e5, and we claim victory, basically, because we have pieces developed and black doesn't. And
yeah, sir, aren't you complaining you're up 3 pawns? And
yeah, I'm seeing knight g4 and a sack on h6 as well as bishop b2.
If you have to play c6, you are probably getting on the king's side.
I'm not feeling very good.
What happened to the president of the Pawn Girls?
I'm dying with a full tummy right now.
I'm sorry, but this line is too good.
This looks
h5.
h5.
Chasing the knight.
Let's go. Let's go. And then I will throw in a trade to make sure you don't have queen f6.
Very important.
And then after pawn takes, we got bishop h6 as a g7 mate.
Yeah, f7, f6, and now I guess
many moves win,
yeah, but continuing to kind of provoke you to make weakening moves is pretty strong.
This is
I'm happy you made me show these lines.
But
show the exciting ones.
Well, at the end of the day, there's a rook on a8, a knight on b8, and a bishop on b7. Watching the king getting sacked.
Yeah, my great friend, the late Ronnie Simpson, was a tremendous attacker, and he'd say, those pieces don't even exist. What are we talking about? They're not even on the board.
Right.
They're sleeping while Rome burns.
Absolutely.
None of this happened because...
But you were showing another line.
d5, f5 is still playable for black, though. But none of this happened, yeah. And honestly, if you don't know e4 exists, if you haven't actually looked at this with a computer at home, you probably don't even begin analyzing it. It's so outlandish.
Okay.
And Anish very understandably has gone queen c2, Jorden took on c3, played d6. And very, very interestingly, the engine already prefers black here. Not by much, but this is a very well-known structure which you get from Queen's Indians, you get them from Nimzo, Queen C2s. There is a lot of positions where you get this specific situation where all 8 pawns are still in this formation and white has the bishop pair.
Right.
The big difference is, I think, the inclusion of h4 and h6, which will make it much harder to challenge this knight on e4, because normally you would maybe remove your knight from f3 and play f2, f3.
Right.
You can't do that at all because the pawn on g3 is very vulnerable. So what you get here is a very fighting position for black. I mean, it's not really, equality has not really been completely, you know, forgone for white, but I'm pretty sure this would be completely fine for white with pawns on h2 and h7. But with the pawns on h4 and h6, I see on my screen that the engine in all of these positions where you would be playing f3 in a heartbeat.
Can't do it.
Because you can't, yeah, it's just very unpleasant, and you have to be quite concrete. If you go knight f1, once again, reestablishing the idea of f3, you will get hit by f5, f4 in some cases.
And black is having the fun suddenly. No, this is unacceptable, Maurice.
Yeah, that looks great. This is why we play the Queen's Indian.
Yeah,
get positions like this. But by the way, I want to jump back to the game between Maxime and Wesley, and I'm just perplexed. I looked at this position, I see this position, and as an e4 player, I don't want any part of it. There's too many pieces off the board.
This is not how you're supposed to do this, I don't think.
And the engine, at first when I looked over, the engine said, white is hugely better, virtually winning. I said, what? Let's make a couple of moves. It gave the line knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and bishop takes, and it said this position is fantastic and actually still likes this position. But is it that good when it keeps calculating and calculating? Because to my eyes, this doesn't look so bad for black.
Yeah.
But the more it looks, it starts to not give the same big edge.
Of course, yeah.
And do you really want to play like this for the win?
Yes, actually yes, and this gives me an opportunity to tell one of my favorite Berlin stories. There aren't very many, but there is this one in particular. And it involves a certain Wang Yue, a very strong Chinese player who, when he appeared on the scene, and that was the late 2000s, I think, he suddenly started appearing in, I think his emergence was in particular connected with the Grand Prix series, where it was interesting to watch him because with both white and black, and with black you can sort of expect it, but he was also doing it with white in some openings. He would just aim for slightly worse endgames, draw some of them and win some of them, lose none of them. And it took the field some time to adjust to this novel strategy of just getting pieces of the board and then outplaying you from whatever position you eventually got. And he was also doing it specifically in the Berlin with the black pieces. And there was a period where he would aim for this particular structure without a shadow of hesitation and hold it time and time again.
Wow.
And now we come to the story. And then at some point, he played this game against Dmitry Yakovenko, where they blitzed out something like 35 moves. Wow. And they eventually got to a position, I can probably even set it up. It will take me a while, so bear with me. I will try to do it as quickly as possible. Hang on a second. Let's say king f7, we go f4, they go rook d8, we take, they take, we go king f2, a6, we go g4, they like, all of this is not entirely forced, but the point I'm making is kind of solid. So we get to a position like this, and I think, if I remember correctly, this structure is a draw with the white pawn on c4 and is lost with the white pawn on c2. And Yakovenko actually worked this out at home.
Wow.
And prior to the game against Yakovenko, people were getting it against Wang Yue with the pawn on c4. And Yakovenko very consciously held it back on c2. And at some point, I think the point was that you play bishop d4 and you need to be able to play c3, because maybe black parks the bishop on b6. And if you played c4, you can't trade it properly. But with the pawn on c2, you can. I mean, the point about c2 and c4 is correct. I remember this much. I don't remember exactly why it's winning with opponent c2. But the general point I'm making, I am willing to stake at least some of my credibility on this.
If that all happens in this game, Peter,
So remarkable.
And the reason I brought this up is you actually do play for a win like this, because this is a surprisingly tricky structure. And I'm pretty sure Maxime remembers all of this. So probably does Wesley. So Wesley probably is not going to trade off all rooks so happily. Some rooks have already come off in our game. But I suspect...
The thing is, if you play the Berlin endgame, you sort of have to be ready for this. And you sort of have to have analyzed this quite thoroughly at home. I remember a game, was it Dominguez versus Aronian? They ended up in a very similar endgame, and basically both of the players were somewhat confused, but White always was harboring some hopes that maybe there's something in the endgame. And at some point, especially nowadays that we're watching these games with the engines, at some point, the engine jumps and then realizes it's winning. And then, of course, as a human, generally, you don't understand why. Experience matters so much in these endgames. The hours that you've spent at home actually analyzing this endgame with your seconds. And I think it was Sam Shankland. At some point, the Berlin endgame more or less disappeared from top-level chess. And then Sam Shankland, during one of the US Championships, came, played, and got a winning advantage, I think, against Ray Robson. And he basically came and said, look, I know that people don't analyze this anymore. They don't really analyze the Berlin endgame because it's so complex and both players can play in so many ways that it just doesn't make a lot of sense to analyze it. But if you put in a week, if you put in a couple of weeks of actually looking at it with your friends and your seconds, then you have some really good chances to understand the position better and outplay your opponents. And perhaps this is what we're seeing right now from MVL against Wesley.
There's no question that this is all pre-analysis by Maxime, because again, he's got 92 minutes and he started with 90. So, and I think he's just played Bishop E3 too.
Yeah, he's done Bishop E3.
Yeah.
You have to, like, one thing you probably don't want to allow is to give black access to the d-file without being able to immediately trade the rook off. So I'm assuming rook d1 is forthcoming at some point.
Okay.
But yeah, you want to play rook d1, you want to play f4, I guess g3, king g2, king f3. You don't have to hurry with g2, g4. And, you know, despite this being very dry, what I wanted to say is that as both white and black, Berlin offers you a very unique challenge of actually, you can study structures properly. You don't really have to study lines all that much. You can actually take a very, very deep dive trying to figure out which structures hold and which don't. And I'm a bit shocked at how happy Wesley is entering this. This is very dangerous. Yeah. This is one of the structures where you absolutely will lose if you trade the wrong pieces.
I don't think Wesley's happy. I don't think Wesley likes the fact that Maxime is blitzing out moves, has more time than he started with.
Exactly.
And acting so confident, getting up from the board, just making these moves, knowing that Maxime has to win. Wesley has to be wondering, what exactly is he trying to do? And I heard you say about Wang Ye, that he played this position before, and you're assuming Wesley knows this, but yet Wesley is not moving too quickly right now. He's being very deliberate in his pace, but saying this, as though he's saying, this looks logical to me, it looks like I should be solid. But he's got to suspect something. There is no way his opponent is just banging out these moves trying to make a draw.
Well, even if he knows it, he definitely doubts his knowledge right now because MVL is just simply blitzing out his moves. So at some point, whenever you see that coming from your opponent and you know in which position your opponent is, he's in a must-win situation.
Absolutely.
MVL. This is one of his last white games in this tournament. He needs some victories in order to be able to win the event and qualify. And what better opportunity than against the leader? If you win this one, you leapfrog him. So this is a huge game. Wesley knows that. And right now, seeing MVL blitz out his moves and being so confident about his knowledge in this endgame, he's starting to doubt himself. He's starting to doubt his moves. And once again, we've said it so many times, he's starting to see ghosts in the position.
Wow, it's such a hugely important game. And Maurice, over to you.
Well, talk about a hugely important game is that game between Javokhir and Fabiano. Another game that White has to prove something because he's trying to win. He's not trying. He has to win.
Exactly.
If he doesn't win, then just
goodbye.
take the whole point of the finals.
Keymer is running away.
Remove that.
That's it. Yeah.
And so Javokhir has to win, but guess what? Fabi is the kind of player, as Cristian, you properly pointed out, astutely pointed out, Fabi, I don't have to win, but if you dare give me a chance, I'm not going to play for a draw.
Right.
I don't care about the 99% chance of whatever. I will start playing for a win because I want to also win the tournament. Second place is not that interesting. So Fabi did play the move B5 in this position, did clamp down on the possibility of C4. No hope of that now. That pawn break is out the window. Where are the pawn breaks for for White, that is now? They're only relegated to the king side. He did play knight to E5, and Fabi said, give me that. I'm happy to trade off there. And we have this position, and we've been talking about the idea of F3 and maybe E4. Extremely difficult to execute, and even if you did execute it, it doesn't mean that you have that great a position. So Fabi now studying the nuances of the situation, but this looks very solid for Black.
But
very
we're seeing
solid.
a great strategical battle between these two players, and this is good news for us, the viewers and commentators as well, because these two players love a fight, and they love a complicated position that they can actually spend time and try to delve deep, and this is exactly what we're seeing from both of them right now. It's going to be a marvelous and very intriguing battle, I might add, between these two players.
Nice. Wow, I'm looking forward to it for sure. I noticed that Wesley did take a little bit of time and made the move that you had suggested, Peter. A7, A6, putting the pawns on light squares, and more or less going for that structure you mentioned, H5, G6, and eventually White has to advance on the king side. Yeah.
The question is in which order you do the things that you will end up doing, which are Rook D1.
F4.
I'm assuming F4, although you could also, the engine suggests you can do it slightly slower. You can go G3, King G2, because I don't think Black will be able to postpone your advance on the king side forever. And in the meantime, I did hunt down that Yakovenko Wang Yue game. It took me a while. It was played in 2000, like for those of our viewers who wanted to maybe take a look, it was played in the Lista Grand Prix in 2008. And it did feature pretty much exactly the position I was talking about, where the point is Black eventually, I can add a few more irrelevant moves here to show the exact structure.
Okay.
The point was he was holding this specifically by putting the bishop on b6 and claiming this position cannot really be assailed. And with a pawn on c4, you would actually be stuck. But here, eventually, White goes c3, bishop d4, and either the bishops come off and Black loses, or Black has to play c6, c5. And provoking c6, c5 actually collapses the Black position completely, because now you have targets.
Right.
That's some deep structural nuances. In that one, we should point out a very big, what seems to be a novelty in the game between Pragg and Levon. At least the research I've done here, it shows it as a novelty. As we got, if we just go back actually a couple of moves to this position on my board, Pragg doesn't have to win. Pragg is doing just fine. Levon doesn't have to win either. They're both doing relatively okay. And plus, Levon is not even on the tour, so he's just playing chess and seeing what happens next. He did have a bad loss against Fabi.
That hurt.
Which certainly hurt. And so he wants to show some stuff right now. But in this position here, Levon took the pawn on c4, and then after the move e4 by Pragg, looking to get his pawn back, Levon played the move b5. And this move does not show up in this database. Doesn't mean that it doesn't show up ever, but this move we've seen before, this kind of idea. But take a look at what happens. You take the pawn on b5, and then the move bishop to b7, hitting the pawn, and not sure if he moved. Yes, knight to c3
knight drop back
played.
C3, yeah.
And this position is extremely sharp. That b5 move has transformed the whole position. e4 under pressure, but held together by this queen and this knight. The engine says that knight b6, holding your pawn, is one choice. c5, really getting rambunctious, is another. But Levon chose bishop to b4, which is not a move the Indians like at all, and feel like this is going to end up being worse for Black in a big way. And all the action could start with the move e5, and we're going to see a barn burner of a position if Pragg plays this move. He could play solidly with the move knight d2 as well, but e5 is an exciting moment that we'll be looking forward to seeing.
Oh, definitely. Thank you, Maurice. We've reached that time in our show where we like to stump the commentators. Drum roll, please, as we're going to be quizzed on this question.
How many unique players from the United States have ever played in the Sinquefield Cup?
Oh, come on.
Are we talking about the single edition? Or over the course? No, but the 11 would be a bit strange then. Yeah.
Must be overall, yeah.
I think overall, just a comprehensive. And as we go on our first break, we're very happy to toss our bonus coverage, actually, to Nasi and Almira. Over to you, Nasi, for coverage of the Cairns Cup.
Thank you, Yasser, and welcome everyone to the Cairns Cup. Almira, before we dive into the games, tell us about the standings after 5 rounds.
So let's have a look at the standings, and we have Tan Zhongyi leading the event by a full point. 4 out of 5. Tan Zhongyi won all of her games with the white pieces. 4 players chasing her: Bibisara Sobaeva, Divya Deshmukh, Stavrula Tsolakidou, and Alice Lee. Anna Muzichuk and Carissa Yip are on 50%, 2.5 out of 5, but still everything is still possible, I think. Hampi Koneru has only 2 points. Vaishari Ramesh Babu is following her with 1.5, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk has scored her first half a point in this event, Nazi.
Yes, absolutely. Unbelievable results. Tan winning all her white games and Kostyanyuk suffering so much. But let's jump into the action. We'll start with Carissa's game against Bibisara Sobaeva. We have very exciting position already. I'm going to start from the very beginning. Move 1, we had Sicilian Alapin variation with this early c3, which Carissa chooses quite often.
By the way, Nazi, I think chess is probably the only game or sports where you don't see your opponent. Yes.
Yeah, opponent's free to leave anytime.
Yes.
So in this position, she wanted to play d4. So Sarah played c4 in order to be able to en passant. And now it looks like the French defense. You can see the structure with the pawn on e6, bishop on c8, except the d4 pawn is missing. But it turns out that Black should have chosen this plan with g5, bishop g7, put as much pressure as you can on the pawn on e5. But instead, Sarah tried to combine different ideas. So she started with queen c7, and again, g5 is the most natural move. She played knight c5, releasing the pressure from pawn on e5, and now after bishop c2, already engine says white is much better. And there's a good reason for it. Black cannot develop well without a lot of issues. For example, she played bishop e7, rook e1. If you castle, I think you already lose. I can play b4 and queen d3. And what are you going to do about the h7 square?
Maybe I'll have to give up a pawn. Yes, I will have to sacrifice it tonight by playing knight d4. Nazi, and I feel that Bibisara, yes, she combined a few plans, but maybe she mixed something because she got confused. I think that with the bishop in e7, you have to leave the pawn on h7. However, if you play h6, then you play g5 and bishop g7.
Exactly.
Yes. So, and now it's even too late for Black to play for a long castle. You can play bishop d7 and
I mean, you can castle long, but I'm ready to attack and checkmate on the queen side as well. So Bibisara decided to play b6. She's delaying the castle. Knight d2, very logical, and now bishop b7. And if there's many good choices here for Carissa, she can go aggressively with immediate b4, kicking the knight back to d7, and then follow it up with either knight b3 or rook c1. Even c4 is an idea. And again, the big problem for Black, what do you do with the king?
Yes, and Carissa is our defending champion. So as you can see, Bibisara Sobaeva hasn't lost a game. So she won her white game against Kostyanyuk, and Carissa was looking very much to the white pieces in this round because with 2.5 points, she mathematically she can win the event.
Absolutely. I mean, last year she had 1.5 out of 4, and then she won a lot of games in a row. So if she is playing for the first place, which we know she is, she needs to start winning games. And today she has a great opportunity. Current position favors her big time, and we do have b4. Yeah, she knows she's much better in this game.
Tan, however,
let's go over to another game, right?
Between Tan Zhongyi, our tournament leader, and Alexandra Kostyniuk. Alexandra Kostyniuk is a very difficult opponent for Tan Zhongyi. She won their last 2 classical encounters, and in general, she is leading in their head-to-head score.
Yes, but in this tournament, as you can see, Tan has 4 points, while Kostyniuk has half. So, of course, Tan is the favorite in this game. They have this sharp Queen's Gambit, Slav with d takes c4. It looks like Queen's Gambit accepted, right? And then there's this line where White Knight makes a lot of moves. Remember, it started with Knight c3. Watch out for next couple of moves and see where that Knight ends up. All the way back to b1. What a maneuver. But this is all theory. Nothing is new. Queen a5, they're following the main lines, but here Queen c3 was played most of the times. Tan chose this rare move, Bishop a3. And her idea is that if you play e6, I'm going to take on f8, make you lose castle, and have a small advantage in the endgame because of your weak pawn on c6. Instead of e6, Alexandra played rook b8. Let's put the rook on the open file. Also, she's stopping Queen c3, right, for tactical reasons.
Yeah.
Rook b1 would win the game. So we have Knight takes c3 and now e5. Very ambitious, but does it work?
Yeah, Alexandra decided to include rook b8, and we have analyzed a few lines with e5. So let's say the idea. Can we show this beautiful line where black can play queen d5? I just wanted to give you an example of what might happen. Let's say if black would have played e5 here after bishop a3. So e5, then take on f8, king f8, knight f3.
Knight b4, this line?
No, bishop a6, this line. Yes, bishop a6, yes, here.
We have to take on a6
yeah,
first.
Take 6 first, knight f3, take on d4, queen.
This line,
yes,
right?
queen d5, yes. And here I had a very interesting intuition that you can play knight d2, queen g2, and castle long. And even though black can bring this rook into play rook h6, black is never able to connect the rooks and to create some counterplay, yes, on the queen side.
Yep,
so.
c-file is closed. Meanwhile, black king is definitely vulnerable on f8. But we didn't get this. Alexandra included rook b8, so we'll see what the main difference is. So everything can be the same, except, okay, Tan didn't take on a6.
But also she lost the tempo because now you don't have this queen d5.
Yeah, of course, knight is on c3 already. So now after knight b4, she can play queen d2. Well, I'm liking white a lot. All I have to do is develop bishop and castle. And what has black achieved? We have king on f8, a weak pawn on c6.
No, I mean that also in the previous line we had h5 included, and that rook on b8 is...
Yeah, this is the current position, and Tan looking very good in this game. We'll see if Alexandra can keep the position complicated, because from logical standpoint, white should be much better.
I agree with you, Nazi. Maybe let's have a look at the game between Hampi Konero and Alice Lee. Alice wasn't even thinking in the opening. She was blitzing her moves.
As you can see, she just now went below 1 hour and 30 minutes. So I'll show you quickly which opening this was. This very famous Nimzo line. So much theory, thousands of games, starting from
Botvinnik,
yes,
of course.
Botvinnik was playing this with white. Okay, so rook e8, this is all still theory. Knight c6, bishop e2, and h5. So basically, to sum up, white is playing to push e4, and black is doing everything to stop e4. So with this move h5, if you play e4, black wants to go h4. However, this is a playable line. White can sacrifice this pawn and create some absolutely crazy positions. You can take with the rook, I can take on g7, and this has to be analyzed with engines for sure. And
I think knight e4 is also possible instead of rook e4 here. And then I like white has to play for a long-term initiative here.
Absolutely. So instead of e4, Hampi played rook e1, still preparing e4, but now h4 comes with a tempo, knight f5, and instantly h3. At this point, Alice had spent 0 seconds. She was blitzing all this out. Then Hampi dropped back with the knight. That was a bit unexpected. I think we were analyzing mostly e4.
e4, and if h takes g2, then rook f2.
That was a beautiful idea that Almira came up with, to take on g2 with the rook and have a very nice attack on the g file. But this didn't happen. Knight g3 on the board, and Alice quickly played knight e7.
By the way, this transposes to the line that we were trying to anticipate. Maybe the best move was knight g3 on knight e7.
Seems that way because knight on f5 was the most annoying piece for black, and knight e7 was required to play to offer a trade, and it's same as if knight dropped back after that. And let's catch with the current position. Knight's on g6, threatening a fork, bishop onto c1. Okay, so white managed to play e4. What's the conclusion? Is white better after e4?
Well, for the moment, if I will manage to play e5 here, but I think that white will be much better, because you cannot play knight h5. Actually, this is one of the advantages of the knight on g3, that in many lines you play knight h5, queen h4, and even rook e6 and rook g6. But here, like, those knights are fighting for the same square.
They are. And critical moment in this position. First time, by the way, Alice is thinking. As you can see, she's already spent 5 minutes in this position. What she can do is open up the center a little bit and maybe play on the c file. If I can quickly get rook c8, queen c7, and trade queens, then white's attack is completely gone.
So let's say rook c8, and if I play e5, just to try.
There are tactics, rook c1.
Wow, of course. You managed to
I managed to trick you.
Once
so you have to make like a prophylaxis move.
I have to do something.
And maybe let's play against the hanging pawns. This is a very sharp position. I might lose in 2 moves, or I might equalize in 2 moves. That's how sharp this position is.
Well, if I play e5, now you will simply take on e5, because the queen is not protected. Yes, so I cannot play this. I can play bishop g5 here. It's a very double-edged position. I agree with you, Nazi, and anything is possible.
Absolutely, anything can happen. We do have some other games, but nothing major happening between Stavrula and Divya. They're still in the equal position. I'll quickly show you the current position between Anna Muzichuk and Vachier-Lagrave.
And especially how they got there like a few moves before here.
It was this interesting moment here. White played knight f3, and Vachier-Lagrave played bishop c4 with a tempo. Yes, this is hanging, but so is the rook on f1. And you're thinking, can I just win the bishop with rook d1? There's also this in between move knight g5, threatening checkmate, but there's fun lines after queen takes g5, queen d4, and something like bishop d5. So Anna Muzichuk played the most principled move, rook d1, c5, c3. Looks like, again, black is about to lose the bishop, but it's all calculated. Rook e8, bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
Next move she can take here. We do expect this will fizzle out into a repetition.
After a forced line, yes.
Yeah, let's show that forced line. How did we get there? Was it rook e5?
Yes, rook e5 and bishop g2.
Black has this option to sacrifice a piece just for a couple of moves and then
bishop
go for
h6
perpetual. Yeah, you can't allow rook f8, then let me play for mate. So you play bishop h6, and then I have perpetual. So this is most likely to happen. And look at the time. Anna has 36 minutes, already spent almost a full hour in this game, while Vachier-Lagrave has gained time on the clock. Such a good prep. Is she showing her preparation for her upcoming World Championship match?
It could be. By the way, yes, she cannot reveal everything here. However, yes, I think that Anna is playing very precisely.
Yeah, Vachier-Lagrave is showing her prep today indeed, and Anna Muzichuk didn't manage to get any advantage. But we have a lot of exciting games going on. I'm going to keep my eyes on the Tang game and Carissa's game and Alice as well. Thank you for joining us. Now back to you at the Sinquefield Cup.
Five world-class events spanning 4 countries and 2 continents have all come down to this singular climactic event. The 2026 Grand Chess Tour Finals in St. Louis. Only 4 gladiators can emerge from this elite battle for chess immortality and the right to be crowned the 2026 GCT champion. Tune in to stlouischessclub.org August 22nd through the 27th, or visit America's chess capital in person to see chess history in the making.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. We had a Stump the Commentators question that we've been kicking around a bit, and should I go first? I was going to go. Well, please,
I think the correct answer, as we've established earlier today in the studio, is 11.
11? I didn't go. I think I'm going to go low with 9, not so low.
I'm going with 11. I just feel like over the years we've had a lot of U.S. players, and finally, Cristian, you're bringing up the last.
Well, you were saying that you were thinking about it during the break. I did not think a single second, and I just remembered that I have to, so I was trying to count them on my fingers. I'm going to go with 10. It's basically just a random number, but I do think we've seen about 10 players. Let's see which one.
9, 10, or 11?
I'm going to go with 9. Go with 10, sorry.
Sorry. Okay, and the drum.
Freedom.
There you have it. Kamsky, Nakamura, Darius Schwartz, Jeffrey Jean.
I missed Darius.
Schwartz.
Yes. And Darush.
Kamsky. How could I forget about Kamsky?
And don't forget about Hans Niemann as well. Very
Niemann,
very famous.
You have to go back in the day to Kamsky.
And as round 6, is underway, let's just remind everybody of our current standings. No games have been completed thus far, but we do know that Wesley has a huge game.
This is coming into the round. Wesley leading on +2, then 4 players chasing him on 3 out of 5. One of them is actually playing against Wesley today, and this is the game we're watching with bated breath, and Levon and Sevian on 2.5, and everybody else is in the minus.
And what's caught your eye so far here, Maurice, in round 6? It's Wesley.
The most impressive one is that game with Wesley and MVL, and very impressive, to be sure, the way MVL is just blitzing out his moves. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I know these lines, I know these structures. Structure in particular, and I think that point that Peter made, it's a huge point about learning structures. A lot of players want to memorize moves, but it's a deep understanding of structures that really make you elite player. And structures sometimes come from different opening lines. And we've seen that, of course, cross-pollination. So he's got a good position, and he's not looking like it's his turn to move. The way he's leaning back in his chair and kind of just got his head cocked to the side there, this doesn't look like a man who must win his next game and that he's deep in thought. I'm just kind of looking at the camera right now. What is this face?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's convinced he's winning. And Peter, he basically only has one idea: G3, H3, G4.
I was looking at that, and Wesley obviously understands. I'm pretty sure Wesley maybe even remembers the game I spoke to at length before the break, which is why the rook is on H7 and nowhere near the D file.
Right.
But the fact that the rook is on H7 and nowhere near the queen side made me think maybe we are interested in some rook D3, B3 to maybe soften up the queen side for the time being, and ask Black, do you want to play B6? Do you maybe want to play B5?
Right.
What is your reaction? I have a feeling the reaction is probably just chill and then go b6. I don't like b5 at all.
Okay.
b5, I think, allows white to at least experiment with some rook c3, bishop c5 ideas, which could become quite awkward. But I don't know how I'm supposed to exploit provoking b7, b6. We don't have rook a3 because the bishop on a7 controls that square.
Right.
Rook c3 can be, I think, comfortably met by king d7. We haven't really made any progress here.
Okay.
So I think what MVL is trying to figure out here is how am I breaking down this particular setup? It's interesting also that the engine really dislikes rook d1. It says that it was much stronger to go immediately with g3, g6, and king g2. But I think that's normally just a kind of a glitch because all of these positions end up looking exactly the same.
Yeah. And Cristian, jump in here with some thoughts of your own.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised by the relaxed nature of some of the moves of these players. And in particular, I'm looking at the game of Javokhir versus Fabiano, and we thought that it's going to be quite an intriguing battle. But right now, it's play on one goal, and it seems like Javokhir just made some laxed moves, and now he's in trouble because we have opposite color bishops with an extra pawn on the queen side, more or less, for black, and a very aggressive A pawn that's going to run down the board and is going to create some big problems for white. Also, that bishop landing on d3 and having those outposts deep into white positions. I just feel like Sindarov played a bit too careless in this one up to this point, and he might pay the price for that.
Wow.
And this seems like a free roll for black.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm not sure if it's genuinely very close to winning because I think obviously the pawn will get to a4. I don't think you can stop the pawn on a5. But I'm not sure if it progresses past the a4 square. I think it can and shall be blockaded there.
But it is a very unpleasant defense for white.
But yeah, we were very much of the opinion that Javokhir should treat pretty much every single game past the restart as a must-win.
Right.
Today does not feel like he is, in any kind of a rush, frankly. He played a line which could have led, as we mentioned. CD5, e5, bishop f4 is arguably maybe the sharpest way to play against the Rogozin these days, but only if black complies. If black plays knight e4, knight e6 in response, you will get positions which wouldn't be out of place in the 960 games.
Right.
Occasionally. But against very understandably a rock-solid response by Fabi. Fabi is doing very well in the tournament. He has no real need of mayhem, and comparing notes perhaps wasn't on the cards today. But yeah, obviously white is not worse by move 12 here, or by move 10, let's say. If we look at this position, I was mentioning that the engine goes knight h4. If the bishop goes back to e6, we occupy this diagonal, and this is the way the game has been progressing, I think, very nicely illustrates why you want this diagonal to be under control.
Right.
But yeah, he played a3 and then kind of drifted into this position which appears to have no winning chances for white whatsoever. And you can imagine some scenarios where you could be in trouble because apart from the fact that the a-pawn is going to march down the board, you could also maybe look at some ideas of like tying white up with the protection of the a-file and then maybe switching to playing on the king side. If you imagine, let's say, white having 2, maybe even 3 major pieces
I can imagine
on the queen side.
Javokhir playing f2, f3, rook f2, maybe on a good day, rook to b2 to b5. Yeah,
aiming a rook towards the b2 square, I think, is very, very relevant here because we have no access to the b1 square, and we do want to have something on the on the b5.
Yeah. All right, something to keep in mind there, Maurice.
One game that we haven't looked at in a bit is the game between Pragg and Levon.
Yes.
And we kind of liked Pragg's activity in his game, but Pragg backed down. Pragg said, I don't want to go for the sharpest moves possible. And in this position that we have on my screen here, the move e5 was clearly the absolute barn burner of a sharp move.
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
Right.
The move g5, possibly in response, bishop g3, bishop to e4, chasing the queen. And now you could take on c3, and then you could take on f3 if you want, and then plant a knight on the square and argue what? That you're okay as black? The engine still likes bishop takes. Now knight takes is no good because after you back up, knight d5, we could take this one and then start to play with initiative with the move h4. Black's king looks awful. White's king looks bad, but it can hide. But Black's king is definitely exposed. So that's a position. And there are other wild positions to play. I mean, he can also play very solidly with the move knight to d2 and just hold the center. But he decided to play another line, which surprises me. He just took back and gave back the e-pawn. And after the queen move, Levon said, what's not to like about my position? It is very solid for black. All these sharp, crazy lines we saw a moment ago, they're gone. They're history in this position. It is now a much more solid position where white is arguing that this c-pawn might be weak, but the d-pawn is isolated as well. Two bishops don't matter that much in this position. I gotta say, it looks like Prague may be thinking about the finals. Let's not get too crazy. I don't want to lose a game. We got a nice solid draw last game. Levon is playing some rambunctious chess. I don't know. This doesn't feel like the way to play for a win if you got the white pieces.
Thank you, Maurice. We are very, very pleased to have a very special guest in our studio, Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield, and she is with you, Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Jeannie, welcome to the show. Welcome to this beautiful new studio. There's a lot of things happening at the St. Louis Chess Club. Of course, we have the Sinquefield Cup, we have the Cairns Cup, named by your maiden name as well, and of course the expansion of this last year. Let's start with the expansion. Are you happy with what you're seeing? This is one of the best and biggest chess clubs in the world.
Well, it's great to get back in the building, you know, really getting back, and it's just amazing. I love the glass walls. I love of course, you can get sort of lost going from floor to floor.
Mm-hmm. But and I have to say, we're very happy as commentators here with the studio. What about yourself?
Yeah, this is beautiful.
It's absolutely.
It's amazing. I don't think anyone in the world has anything like this.
I tend to agree with you in that regard.
See, we're trying to get from being the U.S. capital of chess, right, to the world capital.
I think we've been the world capital of chess for quite a few years now. Jeannie, tell me about the Cairns Cup. This is the 6th edition. It's your brainchild. Tell me about it, how it came along, how it came to be, and how are you feeling about the 6th edition and having the best women's chess players on the planet here?
The club people came to me and said, maybe we should have a women's tournament. I said, sure. I mean, it's logical. And this is the first year we've played it together with the Sinquefield Cup.
And how are you feeling about the result?
Well, when we first started, what I was noticing was that there are more wins with the girls' tournament. So I was finding that in some ways the women's tournament was more interesting rather than having everybody get draws.
Absolutely. Let me put you on the spot. We have the best chess players, but of course our focus is also on American chess, and we have Carissa, we have Alice Lee, who is getting ready to go to college, but perhaps we can hold on to her into the chess world. Who do you think is going to win this year's competition?
You mean get the queens?
That one as well. That was my next question, yes.
Oh, like today, well, Tan is strong, so Clarissa, you know, you just don't know. About what I've learned a lot of times, you think someone is going to win, and then you just start looking at the numbers. I used to have this little database to say, what's the probability that someone could win, you know, given different times, you know. So there's a few who are still could.
Tell me about the Cairns Queens Award that you started a few years back. We've had Irina Krush being the first recipient of that, and now we're starting to get close to getting more.
Well, here's what here is what was happening. There's only 40 in the world female grandmasters, okay, and some of them are getting older. There's only one American in all of the Americans, so we're talking about you know, the U.S., Canada, South Africa, who's a grandmaster, okay? And I was just thinking, well, that's, you know, and then there's 2,000 guys who are grandmasters. So how do we get more grandmasters? So we went back on different things, and they were talking about, we'll fund, you know, coaches and, you know, all these different things. And I don't know, I just came up with ideas like, you get a goal because you set the goal.
Absolutely.
So any American female player, because we're, it's not that we don't enjoy the foreign players, but we just want to do ours. What I'm hoping is other countries will do the same.
And I have to applaud you because the incentive and the support that you're offering has in fact attracted so much talent here in St. Louis. I believe Carissa Ip has moved here, is training here with all the grandmasters that are around St. Louis, so it's definitely making a difference.
And the other thing is the talk. You got to listen to the girls talk. Somehow $100,000 if you become a grandmaster. Now instead of just playing in tournaments and doing well, they're looking to say, what do I have to do? Okay, I finally got an IM. What do I have to do? Well, okay, I got to get 3 norms and I'm 2,500. Well, that means I got to sort of look around for the tournaments that I could. A norm tournament has to have players from 4 different countries, and then it has to be a certain level to get the rank, sort of thing. So, like Clarissa, I think, got a norm by winning the Cairns Cup a little while back. So it's a very hard thing to do, but once, if you have a plan and you're sort of saying, well, you can talk to Clarissa. Hell, everybody I know knows how many norms Clarissa has. You know, Alice Lee has won, Anna Zakonsky has won, and they both go on over 2,500. Do you see what I mean? That means they're paying attention. You only get this goal, becoming grandmaster, by making all these things. And then the girls up down here are going to go, I'd like to win 100 grand, you know?
And this type of support and incentive spills into everything, and I might go even further and talk about the Olympic team as well, who has been improving year on out. And I think we got the first medal in 16 years. 2 years ago in 2024 in Budapest. So once again, thank you very much for your support. Now, another thing that you're very passionate about is the chess merit badge.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about that.
Okay, when we first started opening the club, we were going to bring in the World Chess Hall of Fame. And I don't know, for some reason I was in this funny thing, and I had been in scouting, you know, Boy Scouts, now Scouting America, for 40 years. So I called up a friend of mine who was on the national committee to approve new merit badges, and I asked her, you know, what was the chance of chess being approved, right? And she said, well, they were looking at 100, and that was at the bottom. So I said, I'll pay for the lunch. And so the National Boy Scouts approved chess as a merit badge. So the latest number was 335,000 scouts who've earned it.
Wow.
And now we have, the girls are in traditional scouts, you know.
Yeah.
So think about how many kids, and they have to play in tournament and teach someone else, do you see? It's not an easy thing to go to the chess merit badge, but we're spreading them everywhere. And what happens, they're going back to their schools and starting little chess clubs, or they're playing in tournaments at the chess camps. We got to grow our audience. What better to grow your audience when you get the kids here?
Absolutely, and this is what it means to work from the foundation up. Ginny, thank you very much for everything you do for the St. Louis Chess Club, the community, and chess as a whole, guys.
Oh, you forgot one thing.
Yes.
My little chess booklet, Learn to Read and Write Chess.
Absolutely. How could I have forgotten that? I translated that in Romanian.
You translated Romanian, okay. Yes. It's in, well, until yesterday, okay, there it is. It's available for free online, and you print it out. But yesterday I got the Tamil translation. Tamil is a country from India. The former world champion, Anand, speaks Tamil.
Okay.
And so we're up to 20 languages. It's being used in a refugee camp in Kenya because I have a Swahili version. So there's lots of interesting languages, and I get a few more people who I'm putting the pressure on.
I have a few languages for you.
Now, what languages
as well.
where you might get me?
I think I'm going to get you Turkish, perhaps.
Okay.
Norwegian. And I'll think about some other ones. Maybe Hungarian. Do you have Hungarian?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. We have three.
I may
right
get
off the bat.
Finnish and Polish and Italian. Get me up to 40, 30. Why not?
We'll try.
We're gonna, hey, this is how you, and we're in like all sorts of prisons, because they come with a paper chessboard, which you can legally send into a prison, paper pieces. So we're gonna, you know, find and grow there. These players everywhere.
Ginny, we're working on it. Guys, any questions for our distinguished guest?
Not so much a question, Jeannie, just an observation. You and Rex really know how to throw a great party. The game last night was really a lot of fun, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ginny, for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And as we continue our coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup, we are going to take a very, very short break and be back in just a few minutes.
Five world-class events spanning 4 countries and 2 continents have all come down to this singular climactic event, the 2026 Grand Chess Tour Finals in St. Louis. Only 4 gladiators can emerge from this elite battle for chess immortality and the right to be crowned the 2026 GCT champion. Tune in to stlouischessclub.org August 22nd through the 27th, or visit America's chess capital in person to see chess history in the making.
As you would expect, 10 years of the Grand Chess Tour has featured some of the most extraordinary chess and chess moments I've ever witnessed. It was 2014, the second Sinquefield Cup.
My name is Fabiano Caruana, and you are watching the Sinquefield Cup live in St. Louis.
Welcome to a recap of the 2014 Sinquefield Cup, the strongest chess tournament in history.
If you were to run 15,000 tournament simulations, I don't think you would get a single one that ended in the event as it did. Fabiano Caruana did what we would call a streak. He started with a win.
Italian Fabiano Caruana, who crushed Wesley of Bulgaria in the first round.
Another.
Before displaying an amazing pre-game preparation against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Another.
Carlsen sacrificed a piece only to see Caruana accept it and defend coolly and rebuff his attack.
Another.
And today he crushed Levon Aronian.
I think it's a great start, but I have to stay vigilant till the end. After the first 2 games, I was still thinking like, okay, don't, you know, you're having a good start, don't let it get in your head.
Fabiano's playing, he's playing proper chess.
You know, I have a great record against Fabiano, so I just have to beat him, basically.
That sets up a key round 5 matchup between tournament leader Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. He is off to an epic beginning.
The openings are going well, my opponents are getting a bit, like I'm maybe getting a bit in their head.
Commentators were asking, can this keep going on?
But it's all about fabulous Fabiano, the young Italian player winning yet another game.
He wins 5 in a row.
Couldn't have even dreamed that I would start with a perfect score. The result might not show it, but all the games have been difficult. But in any case, it's a fantastic start. I couldn't have imagined that I would do something like this. I think I didn't feel any real pressure because things were going so well that it was kind of impossible to mess up at some point. And also I had some luck on my side in certain like key moments, and just everything came together like that.
The whole of the chess world was buzzing. And 6 in a row.
Well, it's Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak, the Miami Dolphins' perfect season in '72, and now it's fabulous Fabiano Caruana with a 6-0 score, blitzing the field in an epic performance, one of the greatest in chess history.
I just want to play solidly the remaining games and just keep playing normal chess.
Then I can't believe it. 7 in a row.
As Vachier-Lagrave is still making moves in this position, clearly it's over.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable. Can he keep the streak alive?
Can you believe that you're 7-0 in this kind of tournament?
Yeah, it keeps getting weirder. that I keep winning, although I'm not really trying to go for anything like this. I'm just trying to play normally.
It was extraordinary. This was round 8. He's up against Magnus Carlsen, who he had previously won. It's a double round robin. Could Fabi go 8-8, 8 out of 8, perform a Bobby Fischer, win all of his games?
Even if he doesn't turn up for the last 2 games, it would be one of the great results of our time, and if he finishes in style, it will be one of the great results ever.
The end to his historic run, 7.5 out of 8. Oh man, an underachiever. Like, whoa, especially a draw against the #1 player in the world. I mean, come on.
I won the tournament, but it's still not over, and it's important to end on a high note.
He got the half a point. He's still in line for the greatest performance ever.
And a draw has been agreed. Wow.
It hasn't happened before or since. I've had like periods where things are really going well, almost everything's going well, but not to that extent that, you know, absolutely everything with almost no exception until my 8th round against Magnus, where still pretty much everything went well, just like you know, one, 2 moments in the game turned it into a draw. It's not like you have an ambition to get a result like that. You can't control it, and you know, if you get in that rhythm, it can happen. But I look back very fondly, of course, on all the games in that tournament. Yeah, I think it was really about everything just coming together at the right time. It's everything fit together. It was like a 1 in a billion.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable.
It would be one of the great results of our time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. We are in the thick of round 6, and Peter, as we were on break, we were looking at the game of Anish, Giri, and Jorden van Foreest, and a very aggressive knight g4 by Jorden. Said, "I'm ready to launch a kingside attack. What are you doing?" And what is
Jorden playing very
Anish
concretely.
doing?
He could have played slower for the time being. Queen e8 was definitely something you could consider, trying to get it over to the g6 square, where it will stand
good.
quite well. But I think he is having some
ambitions.
Ambitions, yeah. Rook e2 regrettably still exists. Otherwise, black is much better because f2 is hanging.
Right.
You can't ignore it altogether. And if you take on e4, this is a very, very big improvement for black. Some position like this, with a knight on g4 being fully ensconced, I think this is quite pleasant. But after rook e2, now I think the white is threatening to take on e4
twice,
all 3 times if allowed. d6, d5. Without the trade on e4 is not as attractive. White can play rook c1. The knight perhaps will return to f3 eventually. Okay. Or maybe even knight f1, f3 could be attempted at some point. I think knight g4 was maybe a little bit hasty. It's a kind of a testament to the kind of tournament Jorden is having. He wants things to start happening.
Right.
He has not had a particularly fun ride so far, and he is not willing to make patient, kind of slightly improving moves. But appears to be maybe a bit of a miscalculation, because there is no forcing response to rook e2 that I can see.
Okay. Oh, I was going a little bit ballistic, following in Jordan's footsteps and just wondering, there are any kinds of sacrifices on f2?
I don't see how that works. I think after takes, bishop takes b7 exists, but I think we're taking on f2. You can throw in ab3, I guess, to activate the rook on a8. But, but still, black isn't even that much worse because of how compromised the white's kingside is. But on the other hand,
why do this?
Why do this?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. Queen h5 and so on. All right, we're going to keep our eye on this game as Maurice, I'll throw it to you.
I'm checking out that game between Sindarov and Caruana, and certainly Javokhir is suffering. How you play like this with the white pieces right out of the opening, you're just worse. And Fabi just played f6, chasing the bishop back, saying, you've got nothing.
Right.
You have nothing to play for.
We're
just going to make you suffer. Maybe I won't win this game, but I'm not worried at all. I'm the only one with a real imbalance that counts. And it's that pawn on a5.
Right.
That pawn, if it ever starts going down the board, you can just tie up a white piece somewhere. It is true that it's difficult to get that pawn past a3.
Right.
But if you have to stop and look at that pawn, and then black decides to try to open up another front on the other side, that could be problematic. And that's going to be the plan, because you really cannot push through the pawn past a3 because of the dark square issue. This last move, f6, has chased the bishop back. The bishop is now very far away from a3. And it's this kind of position where black really is going to need to open a front on the other side eventually, which it looks like he can do. And I think Cristian has some thoughts on the matter.
Well, I just want to show you guys a pretty cool maneuver to try to basically stop what white wants to do in this position with the last move, rook to a2 for white. It's pretty obvious what white is trying to do, and that is to triple down on the a file and really stop that a pawn from moving. And black can do something very cool, and that is, sure, you're going to go either bishop to f or bishop to g3. Let's say bishop to g3 for argument's sake. And now, a very cool move. I'm not going to go bishop to d3 because that would allow rook to a1, and now it's not like you're going to gain that pawn on a5, but it's going to make it much more difficult for me to push that pawn from a5. So what I'm going to do, I'm in fact going to attack your rook first with bishop to b1. If you stay on a3, then I'm just going to keep this bishop on b1, basically stopping you from achieving your dream square. Let's call it a dream square. Of course, nothing really changes in the position, but at least your defense is made more difficult with that bishop on d1. If you go after bishop to b1, let's say rook to a1, then I just simply go bishop to d3, rook to e1, and again, I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Whenever you're getting ready to set up for the tripling down on the a file, whoops, I'm going to cover that up with bishop to b1 and gain that extra tempo. So I think it's a really cool maneuver just to stop white from achieving his purposes in this position. Again, it's really tough to make any progress for black as well. It's not easy, and Fabi is going to work for a very long time if he wants to get something in this position. But he's the one enjoying life right now. Sindarov with the white piece is not only that he didn't get anything out of the opening, he's right now worse, and he's going to be suffering.
Thank you, Cristian. In fact, we did have rook f7, but I really liked your suggestion of bishop b1, just to kind of wrong foot Javokhir's major pieces. Peter, throwing it back to you, you have some interesting insights.
Plenty, but I would like to talk to Maurice first.
Okay.
Thanks, Peter. There is one game that I got to say, again, just makes us wonder, what is he playing for? Prague, we know. His chances of getting into the finals, 99.4%.
Excellent.
Is he playing just those numbers? Because what he's doing against Levon, Levon is just equalizing easily and even pushing him a little bit. In this position, Prague played rook to d1. That move says, don't play c5. And as my great friend Willie Johnson says, the worst thing you could do is play a move to stop your opponent from playing a move. And then they play it anyway.
Right.
And he played rook d1 and said, you're not playing c5, just stop for a second. And Levon said, yes, I am. I'm not worried at all. You take me. I can just move my queen out the way, either there or to a5. Your c-pawn is dropping, and I got zero worries. Just literally zero worries. He could have played like this. Instead, he castled. And now Levon played a very nice maneuver. Takes, looks like a pin, but it's not. Because he could solve the problem in one move with the move knight to e5. And look, black should not be playing as rambunctious as this. Why are you styling and profiling on me? I thought I had a position. I thought I had you pinned. I thought I had space. And suddenly it's black, who's just casual as ever, cool as the other side, as the pillow, as the late, great Stuart Scott used to say. And it's just great for black. Black has no worries whatsoever. And white has to, let's not overstate the case. White's not worse by much, if at all. But white's got zero. White just has nothing. And now Prague is looking to make sure he doesn't get in any trouble.
I want to defend my former ward's honor here a little bit and say that It's not that he's playing unambitiously today. I think he just believed that everything Levon is doing is home prep and quite well analyzed. Because if Levon played slightly slower, I think after bishop b4 he would be a lot more interested in both knight d2 and d5. But if you think this is all extremely well home cooked, you probably choose something that is a bit safer.
It's the practical choice, and I think he sort of understands, and he probably doesn't even harbor that many hopes to getting an advantage in this position. I think he's, I wouldn't call it happy with a draw, Pragg that is, but content at this point.
Content, nice word. We've reached that point in our show that we like to take a look at, statistically speaking, who's going to win, and we have pie charts to tell us how it all is shaking out. Peter.
This is pre-tournament with the usual 15,000 tournament simulations run by our statistician Ben Underwood, and Fabi a solid favorite, 5 percentage points above Sindarov and a full 10 percentage points above the winner of the previous classical tournament of the tour this year, Vincent Keymer. Notably, all three of them have four blacks and 5 whites in St. Louis. And we're not going to go through every single round. This is a situation after round 5 prior to the rest day. Well, Wesley, understandably, in a dominant position there on 43.5% chance of winning. Fabi is still favored over the 3 people he is tied with. Once again, feels mildly insulting to MVL to be even below 10% despite being tied for second. But
I'm a little surprised that Wesley has such a high percentage because of how these two players match up, as we've seen in their head-to-head. It's actually a 6-1 victory advantage for Maxime, and he's got the white pieces today. Didn't our statistician take it into account that
I'm sure he
with
I'm
a
sure
win,
MVL
leapfrogs? This is amazing. Only, gosh, 10%. 6 wins for Maxime, 1 loss, and 26 draws. These two players know each other very well. Speaking of this game, jump in and tell us what's going on between
There's been
Maxime
some
and Wesley.
developments in that game, and they sort of invalidated some of the talking points we were so excited about previously in the position. I think we left this game for the last time on air somewhere around here, and I was talking about the ideas of rook lifts to d3 and b3. MVL began by playing a to a4.
Okay.
It's unclear if a4, a5 is genuinely a threat, but it might be, because if you fix the pawn on b7, rook d3, b3 obviously gains a great deal in strength. Wesley says, no, I'm not ignoring this, and goes b7, b6.
Okay.
I was actually, in the break, I was looking into the idea of perhaps playing a4, a5 straight away and meeting b5 with rook d3.
Okay.
And it's actually not that straightforward for black to react to, because whatever you do, you will probably have to make some concessions. There is bishop b4 here, which is a playable move. Maybe c6, c5 might be a playable move. But once again, whenever you force black to move something on the queen side, it potentially opens up some new avenues of attack. And black might have to make an extremely ugly move b5, b4 here just to stop us from getting rook c3, and could still hold, because we're kind of running out of squares to attack the black structure from.
But I start to get a little nervous.
Yeah,
when I
absolutely.
Have to play
But MVL played c2, c4 instead, and this is bringing us back to my anecdote about the Wang Yue games, because now with the pawn on c4, we
the bishop ending.
Yeah, we progress quickly to here, which is the current position, and I have a feeling you can now play rook d7. I wouldn't want to stake my entire life on it, but I have a feeling you can play rook d7. And just say, I will grimly defend the kind of a position I was talking about, because you've already committed to c2, c4.
And the crazy part is that this position is that after rook d7, Wesley just waits for white to play g4, f5, gets on all the breaks, and that says, congratulations, you have a passed e-pawn, which I'm going to firmly blockade.
Yeah, you eventually get, once again, not that, no.
Just, h3.
Yeah, and slowly, but not that slowly. I will try to speed the process up. We go for. Another question here, honestly, is why is king f7 losing? But we're going to ignore the fact that this move exists, and we're going to just progress happily towards this position, which, as you can see on your screen, just says 0, 0, 0, despite white seemingly playing a full pawn up.
Yeah, visually, I mean, we're thinking to ourselves, I've achieved enormously marvelous things. I've got a passed pawn 2 squares away from promotion, but the king on e8 is simply not budging, and you're not making a zugzwang.
Yeah, and this one turns out to be holdable, and I think this has been established all the way back to in the late aughts.
Wow.
So I'm a bit curious about the decision to play c4 this early.
Well, for Wesley, it would be huge for his chances of victory if he should draw this game. I look at the clock times. It's rather a significant one, advantage on the clock, I mean to say, for Maxime, but the position looks pretty good.
If this position was sharp, wild, lots of content,
you'd be going
then I'd say, oh, that clock matters, but it does not feel that way. Very nuanced type endgame position. There are other games, though, that do have the full richness that may have the clock matter, and I'm starting to sense that this round may be about the clocks that we saw back, I think it was round 2.
You're right.
We saw 4 wins, all because of blunders and time pressure. Right. We may not see 4 here. It looks like a couple of games will peter out. But there are definitely games that seem so full of fight that the times will matter. It's not exactly at this moment, but I'm going to give it about 30 to 40 minutes, and we're going to see issues begin to emerge. One game that has that is this game between Sam and Vincent. Look at the clock times here. 50 minutes to 34 minutes on the clock. They're on move 18. It's virtually the opening. I mean, okay, we're kind of entered a middle game, but how rich is this chess position? I mean, there's just so much going on. And the Incr gives the #1 move as G5. If you're going to play this move, it's going to require some thinking. You're not just going to drop it on the board, even if you're attracted to it. You don't just want to compromise your king position that cleanly. So that's one issue. Another issue, the game between Jorden and Anish. Now this game, they are pretty balanced as far as the clock is concerned, but there are plenty of chess pieces on the board. It's pretty equal-ish, this position, and it looks like Anish just played his rook back.
to E1.
So he may be inviting a draw.
He wants to resume the fight for the open A file. He wants to play rook A1.
I get the rook to A1 as well.
Yeah.
Okay, this one is fairly balanced, though rich in content. 20 moves in 45 minutes. They're basically at the halfway point. No real disparity on the clock. So this may not, depending on how white handles this may not get into critical time pressure territory. Another game full of content is this one, Sindarov versus Caruana. And yes, it's even on the clock, 22 moves in, but there's going to be some kind of explosion. You see this E4 move is what white wants, somehow sacrificing the pawn to get this one so he can have pawns rolling as well. Don't look at the opposite colored bishop position. There's just enough imbalances here, especially with this passed pawn. That means that this is going to be tricky, and they have very concrete issues to worry about. We'll see how this one goes. There are a couple of games I said, the Vachier-Lagrave game we looked at, but this finally Prague's game against Aronian. This one I think will be one that they'll manage the clock pretty easily, and this will flow quickly towards a draw and the move played on the board. All right, as soon as I said that, the engine said, we don't like that last move, knight e4.
Really?
Very aggressive looking move, threatening to crack the pawn structure on f6. And Levon now coming back. He could apparently just ignore what's happening on the f6 square and allow his castle position to be compromised in such a way and say there's nothing over there. I know a lot of us would say, wait a second, what is going on that side?
G5.
And in fact, after knight to e4, he has gone more aggressive with the move G5, just spanking it down on the board. Don't just play games with Levon. He's definitely a fighter, and going into this fighting position with Praggnanandhaa, maybe I spoke too soon. This might still have some content that's going to be worth looking at. But certainly, I think the clock will feature in at least 2 games in this round.
Thank you, Maurice. And Peter, pick up that Praggnanandhaa because I see that you
G5 is very
you spotted a chance to win a piece.
Well,
potentially.
not exactly. And I want to start by saying that Levon, interestingly, and this is the same motif here, you could actually, instead of queen e7, play queen a5, once again inviting white to take on f6, and bishop takes f6 appears to be a pretty serious mistake. The engine very much likes this position for black, despite the broken up king side, because eventually the white pieces will start getting pushed back, and this is quite nice. Of course, you're not obliged to go bishop takes f6 at all. I think moves like knight c3, e4 here probably still equalize. But after queen e7, knight e4, rook a8 was interesting, but g5 here, you after pretty much forced bishop g3, you could play knight f6 and then bishop g3, but I think bishop g3 is fine. Takes, 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 takes. You can play rook a8 here and probably equalize reasonably comfortably, but I think Levon is intending to play f7, f5, trying to get the pawn to f4. And the only thing that maintains balance here is rook takes b4, queen takes b4, bishop d6. Black does get to win a pawn on the queen side by taking on b2. But the queenside structure is compromised enough that I think white probably makes a reasonably comfortable draw here. I don't think positions like this are won very often with black.
But a two-result game, wouldn't you say? You know,
I think
Levon will be happy.
Frankly, 1.5 result game.
1.5 result.
I don't think white loses very many of these.
Okay, won't debate the point, but Cristian, sending it to you.
Quick update on this game between Anish, Giri, and Jorden van Foreest. I think we left it off after this move rook to e2, and we were saying, hey, look, black is committing these knights to attack the king side for white, but white has this nice move rook to e2 that just solidifies everything on that side. Let's see how it continued. After that, rook to e2, take on b3. Black is looking at opening up the a file for his rook to infiltrate, but guess what? White has its own ideas as well, and especially after this last move, knight to f1, because you need to be careful. I'm looking at this fork right now. Fork is coming with the move f3, and there is no knight on d2 that you can swap your knight, one of the knights for. So knight to f1 comes with a threat in this position, and of course he is about to react right now. He did, knight to f6, jumping back. And now we have rook to e1, and I'm seeing very often ideas such as, okay, let's start exchanging the pieces. And I will have a question for you at the end of this whole sequence. Very often we're entering this type of situations where white has to commit to that move f3, kick away the knight is going to drop back, and white will continue gaining more and more space in the position. You have the two bishops, the position is still closed, but you do have the potential of opening it up at the later stage in this game. Imagine, let's say after knight to f7, this knight maybe is going to come to h2, this bishop is going to come to h3, and then at the right moment I'm going to start pushing this pawn to g4 and creating some tension in against the pawn on f5. So you see this type of ideas and you understand, sure, the engine is saying triple zeros in the position, but white seems to have the only ways in which he can change the character of the position. I'm a little bit worried for Jorden. His clock is ticking down, 39 minutes. He's not feeling good about his tournament. Anish is not feeling good about his tournament either. So this is a battle between two wounded players. But which one will be able to outplay the other? And again, don't get fooled by the engine and the engine saying triple zeros. I think this position has some venom in it for black.
Thank you, Cristian. Venom, I like that.
You never have to, oversell me on the bishop pair. I will always take the side of the bishop pair, even though our bishops in the position you just showed, they are currently very restricted, and it's not much. And the fact that the engine doesn't give white any advantage is not a huge surprise. But I am pretty much always picking white there. Yeah. Long term. Maurice.
Speaking of the bishop pair, there's a position I have in front of me with Sam Sevian and Vincent Keymer that features a sacrifice that was inspired by one of my favorite players, Mikhail Tal, and another incredible player, Vasily Topalov. And Topalov used to play these positions where he would just sack an exchange, and you'd say, did he just sack out of nowhere? And take a look in this position. The last move, instead of g5, Vincent played bishop to e4, kind of saying, just chase my bishop, please. I'm going to compromise your structure in some way. And white could play solidly with the move h4, but again, I was inspired by the names I just told you and wondered, what if I sack an exchange here? Because, you know, it's not my chess position. It's theirs. I can just analyze. And play with bishop to c4. How do you handle this situation? Well, the engine very clearly says, yes, actually, this is not bad, except for one move. We're going to give you the bishop pair with bishop takes. I'm happily take it. Now look what I've got. You got to move your rook. I'm going to take your b pawn. Your structure falls apart. I'm getting great compensation. And the engine laughs the way AI might and plays the move b5. And suddenly you have to give pause. The b7 pawn that I was trying to pick off is now on b5. If you take on b8, well, an intermezzo with takes on c4 is hitting the bishop as well, and I've got to pray that I can survive this position after queen takes on b2. The answer is not likely. So that means that after b5, I have to play a true bishop pair position, capture here, and go win the e-pawn. Now, winning this e-pawn, you cannot play the move f5, will give two fantastic bishops if I can get it that easily. It turns out that e3, gifting the e-pawn, followed by simply sidestepping with the king. And here I might evaluate and say, you know, I may not be doing too badly. Turns out black doesn't have any trouble here. And in fact, black is up in exchange with all kinds of chances. This knight will find d5 or g6. This queen will find g5. There's no real pressure. And if you try to just win your pawn, let's say with rook takes, then suddenly you end up in this position where your bishop gets trapped. So you cannot get the material back immediately. This is enterprising, fanciful analysis from the creative mind of Maurice Ashley, inspired by Tal and Topalov. I'm trying to justify why I went for this madness, by the way. And there's no way I would expect that move to land on the board. But it's worth calculating, I would say. Come on, guys, work with me.
Yeah, no. I mean, rook takes e4, bishop c4. I didn't see the move b5. If not for the move b5, I'd be very intrigued.
We'd be interested, yeah. And in the meantime, breaking news in the game between Anish and Jorden. And once again, Jorden feels like he is really trying to force matters today, but maybe doing it in a way that is not that great. He just played g7, g5, which I think makes sense strategically.
It is tempting, though.
Yeah, but regrettably for him, after f3, knight d6, c5, maybe we throw in h g5, h5, actually, maybe this is even better. White can play c5, knight goes somewhere,
F7.
I don't know, e8, f7, and your pieces are now on such poor squares that white can immediately break in what seems to be the strongest point of black's position with e3, e4, and if you, there's c5, c6, this is the point, I didn't really realize it originally. We have the inclusion of c5, c6 on tap. And then f takes e4, and the black position just falls apart. So knight f7, e4, black is already in quite serious trouble. The engine says maybe you have to play g5, g4, continuing to fight fire with fire and trying at least to give yourself a g5 square for the knight. But this is now kind of panic stations for black. c6, bishop c8, let's say e takes f5, e takes f5, f takes g4. Your position is completely disjointed. The bishop is about to actually rejoin the game via the very good c1, f4 squares. g5 is just, this ain't it, chief, yeah.
And this is what I was seeing in the position a couple of moves ago. Before he played the move g5 again, a neutral-looking position, but in which white has these ideas of trying to open up his bishops. Guess what? Jorden is forcing white's hand to open up the bishops, and that's just really, really bad form because, as you just pointed out, f3, c5, gaining the space, and with the pawn on g5 compared to the pawn on g7, it's night and day. The difference, because that queen is going to start looking on that diagonal, jumping towards g6, getting to the black king. This is bad news right now for Jorden, a very, very perilous decision.
And if the bishop on b2 wakes up, that might just be curtains. Goodness. So, yeah. You can understand where he's coming from. He's having a really poor tournament. He badly wants to win a game somewhere.
Right.
You don't really want to kind of continue playing safely and try to coast to -3. That's not an enjoyable thought.
No.
But G5 is not really, it doesn't really belong in this position just yet.
F3 is an important move, though.
Yes.
If you don't play F3, if you start by taking on G5 first,
Yeah,
perhaps
Black will
we can show
correct
that on your
themselves,
screen. Knight takes G5, and now it's back to square one. You don't really have good ways to open up the position as white. If you go F4, try to kick the knight away, I get the E4 square forever. So that's not something that you want as white. Start with F3, take on G5, open up the H file, and more importantly, just gain more and more space, and at the right moment, strike in the center with that E4.
And opportunity knocking here for Anish. I know nothing has actually changed between Wesley and Maxime. I just wanted to note that Wesley did offer the trade of rooks, and intriguingly,
yeah, Maxime
it was
said
declined.
no. Maxime said no and played bishop d4, but now he is sort of tied up. It's very difficult to figure out how you're making any progress. Let's say we go king f7. I guess we can go g3, h3, and improve like this, but eventually you will have to start. On the other hand, Black also probably cannot force the rook trade in a way that you would like. I really don't think you want to play c5. Although, interestingly, he's gone b5. b5 does make a lot more strategic sense, I think.
Okay.
b5, white probably meets it with b3 because
why
MVL not even wasting any time on that decision. And now we shuffle. And the big question is, we shuffle, and eventually white gets, let's just make stupid moves along the g file and give white all they want.
Right.
Rook d8, and white gets g4 in.
Well, this is the moment that I start to worry as black. Not panic, but rook h3.
Yeah.
And rook h7 is not.
Yeah. Interestingly, now that we've gotten, like, when the event horizon reaches this far,
okay,
machine starts saying this is a draw now.
Even provoking the pawn
I
to c5.
think now that the way to draw this will be we will play king f7, and then we will allow you to play f5, and we will not take on f5. I think taking on f5 twice probably loses now, but we can just go, let's say, c7, c6, and quite happily allow you to play f6 because you just can't get around the king on f7.
Right.
I'm not even entirely sure how it loses with the pawn on c2, how it would have lost in that game between Yakovenko and Wang Yue, but it definitely doesn't lose here. Because
the pawn's on c4.
Yeah, the queen side has been completely calcified, and you just can't make a run around the king on f7. You can put the pawn on f6, and black is basically playing without the king at all, but it's irrelevant if the queen side is untouchable.
From the openings to the end games, quite remarkable. Thank you, Peter. As we turn it over to you, Maurice, and what's caught your eye?
Well, explosive things going on in the game between Pragg and Levon, and Levon just quickly saying, I got this. I'm not worried at all. After the bishop g3 move, knight takes on c4, knight f6 check played. He did not wait for black to play knight takes on e4, as you mentioned, Peter. And after rook takes, Levon said, I'll look around once, look around twice. So, give me the pawn. I'm just going to take it. And show me what you have here, because you're currently just down a pawn. The move queen h5 is interesting, attacking the pawn on h6, and surprisingly, the engine says, I don't care about that pawn at all. Let's go for these trades here. Takes, and takes on h6 is entirely playable, but after the move bishop to d2, protecting the pawn, black is the one now saying, I got this a pawn I might take. I might play the move rook to c1. Hey, what's happening on your back rank? You better start thinking about making sure this position is entirely equal. And be careful how you play. A move like h4 might see the move rook c5 land on the board. And here, it's not clear that black has anything, but white might look like white has something with the airy king. This queen can always come back, by the way, and guard that side of the board. So black is perfectly fine. Levon staring his opponent down with that weakened king side and saying, I'm not afraid at all. And I think he's correct not to worry. This position looks perfectly fine for black.
And giving up that h6 pawn, I'm not sure about that one, Peter, but there you have it.
We can take a look at it for a moment there. I think if you...
you work so hard to win the pawn on b2, no?
Yeah, if you decide to hang on to the pawn, like, your move would be kind of awkward. You will have to play king g7 or king h7. Which one do you prefer?
King h7. Let's just throw it out there.
But now after h2, h4, your king side is under severe pressure because you failed to deal with the threat to the... Like, your queen is still tied down to the protection of the bishop pawn before. I think this is why rook c8 was so important. You can't really get rid of this attacker.
Exactly.
But you should, and you, I think, maybe must even, to get rid of this one.
Gotcha.
King h7, h4, engine says we are in deep, deep trouble here with black because there are no comfortable ways of dealing it. Like, you might think bishop b7 is okay, but then after rook c7, the attack kind of plays itself, not rook c6, though. Rook c6 would be a bit strange, but rook c7, let's say queen f6. And you have to play very precisely. You have to, like, white is doing well, but white is doing really, really well if they find the move queen e2, creating a massive threat of bishop b5, which is very difficult to face, actually.
Wow.
So I think you can't. I think you get to the move rook c8 when you realize that being greedy just does not work here, whatsoever.
Queen h5.
Yeah, we're expecting queen h5. Queen g4, shockingly also somewhat playable, but I don't think anybody chooses queen g4 over queen h5.
By the way, Anish has played the move f3. Yes. He didn't follow it up with rook f7, rook a1, pardon me, but he did follow it up with c4, c5.
This is what we were looking at. c5 followed by e4. This is exactly the line we were...
After knight f7.
After knight f7 or knight d8, it doesn't really matter where the knight goes. e4 is very, very strong.
If you could pull that up on
Absolutely.
your board.
We are here. Jorden is looking for a square. The engine says knight d8 perhaps slightly stronger than knight f7 to grimly protect everything in this position with knight g7. But it's so difficult to play like this because you are switching to kind of all-out defense after something like takes bishop c1. You are kind of grimly hanging on with knight fh5. But this is an
exciting position, though. Maybe the most interesting position with the bottom. Unfortunately, at the bottom board, this one should be a thriller to continue to watch.
Let's pause our analysis and send it over to bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup with Almira and Nasi. Nasi, I send it your way.
Thank you, Yasser. And we already have one result in today's round. Almira, tell us what happened.
Nazi, we have breaking news. Anna Muzyczuk drew Vaishali Ramesh Babu in a theoretical duel. So Anna made her 6th draw in this tournament.
Perfect score for Anna. Well, but we do have a lot of action going on many other boards. I'm going to start with Carissa Ib against Bibisara Subaeva because wow, it's fireworks what's happening on their board. So I'm going to continue from where we left off last time. As you can see, they're seated and Bibisara looks like she's in deep think.
Nazir, did you know that those two have met each other for the first time in St. Louis many, many years ago? They were teenagers.
When they were kids,
yes. When they were kids. And actually, Bibisara told us that she still remembers the games from this tournament. So let's have a look at the position.
Of course, chess players, we don't forget our own games. Oops, my bad, I jumped forward. After g5 in this position, Bibisara decided to create some activity on the king side. As we talked about a Chikun castle here without consequences, so she decided to go play aggressively. But Carissa made all the logical moves. Knight d4 sacrificed the pawn on c3, but guess what? Opening up c-file works in her favor. She played a3 first to protect the pawn on b4. Rook c8, kicked the queen back, and now rook c1. Again, hard to find good moves for black. Of course, you can't castle because the pawn on h5 is hanging. You already lost the ability to castle long, so what do you do with the king? Well, at this point, you have to just accept that king's going to stay in the center.
Nazi, you know, I wanted to try the move queen d8. Something
in this
like
position?
This. Yes, but then I thought that white can try rook f3 and take on e6, bishop g6 mate. Yes.
Nice checkmate. Absolutely. So many ideas here for white. Bibisara played rook h6.
That's why
maybe in a way she's protecting the pawn on e6, and maybe she will, fake castle with king f8, king g7. But here Carissa played this great move, knight to b5, and I was expecting a follow-up like knight d6 check. Yes, we're giving up our very good knight for the passive bishop, but look at this pawn on d6. It completely splits black's position in half, and we have two bishops, black's king still in the center. Just great long-term compensation for that pawn.
Maybe Carissa was not sure of how big the advantage is in this position, so she kept this dangerous knight on b5.
Also, she keeps the option to go play this later.
Yes, and after bishop b3, rook c1, let's say, queen c1.
So this is the current position. Sarah is thinking, if she takes, we take back.
What is black's next move?
Maybe h4,
Then bishop
q to h2, and I'm going to go to the g7 with the king.
Oh, and I think that Carissa wanted to control the c file. She wanted to play maybe rook c3 and then rook c7.
This looks deadly. Even though we're not trying to checkmate the king anymore, we have such huge advantage on the queen side now with the complete control of the c file. So many weaknesses in black's position, and black pieces are not happy.
And can Bibisara actually take the pawn on e5? I dismissed
right?
it immediately, yes, but okay. It's a second pawn, by the way. White has to prove that this initiative is very dangerous. So.
And if I go rook c7, attacking the knight.
Yeah, attacking the knight and then threatening rook e7.
Yeah, a lot of threats,
Bishop
maybe.
f6, yeah,
Okay.
and then knight d6 maybe, yes.
Oof, yes, and everything is hanging. b7, f7, it's just
Game over.
completely dominating position for Carissa. So after bishop b3, we're not sure what Bibisara needs to play to keep the game going. We love Carissa's position and think it's objectively close to winning.
Yes, and look at their clocks. 40 minutes for Carissa, and Bibisara is down to her last 24 minutes. It means that time trouble is already there because she will spend some time. Maybe she will come up with king f8, and she will try to hold this position. But we know that Carissa's initiative is very dangerous.
Absolutely. I'm going to move on to a different game. Quickly show you the game between Stavrula and Divya. It's a very balanced position from start to the current position. I think they're playing with 99% accuracy. That's why we have such an equal position. As you can see, let me update my position. Here we are. Last move was played d4 by Divya, and now Stavrula can take with either pawn or the knight on d4, but it's not an extra pawn. Knight comes to b3, and this pawn will be taken back. 4 knights on the board. Everything's going to come off eventually. Very equal position.
Maybe Divya can continue with rook e4. Let's say, and if you will double your rooks on the d file, I want to play knight e3 and trade the knights.
Yeah, maybe I don't have to double, and instead I can play queen c6 with some tactical ideas.
So if I play knight e5...
It's awkwardly placed rook on e4, right?
But okay, let's say, where do you go?
Yeah, I'm going to put on d5, and I like black's active pieces, actually, so white needs to be a bit careful, maybe, to not give black so much activity.
But queen c6 is a very precise move because it stops knight e3. I think that if I will manage to trade this knight, then white will be better.
This we're talking about this knight trading for the f5 knight. All right. Not too much excitement yet in this game. Let's jump to Tanjongi, our tournament leader, against Alexandra Kostyanyuk. When we left here, it was still early in the game and looked like Alexandra lost castle, but doesn't seem like Tan managed to make the most of it. In this position, she was supposed to trade the bishops on a6. It's not easy, though, to understand the nuances. Play rook d1. We also lost castle. But eventually, maybe play queen e2, and for some reason, Engine prefers this endgame over the current position. Tiny nuances, not clear to human eye. She played knight b3, traded queens this way, king comes to e2. And yep, Tan is playing against this weak pawn on c6, but is it enough to win the game?
Well, first of all, it's enough from a psychological standpoint because Tan is leading the event. If she makes a draw, she's getting closer to the title, and she can play this position forever. By the way, okay, let's say Black will...
Alexandra just played g6.
Okay, she just played g6. So what can we do here?
I think if you want to play for a win, maybe try to play a 4, get e5 square for yourself. And like you said, Almira, I think she will play this game for a long time and just keep pressure on Alexandra for next 50 moves and hope that she makes a mistake.
And Alexandra still has this knight on a6, because that's the whole problem. You need to bring it into play. But every time you try and play knight c5, I think there is a small tactical idea, and then you can win the pawn on c6. So
not that easy for Alexandra to improve
timing
that
is crucial here.
All right, and I'm going to jump to the 4th game that we have in progress. That's between Hampi Conero and Alice Lee. Very crucial game and kind of a crazy position. As I jumped to it, I just saw that Alice made a big mistake. This was the position she should have played knight e5 and tried to blockade the central pawns. Instead, she took the pawn on a3. Yasser would be proud. She grabbed the pawn. But looks like after simply knight h5, which actually might not be the best move, even, okay, bishop c1 is the engine suggestion, but I don't expect bishop c1 to be on the board. I'm going to go with knight h5. I'm going after your king. Yes, you have 2 extra pawns on this side, but those pawns are far away. They're not promoting. What do you do about the king? Do you take another pawn?
If I take, I suppose that you want to sacrifice. Yes?
Exactly. I'm just going to show some lines that can happen very quickly. Bishop h6, your king starts walking in the center, and I'm just picking up everything with checks and winning the game. This move knight a3.
I've noticed there was another tactical idea after knight h5, knight e4. I'm not sure if I'm losing immediately, but let's say knight g7. Can I play knight f2? Then I will take on e1 and check, yes, and then take the knight.
Do you want to also include queen d5 with the check?
Queen
Sure.
d5.
Maybe this is a better version of what I was showing, but
So can I take here?
but still, I think your king is getting mated. If you go to h5, I've got queen h4 checkmate. If you go here, I've got mate in 1.
Yes, I can.
And if you walk to f6, I don't believe you'll survive. Maybe just take the knight, if nothing else.
Queen h4, maybe. No.
This is just absolutely crushing. So Alice must have some idea after knight h5. Maybe she wants to take the knight and... Okay, no immediate threats, but it's coming. Rook g1 and a lot of checkmating threats about to happen. So if the pawn wasn't on d5, she would easily lift the rook and defend everything. But with this pawn, how do you use your major pieces to defend the king?
You need the knight, so you need to bring it into the defense. So knight c4, but...
Might be a little too slow, right? You can't even go to e5.
And if I play f6, are you planning on sacrificing again?
Not yet. I think I'm just going to double on g-file.
Okay. So queen f7.
And white's only down 1 pawn for this position. Maybe put the queen on f5.
But now I brought my knight to e5.
Okay, that's something, right? Black achieved something, but after rook g1, I'm still threatening here. You'll probably go rook c7 and bishop h6. I think everything's fallen.
Yeah, this might be it, because g6 is met with rook g6.
Yes.
Let's just check this line.
Let me show where the checkmate is. King goes to h8.
It's not easy by that. Queen h5.
Bishop f4. Bishop f4. I'm going to drop back with the tempo and threaten queen h5 and rook h6. Yeah. Black is just collapsing. And Hampi Conero has not won a single game yet in this event. She's at -1 score, which means 4 draws and 1 loss. If she takes down Alice Lee, who's having a great tournament, that would shake up the standings completely.
Yeah, Nazi, and those two have only played each other 1 time. Last year in the Cairns Cup, the game was drawn. So Hampi was looking forward to this game with the white pieces against Alice. So, and I think her opening choice
worked out.
And we all know that Alice was prepared.
Yes, until move 20, I think Alice gained time on the clock. She didn't spend any. But then I was telling you, Almira, during the break that this is such a delicate opening with the black pieces. I had a heartbreaking loss against Irina Krush and kind of gave up on this line because one tiny inaccuracy and black's position collapses so fast. So if Hampi goes for knight h5 here, she's very close to winning this game.
So Nazi, as Peter would say, the suspense is killing me in this position because
but look at time.
Yes, exactly, because Hampi has only 12 minutes left.
Okay, that is Alice's chance, right? Because they're on move 28. There's still 12 moves to make until the time control where they get additional 30 minutes. Hampi only has 12 minutes to find all the great attacking moves. Yes, they're natural moves, but she has so many alternatives that I'm sure she's calculating.
Yeah, so let's say we try knight h5 one more time, and then maybe something more active as knight c2.
Knight c2 with the tempo.
Change?
I think I'm ignoring that just to show if you take on e1, I should have a checkmate here with rook g7 and bishop h6. I haven't calculated, but I'm sure it's there. If you go king f6, I have queen g5. And if you go this way, of course, this is a famous pattern. And you don't even have a single check. And I'm checkmating on the next move. So many fun ideas in this position. And if Hampi chooses knight h5, Almira, I think Alice is in huge trouble.
Yes, but Alice is very resilient, and she needs to find one defensive resource in this position.
But we're struggling to find it with the help of engines, so she's really in tough spot right now. But we'll see what happens.
She's playing better.
She needs to play better than the engines right now to survive this game. Well, thank you for joining us. We'll keep you posted. Now back to you at the Sinquefield Cup.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. Let's take a quick look at the standings, even though we have had no results this far. Peter.
Let's do that. And the standings are as follows. Wesley on top there on 3.5 out of 5, 2 wins, no losses. Fabiano Caruana also has the 2 wins, but he did lose 1 game along the way. As did Vincent Keymer. Praggnanandhaa also tied for 2nd, and the rest of the field is on 50% or below.
After 5 rounds of play, thanks to Varuj and Akobian, we have the live ratings and the updated live ratings. Let's just have a look at who's played well and who's played less well.
Yeah, and this is the feeder ratings with the changes there in the leftmost column. Fabi gaining a point, but staying world number 2.
Right.
Wesley is up to 4, actually from 6th, not even from 5th. He leapfrogged Vincent and Javokhir, who began the tournament above him in the rating list. So Wesley is up to 4, Vincent still in 5. Javokhir losing 8 points so far and down to 6th. Pragg up 2 points. Levon up 2 points. MVL up 6 points with his +1 score so far. And Jorden not having a particularly good one there.
Well, I'm sitting there looking at Javokhir. His -8 points in a rating change. You know, it feels like it's even worse than that because he has such lofty expectations of himself.
Yeah, and he's had such a stellar year. And,
right.
I guess in particular, if you watched him crush and dominate the candidates this year. I mean, people have won candidates tournaments before, but apart from the fabled 2005 Topalov performance, there's nothing even to compare to what Javokhir Sindarov has done on Cyprus.
I think it's a bigger story for Javokhir. The issue for him is he's playing in a World Championship match coming up in Geneva in November. He wants to show to the world that he's the rightful world champion.
Challenger.
Not just a challenger, but
even
the champion.
Yeah,
I want to deliver on the goods. And he may yet do so. But the last time he was here after his interview, after his game, during the interview in round 5, he had a look on his face. He said, I'm not happy with my play. He was very blunt. He was not pulling any punches with himself. I'm not happy with the way I'm playing. If you're going to become the world champion, as we saw Magnus Carlsen do when he played and became world champion after winning right here in St. Louis, that Sinquefield Cup many years ago in 2013, you want to look like the boss. Right. You want to look like the guy everybody's afraid of. You don't want to be languishing at the bottom of some random tournament. Okay, it's a Sinquefield Cup, granted, but you're in what, 8th place?
Yeah.
What are you doing down there? You're supposed to be a big dog. Right. You're supposed to have everybody looking over and going, yeah, he's the real deal. This guy who showed up, this young rookie, is no real novice. This is a very big result for him. Make no bones about it. He needs to start showing things. And let's not talk about he might be hiding opening nuances and such.
I'm not a big...
It has not been about the openings with him. That's not the problem.
Right.
The problem, he's not delivering on the board when you get into positions and outplaying people. Exactly. So, again, by his words, he's not playing well. Yeah. I'm not evaluating. We're quoting directly from him. Exactly. So he's got to really figure out how to start showing his true style and true quality if he's going to impress his own self to say, I'm going to take down this guy when I see him in the World Championship. When I say this guy, I mean the world champion, Gukesh Namaraju.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. And Cristian, where's the action?
Well, before we get into that, speaking of Sindarov, this is not necessarily a guy that came out of nowhere, but going into the candidates, he was not one of the favorites. There wasn't as much pressure on his shoulders. Are we starting to see him react to the pressure that comes with the scrutiny that gets to you sometimes whenever you're getting ready to play a World Championship match and people already and pundits like ourselves already give you such a high margins to actually win that World Championship match? Perhaps the pressure is starting to get to him a little bit. And Maurice touched upon this point quite nicely. It's not about the opening phase, because in the candidates, it's not like he was getting completely winning position out of the opening. He was just outplaying his opponents, combining the clock with the position and getting the result that he wanted. He's not getting those results, and we haven't seen the candidate Sindarov in Bucharest. We haven't seen the candidate Sindarov here in St. Louis either. So we will see which one shows up in November, but still plenty of time to go until then. Now, let's talk about, and we've been a bit pessimistic about, the chances of seeing some decisive results in today's round. We have Anish versus Jorden, but maybe this one as well. Sam Sevian versus Vincent Keymer. And at this point, it looked just simply fine for black. You can play the move knight to d6, get ready to meet knight to c5 with his beautiful knight on d6. The optimal square for the knight, in fact, both defending the pawn on b7 and also getting ready to jump to the center if you dare to touch that bishop on e4. And I think this would have given black just a fine position. Maybe slightly better for white, but not by much, of course. But the next, the reaction coming from black with bishop takes d3 opens up some questions in the position. Knight to d6, rook to e5, this is what we have, and I'm trying to figure things out. Look, you're still having some weaknesses in the position as black. The pawn on b7, sure, the knight on d6 is doing a tremendous job, but it's sort of dominated by the bishop on d3. I'm going to double up on the e-file. If you touch that rook, maybe I'm even going to take with the d-pawn, and then the pawn structure is going to get completely changed in that one. So I'm seeing white with an improved version of what we've seen before, and some chances perhaps springing up for Sam Sevian in this one. Do you guys feel like Vincent is starting to experience some pressure in this one, or is this just simply not enough?
It doesn't feel like enough, but yeah, definitely I don't think he handled it in the best way possible. And it feels like it's a day of bishop endings,
a little bit, yeah. But before we switch to the actual bishop ending, I want to say, Maurice, when he was talking about this game in the previous segment, he did mention the move g5, and he said it has to be carefully assessed. And yes, it does have to be carefully assessed, but it's also extremely typical in these structures. Right. Because you do want to preserve your dark squared bishop and make sure it's not being traded off.
Maybe we can see the board right now to see that move g5 on Peter's board.
Yeah, so him not playing g5 here is a little bit surprising to me, because you get a position like this, then you play f6, you kick this knight away from its optimal square, you play king g7, you want to play queen g7, and at some point, maybe if white does nothing at all for a while, you start thinking of some pawn attacks on the...
It's not outlandish.
No, these positions are actually often quite concrete and could become very double-edged, which is why I was kind of shocked when he didn't do it. Bishop e4, allowing knight d3, and I agree with Cristian that you didn't need to take on d3. In particular, once again, you could play more actively. You could play rook e8 with the intention of meeting queen c5 with knight c5 with queen g5 and starting to actually remind white that play could be happening on both flanks.
Right.
He's been a bit compliant, Vincent, and the position on the board right now, you are definitely at least a little bit worse because you will have to contend with very simple idea of b3 followed by c4. It looks like your structure is completely untouchable, but no. If b3 and c4 lands, you will have you will start having to solve some very concrete problems.
It reminds me of structures that we get from some Petrov lines, and then you get everything. It seems like you're getting everything as black. You're getting a beautiful knight defending everything, but then the bishop versus knight situation just gets worse and worse, incrementally worse. Take a look at this. Road to the finals, tied for second place right now with 3 points, but definitely would not like to see a loss on his resume in today's round. GST standings fourth, and Sindarov chasing him. Of course, this is the biggest fight that we're seeing for those GST 4 spots. At the beginning of the round, he had about, if I remember correctly, 90% chance to move on to the finals. He really does not want to get a loss.
No,
Sam would do Sindarov a big solid.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm sure Javokhir would say to Sam, let's go out to dinner, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate you beating this guy in this game. But this one, we could see they are now done. The game quickly ending in a draw. Fantastic result for Prague, even if not a win. He is one step closer. He was 99.4% chance getting into the finals. I think it's now up to 99.6%. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm sure I'm within 1% of being correct, without any doubt. He's fine with a draw with 3 rounds to go, and looks like Levon is too, although he's half a point behind.
Well, I think,
but he's not fighting for his life trying to get into the finals because he's a wild card.
Exactly, and I think that loss to Fabi in particular really shook Levon. I mean, he simply mixed up his opening prep. And
it's kind of crazy how those type of losses can just deflate you for the rest of the tournament.
Right? Like,
it's
totally.
Like you just don't have life in you after you lose like that.
Well, you feel like such an idiot. Like, what am I even studying? That's one bishop ending, Peter. We have another bishop ending, and a very important one. Game
that's
as well.
Arguably the central game of the round. But we've been talking about this for a while, and MVL parked the bishop on a5 to at least maybe create some ideas against the pawn on c7. And if he wants to try something, he probably needs to now start playing g4, f5. I don't think you can improve your position any further without eventually creating a passer on the king side. But black should be able to hold this reasonably comfortably. I'm a bit surprised the bishop went to a3, but I guess it doesn't really matter. I kind of half assumed the move bishop d2 here was a bit of a draw with the intention of playing bishop c5, bishop b3.
I thought so as well.
But no, I think MVL correctly understands that he runs 0 risks here.
Of course, of course.
Outside of blundering a full bishop, I don't think you ever lose this with white. So why not play it out let's try. Let's play g4 here.
Right.
Black will take. Let's say, the engine even does this, interestingly. I guess maybe this is what we do, and then we park the bishop on f7 yet again.
The king on f7.
Yeah, the king on f7, sorry.
Yes.
MVL trying something else, he goes king f3. The king never gets to g5, of course, because the moment it gets to g3 or even h4, let me delete those. Bishop e7 check is going to be a perfectly serviceable reply.
Right.
I guess maybe he is trying to intimate that he wants to go but that doesn't make any sense. I was going to say maybe g4 and then take with the king, but that doesn't really improve anything.
That actually kind of
probably makes it worse.
Ruins the pawn structure a little bit.
So maybe he is just shuffling and making Wesley make non-forced moves on 9 minutes. But Wesley is not going to be very troubled by this, I don't think.
9 minutes, but they've already made move 35, so you couldn't even describe this as any kind of time trouble. And what about Javokhir and Fabi Maurice, I mean, I'm looking at this. If anybody's better, it's Fabi, because I'm looking at this pawn on A4, and I'm going, can I land a rook on B3 brilliantly?
And?
Moral victory?
Let's get a bishop on B3.
That's about it. I mean, even if you got a bishop on B3.
Right.
And?
I guess.
How do you break the blockade? How do you break the blockade?
But also you can't get it there immediately, because if you play bishop c2, white has rook a2, and if you play bishop b3, that costs you a central pawn, which you probably do not like.
We have a big problem in this position for white, for black, excuse me.
Fabi?
It's, okay, I call it a big problem. If Fabi makes a draw, it's no big deal. He has the black pieces, he makes a draw. He would have liked to win the game, but he's going to have two whites and a black to follow. So he's all good.
Okay.
This one looks very solid now. The only thing that Javokhir can hope for is he makes his draw, and somehow Vincent gets outplayed by Sam. That's really what it's coming down to in order to make that into a race. It looks as though MVL and Wesley are going to make a draw. Pragg already made his draw. Fabi likely makes a draw. The top three people going to the finals are on their way, booking the ticket even more so. So the real game we'll have to watch is that game between Sam and Vincent. Anish and Jorden, of course, are treating us to a nice fighting game, and we hope that that continues. But this really is the man who knows all the pressure is on him. He can just give himself an even greater chance to get to the finals. He's over 90% now, according to the numbers. And look, he's just kind of hesitant, and now he's just...
You mentioned the chances to make it to the finals. I'm seeing a lot of 90%ers.
I mean, look at these numbers, and this is just after round 5. If he makes a draw now, we're expecting Sindarov to make a draw, then there's going to be only 3 rounds left with very little room for Sindarov to catch up.
Right.
Given the current score, I'm sure that 90% is going to jump, probably maybe 5 percentage points. Let's say the odds are slim to none. Giri and Foreest are out of it. MVL with a draw now, he's at 1.6%. He'll go down further. And we'll know who's in the finals. It's going to be a race to see who wins the tournament. As 3 rounds left, it's just very hard to flip results, especially how well the leaders are playing. Being very, very solid.
Thank you, Maurice. I like the move that Vincent just played very much, f6. I want to trade rooks. Yeah, I just don't want to see d4 takes e5, Peter.
Exactly, and we want to simplify. It's obviously not a very comfortable thing to do, to play f7, f6 with the bishop on d3 still being alive. But we are removing so much material off the board that I think we can afford it. Let's say rook e2.
Rook takes e2, rook takes e2.
We take with the rook, black goes rook e8.
Yes.
Well, not rook d8. Rook d8 would be a strange move to make. Let's say bishop g6.
Okay.
And we can even take and play king f8. I don't know, let's say h2, h4. We can go queen e7, and if you play queen g4, we can go queen e1 check and then follow it up with king e7. And there are no real entrance squares. You will probably end up having to play g7, g5. But there's going to be counterplay on the other side of the board. Once we've established some kind of king safety for black and not blundering the pawn on g7, if you go fishing with takes queen h5, first of all you can stabilize by playing queen h6. You can also maybe even run with the king towards safety around the b8 a7 squares. But on top of all that, you can just start aiming for active counterplay with knight e4. I'm a bit mystified with the decision to play queen d1 and not queen b4. Because if you play queen b4 and black does the same, I think it's slightly less comfortable because we do get to play c3, c4. We do get to play c3, c4 in a much better version. Perhaps Sam was just uncomfortable with the idea of playing c4 in any position, but it appears that without it, black probably will be in time to stabilize.
His structure is just too solid, Maurice.
We do see trades happening there. I am curious. I only want to see this for my own curiosity. The game between Yip and Asayubayeva in the Cairns Cup, my board is showing a very odd move, knight to c5. And I'm assuming it's a transmission error. if we could just pull up the live board, if we've got the live camera feed, to show what's happening in that game, because I see this last move, knight c5, and I think that's not what happened on the last move. That
definitely isn't transmission error.
That has to be a transmission error.
No,
right?
I don't think so. I think this is Bibi Sara not liking her position and trying to change the course of the game by getting some. Yeah, there it is. No,
knight is on c5.
Definitely not transmission error.
I saw Bibi
what do you mean? The knight is on
shoot
c5?
a glance.
Huh? There isn't. The knight is on c5.
Knight is on c5. The video. That is she
could have made any other move. You're telling me she's just sacking a cold piece with knight c5?
I guess she did not enjoy the defensive task she had in front of her.
There's the live board.
Wow.
I'm not saying it's a good move. I'm just saying it's clearly something she played. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that looks like a piece.
It does. It does very much look like a piece.
And that's just mixing it up in wild ways. We'll let our colleagues break this one down in Nazi and Almira when they come back on, but that is an insane-looking move. It looks like a piece as she tries to get crazy on this chessboard. There's not much justification for this last move, guys. This is just a wild piece sacrifice that she hopes that Carissa will not be able to manage. And she only had 10 minutes and 38 seconds on the clock as well. As we see there, 29 moves in. So just pure desperation, Carissa might be able to leapfrog her and jump into maybe even second place in the tournament with this victory if she can indeed pull it off. But back in the open section, the only game with any real sizzle is that game between Giri and Van Foreest. It's just, I look around and I just see draw everywhere. And even that game, I mean, even with a victory, it doesn't matter that much.
This final move by Jorden has been pretty poor. Let's switch to that for a second. We left it after c5 knight g. I don't think we discussed the events after move 24. But importantly, Anish did not play 3-4 here, which is a bit of a shocker. And once again, these are the two players who have not had the best tournament so far, and it does start impacting your play at some point. We all know that. When you're playing a poor tournament, it starts kind of bleeding into your play in the following rounds. And Anish has gone for kind of very understandable play, assuming some control over the A file, but e4 was just so strong there. Now he gets the bishop to good squares, but the bishop could immediately be challenged by the move knight f6 d7, which I thought was extremely logical, and I was expecting to see it on the board. Instead, Jorden played knight g8 first, I'm assuming intending to go knight d7 next. But now you have g3, g4, and Anish finally spots a forward move where it is very... f takes g4 played instantly.
Whoa.
Black is kind of lost now after knight h2. This is very, very bad for black all of a sudden, because now you can't really deal with all of these pieces. Knight h2, g takes f3. Knight takes f3 is not bad. Bishop takes f3 is even stronger.
I like bishop f3 just to stop knight e4. You're looking to crash through
the difference in piece activity is going to be like this bishop on b7 is now like a proper stonewall bishop.
Right.
No future.
Bad.
No prospects. Machine says queen c8 might be the only move, but yeah, let's check in with Cristian and.
Well, I think you guys were definitely onto something, and I think you will continue onto that path for a while, because that's the key matchup, at least one that could give us a decisive result in this round, because the other one that I was discussing, the Sam Sevian and Vincent Keymer, saying that perhaps white, Sam, has something in the position, yet he didn't take the right path. He didn't go for the more aggressive queen to b4. Why do you want to stay there? Because after the move f6, which came in the position as well, in the game's position right now, after the exchanges down the e file, you have to take back with the knight, because the queen would drop the knight on d6, and now I get one move to break the position open and try to activate my pieces with the move c4. And in fact, this one is starting to get unpleasant for black, because you take, and you can see, I mean, look, you're one mistake away from really suffering in the position and getting checkmated with queen to f8. But you can already sense that with so many light squares open for my bishop potentially, you're going to start suffering in this one. F6 coupled with H6 and no knight around it to defend those squares could spell trouble for Black in this position. He didn't play that. And he stayed a bit passive with the move queen to d1 instead of queen to b4, which allows Black to just create this setup. With rook to e8, I believe this is what we got. And after queen to e2, king to f8, to be honest, I do believe that Sam is sort of giving up his hopes of getting an advantage in this one. King to f8, great move, supporting the next move, which is queen to e7, battle for the e file. The knight on d6 is perfectly placed. Black doesn't have any weaknesses in the position. It does feel like this one might be going in one direction, and that is a draw. And just to show you, visually show you something, look at this game, guys. Look, just a few moves ago, how many pawns we had on this side. Now, take a look at the game's position. Already, everything is simplifying, and after knight to h2, all of those pawns that were in that circle are no more there. I'm going to pick up the g5 pawn as well, by the way. Everything opened up for my bishop. At some point, Peter, you alluded at the fact that the bishop on b2 might get some life in the position and then you might be in trouble. It's on e5. I don't know how it got there, but it's on e5 right now. And it's creating havoc in Black's position. This is bad news. Anish is enjoying life right now. Jorden is really, really in desperation mode at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Cristian. I really like that knight h2 move, and I suspect that that's the game that might show us a victory.
Hasn't been played yet, although, but it feels like you have to because, well, nothing else really makes much sense. If you recapture on g4, Black can, and I think should, just take on g4. You're still better after, although, this is maybe what he's considering, because
g6 check,
king f8 strictly the only move in this position, because if you play knight g7, you just drop a piece to, you know, a very simple sequence of trades.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe f takes g4 is something you could consider. It's also pretty strong, and Black is not entirely healthy here. But because we're trying to get rid of the most active piece and also maybe in some cases run towards quote-unquote safety in the center, kind of a strange safety, but then there you go. Bishop h8, for instance, is playable here, but there's a bunch of moves Black could try, king e7 being one of them, which is why I'm mentioning it. And I think it's good news for Anish that he hasn't played f takes g4 yet, because that means he is considering other options. And if you do start considering other options, knight h2 definitely has to be one of them.
Well, I love the variation you proposed. G4 takes f3, bishop takes f3, and this just looks like the bishops are suddenly waking up. Yeah. And knight g4 and queen g6 is coming, are both coming.
Black also has very few moves. The engine is insistent on the move queen c8, trying to at least maybe either shift the queen away from good squares or perhaps force the queen trade, because if it goes towards the king side and allows queen c3, maybe Black gets counterplay. But the problem for Jorden here will be that even these endgames are very, very unpleasant.
Black is so tied up.
Your pawn on b6 probably doesn't survive. There is no real way to challenge the bishop on e5. There's rook b8 threats, knight f3 threats.
No, this is just
the engine kind of hangs on grimly with something like rook f8, rook b8, king f7, rook takes b6, king e7.
Good luck with that.
But this is very, very unpleasant.
Agreed, 100%, 100%. And Maurice, over to you.
I just want to contextualize the situation right now. This round has been fantastic for one Wesley So. His strategy is simple: get into the finals at all costs. He made a quick draw against Prague in the last round, and now he gets a solid position. It looks like he's going to make a draw against MVL. It's getting closer and closer to a null result. And the reason I say it's fantastic, since nobody looks like they're making any big breakthroughs. Anish might win his game, but he's not fighting for the first or even for the top four even.
Right.
Wesley is looking at his road ahead, and who does he see in front of him? Well, he's gotten rid of all the gangsters. He's gotten rid of every top player he needs to, and now what's left is Anish, Sam Sevian, and Javokhir Sindarov, who, if he draws today, he's just too far behind Wesley to catch him no matter what happens, basically. So 3 great players for him to play against who are not doing, okay, Sam's doing okay, but he's not doing brilliantly at the moment. So my board is really relevant to the point I'm trying to make right now, but I can pull up that position, because what I'm really trying to do is show his situation in the tournament. But at any rate, that's the position. What I'm really talking about, though, again, the road ahead. If you look at Prague's road ahead, Prague has Fabi, Maxime, and Anish. It's a little bit tough, those three players.
Oh, yeah.
By comparison, who does Fabi have? Prague, Vincent, and MVL. Again, tough road ahead. Those are his next three closest pursuers. And Vincent, if he makes it through this one, has Javokhir, Fabi, and then Jorden. So as far as Wesley's concerned, this is perfect. He set this up so nicely, set the table where his next three opponents, I believe they're on -1.
Collectively, yeah.
Collectively, maybe even on -2. Anish and Javokhir.
Sweet.
I mean, that's just where you want it. And Anish, I believe, actually is on -2 at the moment. So collectively, his next three opponents are on -3. He plotted this whole thing perfectly. Make the draws against the real threats, get out of here alive, and then finish off the tournament against the relative underperformers who are not really in great form at the moment. And he's just booked his ticket to the finals.
Fantastic. He's just played the move King D7 as well. He's just waiting for Maxime to engineer F5, and then he's just going to keep his king blockading the E-pawn.
Yeah, I think MVL is maybe perhaps waiting for move 40 to, although he is on 40 minutes, I don't know why he's doing that exactly. If he wants to calculate the precise move, precise moment to play F4 or 5, he might as well do it here. I'm a bit surprised, but then again, maybe Wesley wants to preserve some flexibility. You could just park the king on F7 and play bishop A5.
Exactly.
And I think that's because I think eventually we will have to have the king on F7. And obviously losing the pawn on C7 would be very, very detrimental to our chances, but we're not losing it with the bishop on A5 at all.
No.
But I don't think it's very easy to make a mistake even for black here, because the situation is now so stable.
How did you like the decision of Anish Giri neither to capture on G4 or to play knight H2, the two moves that we looked at? He came up with a third move.
It's
knight
interesting.
to G3.
Yeah, he's gone knight G3, which, once again, I like the spirit. I like the fact that he realizes a piece activity here is a lot more important than that meager pawn.
Yeah.
The thing is, Queen C8 now appears to be maintaining some sort of life in black's position. It's important to do it immediately, though. If you take on F3 and then play Queen C8,
for example,
white has Queen G6 check.
Rook.
Let me try
G7.
and get rid of that extra graphic on my screen, hopefully. Okay. And after Rook G7, that's actually and we play Queen D3. We came from C2, we now drop back to D3. Okay. There's all kinds of threats, and after Rook F7, I think the difference is, in some cases, white has an easier job getting the rook to good squares.
Gotcha.
So the engine suggests going Queen C8 here. Whoops, not Queen C7. Queen C8, Queen G6 check, Rook G7.
Queen D3.
Queen D3. Regrettably for black, it appears that there's really never anything smarter than Rook F7 in this position.
Oh dear.
But with both,
not a good sign.
But with the second rank still blocked by the bishop on G2 and no easy move like King G2 that was available to us in the other position.
Right.
It's much harder for white to make progress here. You can continue shuffling forever, or you can maybe try F3, F4. G4, bishop f4, but this is not as obvious, even though the engine still likes this quite a bit for white. The bishop on b7 is just so out of play that we have all the freedom in the world to continue playing for a win, even a pawn down. But this is maybe manageable for black after knight g7. Knight h2 was stronger. Maurice?
We have some stunning news in the Cairns Cup that, again, our colleagues will detail quite nicely when we get there, but I just want to say Humpy Canero has blundered against Alice Lee, blundered in what was a winning position.
Whoa.
And Alice is going to win that game.
Whoa.
Alice will win this game. It would be a huge win for her, no question about it.
She was in trouble.
She was in massive trouble, going down. But now she's way ahead on the clock, 34 minutes to 33 seconds.
Oh,
she is up significant material, not just an exchange, but 3 pawns. This one is so done, it's not even funny. There's no chances anywhere. You look at White's king, you look at White's attack, it ain't there. This is over. A massive blunder a few moves ago.
And seems like once again, and this is regrettably a constant feature of Humpy's play, I think it's the clock. She's on 33 seconds right now, which means that she made her previous move on 3 seconds. And she's had a lot of trouble with the clock recently, and I think today is yet another example of a very, very good position that goes a-begging because of time management.
When I tell you she was winning, she was just winning. And now it's simply busted, just busted, Alice Lee. And other big news as well, as Carissa did not take the piece.
See, very nice bluff, 95.
Bibisara's bluff worked out. Carissa did not take the piece that was handed to her, played another move. She's better still with her move, but not nearly as much as she would have been if she had taken the piece. So crazy goings on happening in the Cairns Cup. We will be updated with that by Nazi and Almira. Just extremely exciting games going on over there.
Knight e4 just played by BB. 5 minutes to 22 minutes. What move are they on, Maurice?
Move 30.
Okay. So time trouble could rear its ugly head in this one too.
Absolutely, and it's probably time to start sacrificing stuff. I don't think this knight is supposed to survive. I think we're taking them, maybe taking on e6 and going from there.
You were taking on e4.
I don't like allowing knight takes g3. I think that's an important attacking piece. And I don't
agreed wholeheartedly, but taking on e4 and play f6?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
But we'll wait until our colleagues in the other studio get to it properly.
We can still,
the position
we
on our screen is the game between Fabi and Javokhir Sindarov, where Javokhir is drifting a little bit, but it's still such a stable structure for White that you probably never really lose this with White, even though the engine was suggesting that there were better choices available somewhere along the line.
Is there any chances? I mean, I was thinking that Fabio is going to bring his king to c6, blockade the pawn firmly, put his bishop on b3, and somehow sacrifice an exchange on e3. I admit it's fantasy, but since we're here, fantasy works the other way. Can we put a rook on b6, put our king on a3, somehow double rooks on the b file? And
no, I think the moment it arrives on b6, it gets challenged by rook a6. I think Black would dearly love to get one pair of rooks off the board and maybe get the other one to the b file. I suspect if you give Black a move here, maybe I will actually play rook b5. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe this is what Fabi is. Although let's make some kind of a waiting move. Let's go h2, h4. If you play rook b5 here, maybe White has rook b4. Yeah, okay. That's probably good enough.
Okay. By the way, I think
he played rook b4 anyway. He played rook b4 without even waiting for Black to provoke it, which also seems very solid.
Okay.
Honestly, I think nobody goes anywhere from here. Black can start
just
pushing.
Dead,
yeah, you can play g5, h5, and so on, and try to gain some space on the king side, but you are unlikely to ever have actual targets to attack there. And for Black also, yeah, Fabi goes rook b5, but I don't think. Oh, hang on a second. This is a draw offer. This is just a draw offer, right? Because we can do this, and honestly, I think we are probably going rook takes c5 here. I think Fabi just had enough of this game.
And just said, that's it.
Rook c5, bishop c5, bishop a4, and they will not struggle to find a threefold somewhere.
Not at all.
Is there anything to be said about maybe giving a check first and then going rook b3?
I think if anyone is running any risks here, it's probably Black. King c1. If you take on g2 and you allow rook a7 or rook a6.
No, I was thinking rook b3 to take the pawn on c3.
Rook b3, sorry. I missed that was even a move you could try, but rook a7, rook c3, and let's say king g2.
I'll give you a check wherever
I don't
we
think
go.
we're playing this for a win, honestly. Rook d3, king c1. Rook e7 is
defensive.
Yeah, I have
also,
to
if you give
defend
me
with
time to
bishop
play g2,
e7.
g4, it will become a mating threat. So,
A mating net suddenly rears its ugly head. Let's pause our analysis, Peter, and send it to Maurice, who has a guest.
Thanks. We are with Levon Aronian, who just made a draw against Praggnanandhaa. Levon, we've got to reference the last game. Mix up in the opening theory, it looks like, in your move order. How did that result affect your approach in this game?
Yeah, I mean, generally, I've been playing not great, so I kind of needed a 1 day of rest, so just to recuperate, just to talk to my inner self and tell that everything will be fine. I just need to work. Those are not your yard kids that you're playing with. Those are the best of the best, and you need to match the level of their energy.
You did come with interesting novelty in this game, the move b5. At least we didn't have it on our screen. Tell us about this move, because it really created a lot of explosivity in the position.
Yeah, I thought it's very natural because, there was an interesting moment. Can I show you?
Yes, please.
Like here, when he played queen c2, now I start to think, because if I castle, he takes cd and we get the normal queen's gambit. I cannot recapture with the knight anymore, because knight d5. But if I play h6, I allow him to take on d5, which is kind of funny. But I was feeling like this is not going to work for white, but it looks kind of
potentially
exciting,
very dangerous.
yeah.
Yes,
Potentially very dangerous. Yeah, I saw knight f8. I thought I saw this line, and I have knight d5 in the end if I want to, and this is just way too solid for black. Man. So yeah, this is everything we were thinking about. And then, so once he played bishop h4, I had already this in mind, that this is kind of interesting. And here, yeah, I saw e5, but I thought, g5, black is going to get a lot of play. So.
Ask you, you said you thought this might be interesting. Was this over-the-board inspiration?
Yeah.
Oh,
sure. Yeah.
I thought it was deep preparation.
No, none of that. Yeah, even if I prepare, I don't remember my lines, so I might as well just
wing it.
Yeah.
So you got a sharp position. He didn't go for e5, though. Were you surprised by that? Because he did just break down and just play very solidly, which gave you an easy way to play.
e5 I thought was dangerous for white, but probably I overestimated my position. Now that I see the computer likes it for white, I do some revisionism. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then the game got very interesting. Well, you kept just playing boldly with moves like c5, fearlessly, or not worrying about the open files. Did you ever think you had any chances here, or were you always thinking about a draw?
I thought it's just very, very solid. I didn't think that any of the sides has a chance to push for more, because I have knight g6, and here, queen e7 I felt is the most kind of solid move, because queen a5, knight e4 I wasn't totally sure it works for me. And here, it's clear that knight e4, g5, I mean, he doesn't really have a better option. From distance, I thought that maybe he wants to play f4, but actually it doesn't work, because there is this knight e3 trick, check and knight e3, or knight e3 immediately. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, this could be very, very dangerous.
You got to look at everything.
Yeah, of course, with these guys.
So, your score right now is 50%. 3 rounds to go. What can we expect of you?
Well, I mean, I think today was a decent level, so I'll continue playing in a similar manner. I'll try to, try to play better.
I know you're the wild card. Just give me a moment to pull up the standings and see who. So you've got your really good friend Maxime Vachier-Lagrave next, and then Anish and Sam. So there's no real spoiler to play anymore. You've played all the top players. Maxime may have played his way out of the tournament. So it just looks like it's just maybe for the money now. You want to go get some cash.
Yeah, since I cannot qualify, of course, this is what I'm basically playing for. and also for the beauty as well. So, I mean, there is always a chance to create beauty. I think my blitz game against Anish was one of the most beautiful blitz games I ever played.
Absolutely, we love that one.
See, so I'll try to do that in my next rounds.
All right. Well, we look forward to it. We know you're an incredibly creative player.
Thank you.
Give us something to sing your praises, please.
Thank you.
Good luck in the rest of your game.
What's the Tash situation, Levon? Are you growing it out, or is it going to stay like this?
This is the mariachi look. It can only happen once.
Well, now we know. Good luck, Levon. Much success in the tournament. Peter, jump in. Anish Giri versus Jorden van Foreest. What's happened?
Jorden did not, in the end, settle on making this very strange passive-looking move, rook g7, f7. I think it's very difficult to play like
It's
this.
hard
in
to play
particular on
such a move.
I mean, I wanted to say on low time, but it actually isn't that low of a clock. He is on 9 minutes for, well, at that point, 6 moves to make.
Okay.
But he's gone g takes f3, and then even worse for him, he's gone g5, g4 here instead of rook f7. And now after bishop e2, his position is collapsing because the rook will come to f1 or even h1 in some cases. Rook g5 appears to be the only thing that is not losing on the spot.
Oh dear.
And just to illustrate how bad this is, king g2 is definitely one of the top moves. This is actually very beautiful. King g2, queen c4. A very unusual tactic. Regrettably for black, it doesn't really solve anything because I can even now switch to endgames. This kind of an endgame with a rook on g5 out of play as well is going to be extremely, extremely bad for black. Knight e2 f4 and so on.
Oh my goodness.
This falls apart. I think Anish is probably licking his lips right now.
Yeah, positional overkill, that knight e2. What a beautiful ending for Anish, should he get that. Maurice, I think Sam Sevian and Vincent are about to make a draw, some 3-move repetition. There's no...
Forget about the Open. It's all about the Cairns Cup. Alice Lee did win her game against Humpy Canero as expected. She's now tied for first. Big news, the 16-year-old. Even if Tan manages to draw her game, which it looks like she has a little bit of chance against Kostyanyuk, Alice Lee will be in clear second, most likely, at the end of this round, especially since Carissa, well, we'll see what Carissa does because Carissa has already blown her advantage. Not only did she have the win of a piece, not only did she have a fantastic rook sacrifice, she just blew it all and has just blundered against the very resilient Bibisara Asayubayeva. And this one, she better keep her head together and not lose the game, which would actually allow Bibisara to also tie Alice in second place with 4 points.
So that's 4 out of 6, yeah, +2. I believe I heard she needs +4, Alice, that is, for the Grandmaster.
That is what I believe also, but we'd have to double check that. I'll ask international arbiter Maya Myers to be very specific in that. But I believe she needs to be we're being told a +3 is all she needs.
That's very manageable.
Well, she's at +2 after this round, having
won this round.
Having won, yes, that's over. She beat former women's world champion Kostyanyuk. She beat Olympic champ Divya Deshmukh, 2 GMs. She did lose to the IM that she played after managing to also draw Bibisara, draw Tan Zhongyi, former women's world champion, all GMs. And now she just beat another GM, one of the top women in the world, Humpy Canero. She's just
world champion.
Absolutely burning up the stratosphere, sitting at +2 with 3 rounds to go. Anna Mizachuk, Vaishali Rameshbabu, and one Carissa Yip, who hopefully will be in a good mood if she's on +3. So, Carissa, do you mind? I just need a draw.
A draw.
But at any rate, she's doing fantastically well, the youngster, sitting on +2 right now in a tie for first, temporary tie for first. At the moment, more mathematically, she's in clear second. Incredible performance by her.
Wow, Grandmaster norms. Jeannie will have to get out her checkbook if Alice can can make the norm.
Detail that, because a lot of people don't know about this,
Yeah,
this 100K she might win.
Well, Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield, as you heard in the interview, she wants to inspire women chess players. She's upset that we have 2,000 male grandmasters, and so few women. So she put it out there that for the next 5 American women who get the grandmaster title, and we mean the male grandmaster title, she will give them $100,000. Inspiring.
It is, yeah.
It's appropriate to call it the grandmaster title.
Grandmaster,
not
yeah.
male
Well, because we have, I know.
The grandmaster title, not the WGM title,
Precisely.
but the GM title.
That's right.
And yes, 100K, when you say the next 5 American women, only one has ever done it in history, and that's Irina Krush. And that was done years ago. I believe in 2013 she got it.
Right.
So to inspire just one would be already doubling the number.
Exactly.
But if you could get 2, 3, 4, then and maybe 5, so she has generously done so. In the meantime, as you predicted, Peter, Rook did capture on C5, and Javokhir Sindarov's chances of getting to the final 4, as you can see the disgusted look on his face,
right,
are evaporating as we speak, especially with Vincent not seeming to lose his game, not seeming to be in a position where he might lose.
So we're seeing just now the players about to achieve a 3-move repetition.
Yep.
And for Javokhir, I mean, it's tough playing on the Grand Chess Tour. I know he's the challenger to the world champion, but it's tough.
Yeah, this has not been an easy trip for him so far. He had a very good result in Rapid and Blitz, but the Sinquefield Cup has not been anywhere near his brilliant best.
No.
So this is yet another draw. We are finally hurtling towards the scenarios we were describing for quite some time now in the Berlin endgame. And it feels like Sam Sevian is about to finally accept the threefold. He avoided a couple already, but I think now it will be difficult for him to avoid another one, which means that our only real shot at a decisive game will be that game between Anish and Jorden. Anish made a bit of a surprising decision. I didn't really understand why you would prefer the G2 square to the E2 square. It felt like E2 was the more logical one.
Absolutely.
Black played Rook G5, which is a bad move. But the reason it is a bad move is just so difficult. I think it's just basically the engine says this move created no ideas. But yeah, if you try to tell a human being that by far the best move in this position is B3, B4, you're not going to get many takers. I have no idea what this is about.
You put your pawn on B5.
Probably just completely, so sold away the bishop on B7. Instead, Anish has gone bishop F4, Rook G7. You can definitely put it back on E5, but he played bishop H6, which I guess was his major point, and that does win the exchange. So yeah, hard to criticize him for not playing B3 before there. B3 before I think gets you disqualified, frankly. Black cannot really preserve the rook because allowing queen g6 check will end the game on the spot. The engine goes queen c7, bishop g7, knight takes g7, and there's still some play left because black at least stabilized somewhat. If you imagine this bishop on a normal square, it might even be somewhat difficult to convert, but it's still back on b7. Exactly. I guess we go king f2 and we convert slowly but surely. The hope has to be that we do that.
Exactly. Well, thank you for that, Peter. And meanwhile, Maxime, after delay, did play eventually the move g4. He spent another 10, 20 moves
and the move
before
f5.
Playing f5.
Yeah, and now the engine says we can, I mean, in some move order, we can do this, and then this, and then this. No, not that way. Hang on. Bishop c5, of course, yeah. c5 would have been strange because you blunder the pawn on c7. But now after e6 check, let's say king e8, bishop f4,
okay,
we have the move bishop d6.
Okay.
And I'm guessing the problem for white is that we traded off so much on the queen side that we no longer have any tempi to save, and these positions end up being a draw.
Gotcha.
It's a bit scary though because I suspect you
thought
can't
the king
wait
was going
forever.
to go to f7.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. I think you could prepare for it better, and just to be, you could be ready to meet f5 by gf5, king f7, and chill that way.
But let's just show that to our viewers that we expected that Wesley was going to play king king f7.
Well, you need to make sure you don't blunder the c7 pawn, right? I mean, this costs you the like.
Sorry.
I'm not even sure this loses, to be honest. This is the problem. We have exhausted our options to such a degree. I'm genuinely unsure if this is lost for black. Maybe it's not. Maybe even this is a draw. Maybe even this is a draw.
That's
because,
gross, but I didn't want to blunder the h7 pawn.
And of course in this case we are, under no circumstances we are taking on f5 now.
Right.
We are just, actually it says even that is a draw. Now, that is disgusting. On my screen now it takes f5 as zeros. That should be illegal. But my plan was, of course, just to play bishop c5 and say, I'm not worried about f6, I'm definitely not worried about f takes e6, and then we stop the pawn on e5.
I think Wesley realizes that the draw has been well in sight for quite some time, and he's just...
Yeah, the question is exactly how he chooses to make it. But yeah, should be pretty safe. I guess you could do something like bc4, bc4, bishop c5, and just park it on b6 and do it that way as well. Coming back to the original Wang Yue conversation, this was the preferred way Wang Yue was holding those endgames with the bishop on b6 and not d6.
And the whole point is the desirable f6 that looks so very powerful.
Now we will.
Means
this actually we've lost. Yeah.
What?
f6 you have to play bishop b6 apparently. And only then you can aim the king towards e8. Because if you play king e8 straight away, white has bishop e3, and then c4, c5, and this is somehow lost. I don't quite understand why. I guess we get to the c7 pawn.
Well, you were just showing me positions where
king
it was a draw,
f7, king d3, and then we go king c4, bishop d4, bishop c3, bishop a5, bishop takes c7, and that ends up somehow being enough.
Crazy stuff. Thank you, Peter, for that. Maurice, over to you.
Well, we've got a great interview right now with one Alice Lee, as she's won her third game of the event. She's with Nazi. Let's listen in.
Welcome, Alice, and congrats on your win.
Thank you.
First impression, how do you feel? Did you expect to win this game?
No, I thought this game, it was good to be solid, because I think obviously Humpy's a very good player and I have the black pieces. But she somehow got into, my prep, and I think my prep went pretty deeply, so I got, a huge time advantage on the clock. And I think my position was pretty decent also.
Alice, can you tell me how deep was your prep? At what move did you start to think at the board?
I think I had the prep here, and then maybe move 18 or 19 after h6 g2. I knew this is I thought rook f2 was maybe more
better
in my prep, but yeah, king takes g2 I didn't remember what to do. I'm sure I've analyzed it, but but I still thought my moves were quite natural.
Wow, so she really walked into your prep. I can see that here you had 1 hour and 32 minutes, and that did come in handy later in the game.
Yeah.
So things got quite sharp here after she got this, let's call them hanging pawns. And about here, you made a very brave decision to take the pawn on a3.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. Were you afraid at all?
Yeah, I thought, intuitively, knight takes a3 is a bit bad, and the engine doesn't like it, but also I didn't, completely see, her reputation. So.
Okay, so you trusted your intuition maybe a little bit more?
Yeah, I thought, queen h3 would have been more natural, but I also like taking pawns. So.
Well, Yasser is very proud of you. Yeah. So after knight a3, the best move was knight h5. I don't know if you were calculating this, but even knight f5 is good. And here, do you know that she had this sacrifice knight g7 available?
No, I didn't. I mean, I saw it maybe right before she made her move, but I was mainly calculating queen g4.
Okay. And you were very happy, of course, when you saw queen g4, right?
Yeah.
I just want to show you a line. If she takes on g7, of course you can't take, right? Rook g1, bishop h6, so you probably will give knight f2 check anyways. And in this line, of course, a much better version than what happened in the game for white. She can play king g1. And if you take on g7, you're losing after rook g2. She realized that queen g4 was a blunder because we didn't see any reaction from her when you played knight f2.
I'm sure she had calculated this. Maybe she missed like G6 or something, but yeah, also she didn't have too much time to calculate like knight takes G7, so queen G4 is pretty intuitive.
True, she was only down to 3 minutes. And after this, you found all the precise moves didn't give her any chances. Were you at all worried that she would have some kind of tactic? Because it's such a messy position.
Not really, because I thought I had like a lot of time to calculate and she didn't have too much time, so I thought I should be able to find some defense, even if she has like some threats.
Right, well, this is a great win, and now you're at +2 again. How was your rest day, by the way?
Pretty good. I don't think I did very much. I went to the gala.
Yes, I saw you at the gala. So it seems like you had a good rest and came in very well prepared today. Who are you facing tomorrow?
I think I'm white versus Anna Musicek.
Have you played her before?
Yeah, I lost to her in the 2024 Cairns Cup as black.
All right, well, tomorrow will be your chance to get revenge. Best of luck, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Our congratulations, Alice. A fantastic performance. I thought she was busted, though, Peter. As
yeah,
we
and she was, but
very,
very specifically by I guess one specific very nice tactical shot. And I also thought it was a particularly pleasant interview for Yasser because she clearly has studied his legacy, and I like taking pawns. Is something we can.
You know, this guy has corrupted the youth.
I'm proud. The future generations.
His greed.
Future
she
generations.
said, "I like taking those pawns." She took a pawn on the far western corner of the kingdom and could have gotten exploded on G7.
Yeah,
wow.
But she will. I mean. The instinct is not that bad. She will learn to discern which ones to take and which ones maybe to leave aside. Yeah, I mean, but this one wasn't the best.
I'm seeing some
but
finishing
still, she's at
touches.
+2 now. Fantastic result.
I'm seeing finishing touches for Anish because I hate to say it, but Jordan's just playing really badly.
It's understandable that you don't want to play a position where you're just down in exchange and are probably going to end up losing in another 2 hours. But Rook C7 kind of makes sure that the result stays the same, but you leave home earlier. Queen G6 check, King H8, and now, I mean, Rook F1 is also winning, but the simplest is just to go Bishop G5. If you play Rook C1 check now, we can take, play, I mean, any move really, King H2, and your entire position collapses. You can't actually defend the knight on F6, you lose a piece. So you probably play something like knight H7 or knight G8, and now if the bishop F4, once again, the bishop will return to E5 with great effect, and the position is completely indefensible. And you can no longer return to those positions and exchange down, because, I mean, this is not the same version.
No. Also, knight H5 is coming. The pin is
we were looking at this, where, yes, you're much worse, but at least you've protected against the immediate incursions. You've stabilized to a degree. G3 is hanging. This is not the same position.
No. And the position you just had a moment ago, you could at least aspire to knight F5. Here, the knights are just woeful.
Not. I mean, he played well for the first maybe 20 moves of the game, and then things have completely come off.
I kind of felt that knight G3, G5. He kind of started drifting away from what he was doing.
Yeah. Also, this is more 40, so Anish can even chill for a bit, choosing between all the things that are winning. There's definitely more than one. Rook F1 is also very, very strong. You can begin by playing Rook F1. I'm sure Jorden means to play Rook C1 because there's really nothing else. But then we can return to the ideas of playing Bishop G5. And once again, like you have to take here, I will now include the bishop in the game as well. It's now being aimed towards D3 squares. No, this just collapses. Like if you go knight H7 here, Bishop F4 once. I mean, Bishop D3 is also winning, but Bishop F4, get it over to E5, then put the other one on D3. It's painful to look at, frankly.
Yeah. You mentioned Horowitz's bishops. You'd never get such
gorgeous... Mate in 17 on my screen.
You never get such gorgeous bishops.
You know, no love lost between friends.
Right.
I know you're my homie.
The Dutch, but a point's a point.
But listen, man, I'm suffering. I haven't won a game this whole tournament. I've lost 2. And I know you've dropped 3 yourself, but better you than me.
Right on.
And Anish looking desperate for a win, and Jorden just looking disconsolate.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he's going to lose 4 games. The rating points, you know how hard it is. We all know how hard it is to get rating points.
Yeah.
At every level. At this level, you gain 5 rating points after a tournament, you're clapping. That was nice.
Right.
Just keep edging up. To lose something like 18 to 20 rating points in one event is just a total catastrophe. That, it seems, is what's going on with Jorden right now. You got to feel sorry for him. It's just unbelievable how poorly this first campaign on the Grand Chess Tour has
And that's my career as a motivational speaker up in flames as well.
And this
it started good.
This was a breakthrough moment for Jorden, a breakthrough year for Jorden.
Absolutely.
Who went from about 2680 to like 2740 plus. And it was looking like he was really playing good chess, putting a lot of pressure on top players, beating Magnus as well. He was living the life and then getting invited to the Grand Chess Tour, playing all those tournaments that every youngster dreams of to be playing in. And right now, after just one campaign, he's back to pretty much close to 26.
To his right in that picture, there was his brother Lucas, who is also Grandmaster and training with Jorden.
It's all about the consistency. That's the key test that you're going to be facing as a top player. Can you maintain the consistency? Can you stay at the top? You can get there, and in fact, he was there around 27, 20, 30, many years back as well, about 6-7 years back. Then he took a break from that and had some bad results. Now he's back, but perhaps he's going back under 2,700.
Ouch. Vincent and Sam still haven't made a repetition.
Not yet.
I thought that they were going back and forth for a while. Is Sam the one who declined?
Sam is declining repetitions all the time.
Sam is trying.
And now after Queen e6, I guess he finally wants to start with b3 and c4. And even with black seemingly stabilizing, this is not entirely harmless.
Easy go.
The king is perpetually weak.
Yeah.
So this is not going to be
easy. If you have to, as it appears, you do have to go for some position like this. It's going to be very difficult to win because black is incredibly passive, but also it's difficult to get to the weaknesses. I guess the one you would most likely to win is the one on b7, and it's pretty well covered for now. But you obviously continue forever. There's absolutely no call to.
I just have infinite ways to improve my position. Get the king off g2, no more checks on that diagonal anymore, king g1. And at some point, you might be making a mistake. I mean, there is some pressure. Your king is still weak. You still have to be careful about.
Let's say we go 98. How big of okay? We've lost now. Yeah, we've lost.
Bad. Allow the queen to enter, and it's over. And by the way, just because queen c7, probably you go to a8.
Yeah.
And you just stay there.
You absolutely do. And then there's an additional
Bishop
problem
g6
of bishop
is
g6 and swinging over to g8 if the knight leaves. Yeah, you just cannot allow the queen to enter into your camp.
I mean, this can actually go bad.
It could, yeah.
It can easily go bad, quickly. So b3, c4, Sam knows exactly what he wants to do, and perhaps some psychological play between these two players as well. Sam hinting, teasing perhaps a repetition, and then saying, nope, I'm not repeating. Your task and your job is not over yet for today. And Vincent would be happy with a draw in this game. He's sort of shown those ideas from the get-go.
Last year, Sam Sevian was a wild card.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got 50%.
9 draws.
No losses.
No losses. This kid's tough.
Right on.
He found out 2 weeks before that he'd be a wild card here as well.
That's a heck of a challenge.
You're going to play against the best players in the world, and you didn't even know you were going to play.
Right.
You show up.
Right.
2 weeks of prep. And what does he do? He comes here. He did drop one game.
Yes, he did.
But so far, that's it. He won one against Anish Giri. He could beat Vincent Keymer. He could be a +1, knocking at the leaders as well after this game. And also completely frustrating Vincent Keymer because he was cruising with Javokhir only drawing his last game. But suddenly Sam, the wild card, who wasn't supposed to be here, is suddenly here saying, no, sorry, buddy, you're going to have to take this potentially on the chin. What a performance he's putting up. Just a tremendous player. We've been waiting for Sam to make a much bigger breakthrough, to get the confidence to believe that he could make the top 20 in the world and not languish just around 2,700. He's shown in the last two Sinquefield Cups right now, the Sinquefield Cups, He's at 50% against the best of the best on the planet in the most elite tournament here on U.S. soil. That's a statement. I hope he gets that confidence that he can begin to compete at the highest level, because that's what he's doing right now.
Right. And I think right now, a key move, a key defensive idea for Black is to actually go queen to c7. Perhaps we can see that. And by the way, take a look at that. He did win a big championship in 2023, chess 9 and legs here in St. Louis.
Random.
And I remember him even defeating Fabi, I think, in the last round.
He beat everybody. Let's
he
face
was
it.
beating everybody.
Yeah.
No, the guy
is
is
Hikaru Nakamura. There was Levon.
Not afraid of anybody. He's not afraid of anybody,
Yeah.
and he can fight against everybody.
So what holds him back, though? I mean, it's clear he can hang with these players. He's shown it more than once.
It's very difficult to make that breakthrough. It's
Oh,
very, very
so
difficult.
that's my question. What is the breakthrough he needs? What's holding him back? If he can do what he's doing, making players like Vincent have his head in his hands like this, saying, "Who is this guy?"
The brutal nature of open tournaments. Because
Not
you're
enough
gonna-
opportunities?
You're not going to get this type of invites at 2,700 every single day. That's the problem. So you have to get your rating to about 2,730, 2,740 to start making waves. And in order to do so, you need to do really well in open tournaments.
Right, and that's
which is
really
very
hard.
hard. It's brutal out there. You
Yeah.
have a bad open tournament, you lose 20 rating points, and then you're like, what just happened? When am I going to get that? Do I have to wait 5 more years before I can get back to that?
Right.
He's
Those
not
are
20
tough
anymore.
questions.
He's 25 now.
No, yeah.
So he's got to hurry up.
Yeah.
Queen c7, you were about to tell us that Queen c7
The
was
good thing
actually
about
a,
Queen C7
a superior choice,
is that
Peter.
we can meet b3 specifically with,
With
knight b5.
knight b5,
It's
yeah.
very concrete.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no particular difference between Queen c7 and Queen e6. But b3,
A5
knight
is
b5,
hanging?
a5 is hanging, c3 is hanging, and if the queens do come off, it's very important that we're still in time to, return the knight to the ideal square via either b5 or e8. It doesn't really much matter.
Right.
By the way, he found it. He did play Queen
And he did play Queen c7. Yeah, very important.
Good defensive move.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to show from our bishop ending is MVL still pushing, and my question was, does bishop c3 lose? And it might. I thought king g5. Yeah, and this now becomes tricky.
Really?
The engine still says you make a draw specifically with the only move king e8.
¿Qué pasa?
But my idea, of course, is if you take on e5 here, I will now play f6, and then you're not in time to get the king to f7, and this wins. And importantly also, if you take on f5, your king will not be able to maneuver itself over to f7. So you can't force me to play e6. I think the way this loses is that eventually I go like, I play king f6, I play bishop g3, I start threatening king f7. Let's say you play c6. Oops, not king c6. You play c6. I think e5, e6 is throwing the win away. But I have king f8, king f6. And if you stay on the diagonal, I will play bishop g3.
Bishop g3.
And now king
threat of
f7 is a
f7.
winning threat. And if you do this, I will, of course, not play e6. I will go with the king towards the pawns and collect them one by one.
Yes.
Apparently, king e8 still holds because you can get this position, but as we know, this position does not win. Just bishop really anywhere, then I will play c7, c6, park the bishop on b4.
And now, because the pawn occupies the e6 square, your king can't get there, can't go collect.
This is good enough.
pawns.
But yeah, that would have been quite scary because suddenly we are in only moves territory. But Wesley understands, and Wesley has played bishop e3, waiting for white to play bishop g5, and now we can abandon the diagonal because the g5 square has been taken away.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Wesley is, I think, holding this reasonably comfortably. I still have to question the choice of going for all of this because I think it could have been trickier, but it appears he will be vindicated.
And
Bishop e1 chosen by MVL, but, well, I mean, now we can go king e7 if we want. Just king e7, c6, king f7. I think this is
the
now,
ideal.
Yeah, this is now the very, very safe ideal we've been meaning to establish for quite some time now.
Right.
No, this is just safe now. The moment it crosses over to f7, you no longer really have a single plan.
Without blundering the c7 pawn, that's...
Yeah, you have to wonder if you can even give up on c7, but probably not, but why would you?
Right. Finishing touches on the game between Anish and Jorden, Peter?
Absolutely. Anish is still thinking, as he should. This is move 41, no reason to hurry, has half an hour. but bishop g5 or
rook f1,
or rook f1, or even e3, e4, which is a kind of a strange move. But
you want to stop rook c1.
I guess, yeah, taking away the c1 square and then landing some kind of a killing blow on the king's side. I mean, there are options.
Right.
Anish is just enjoying the process of finding the
best
one he likes
position
the
he's
most.
had. Yeah, the best position he's had in the tournament.
Potentially, yeah, all tournament. Yeah, not potentially, definitely the best
Definitely.
position he's had all tournament.
Right.
Yeah, and Jorden now extremely likely to drop down to -4 and proper nightmare territory.
Right. Oof.
Is it -4 or -5?
Four.
Minus four.
Four, I think.
I got to tell you, that Carissa Yip game, not liking it. She has no winning chances whatsoever and can only lose. Two-result game, 100%. And she's suffering the kind of position she had against Divya Deshmukh, where she had the passed pawns and should have won. Well, now it's Bibisara who has the passed pawns, and it is a draw, but Carissa has to find the draw in her game. That's quite sad development, given that she could have just won a piece earlier.
Right.
Now she is up a piece, but under bad circumstances.
And this is the value of these types of surprising moves like knight c5, which change the course of the game so dramatically.
Right.
Even if they're objectively incorrect, you just throw your opponent completely off her game, and then things could happen.
Yeah, it worked amazing. I remember, I think it was Averbach Spassky Soviet Championship.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. Yeah,
Knight
that's a
C6.
famous example. Yeah.
Knight c6, and everybody in the audience thought that the
board boy mixed something up. Yeah, we won't be able to put it on your screens, dear viewers, but it's a famous game where Spassky horribly misplayed King's Indian opening and was extremely passive, no space anywhere, being mated on the king's side. And at some point he just goes knight b8, c6 with the white pawn on d5, just to open the b file and get some squares for pieces. He came close to winning that game.
He drew comfortably.
Yeah,
yes.
he ended up drawing comfortably from the position of strength. Of course it loses. It's like +2.5 afterwards. I did check it I used it in a lecture at some point, so I checked the modern opinion on the topic. And of course you can't really do that and expect to do well. But against a very strong grandmaster, the shock of the changed circumstances was so big that a player as strong as Yuri Averbach just was completely thrown by it.
By that shocking piece sacrifice. Bishop g5
Bishop
on,
G5
the board.
on the board.
One of many moves
we
that
count those.
Anish could win with, and we just don't see any possibility of defense whatsoever.
We don't, yeah. And Sam did play b3. I thought he might continue kind of shuffling for a bit yet, but he did play b3, which means that if Vincent correctly assesses the position after knight b5, he should be completely fine.
Somewhat important if you
want
to avoid suffering.
Yeah, I think you really don't want to continue. Like king e7, c4 is kind of exactly the same position.
Yeah, no, that's not what you want.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
really
maybe you don't lose, but you definitely do not want to subject yourself to this.
Why suffer this?
Yeah.
Yes. By the way, while I'm looking at knight b5, I also realized knight e8. There's no way to defend a5, or so you're trading
not
queens?
as good, because after queen f5 you can't take.
Queen h7.
I can't.
No, queen h7, and this is very dangerous now, followed by queen h8 check and bishop g6. And once again, maybe you don't lose, but
why am I subjecting myself to
this?
this?
We don't want this. No.
You almost for sure lose.
And actually, the big difference is because after knight b5, we take c3 and not a5. We get to play knight e4 in this position, which is very, very important.
Right.
Not allowing the bishop to get to g6. Otherwise, we would be maybe potentially in trouble even here. But queen f7 seems to be holding, but knight e4 is just so much more obvious and so much more comfortable.
Big moment right now, guys. This is it. He needs to find knight b5. It's a critical position.
Is Vincent in with knight b5, Maurice?
Look,
if he does, it's going to be.
He's going to find it.
Draw.
But fatigue is starting to set in, as it is visually showing, visibly on his face. He has to calculate everything, make sure that his pawns are not weak, that he can defend that b7 base, especially from that bishop that would just ravage the pawn structure if it ever got in there. And
he is trying to make 100% sure. It's easy enough for us to move the pieces around and we have the engine, but he has to be 1,000% sure that this move is sound. But you can just see he wants to be ultra careful right at this moment because it's a big time decision and he's calculating everything, just the variations whizzing in his brain. And you can see it there, a big, big moment for him, not just in this game, but for the tournament, for the standings of the GCT. The finals, making his life easier for the finals. He's got to be determined right now to make the calculations he needs and find that move, knight b5, justify that move, knight b5.
The good news for him is that he's been keeping a pretty quick tempo in this game, and
In
he doesn't
fact,
have
he has.
any troubles on the clock.
Right.
He's not in time trouble. He doesn't need to make this decision with seconds on his clock. He has 34 minutes. The position, once he finds that move knight to b5, I think, simplifies a little bit. His life is becoming much more simpler, especially if we go into the knight versus bishop endgame.
And just to remind our viewers, this was at the opening of the show, we were showing that his chances of making it to the finals, Peter.
Yeah, as you can see, he's currently tied for second in this tournament and is in clear fourth in the GCT. And with the results of the round, Javokhir not winning and him not losing, we assume if he goes knight b5, I think it will go up to 96, 97%.
Right. And we do have a draw in the game between Wesley and Maxime. Maxime did shut things down, by the way, with f6, and I just thought to myself, wow,
he did manage to actually ask one final pertinent question. I didn't realize what he was doing, but
what was the question?
In this position after king d3, yeah, you lose if you don't. Oh, this is actually quite nice by Maxime. I'll wait until my board appears on screen because I thought, well, why not make really any move? But if you play king g6, you instantly lose to a4, a5, creating a threat of bishop takes b4, and then c4, c5, actually isolating the pawn on b4. But yeah, Wesley was on point. It's not that, and yeah, Jorden resigned while we were discussing this.
His position
the round
is absolutely tragic.
The round is
over.
No, there's still.
Oh, still have Sam Sevian versus
Vincent,
but yes, the round is swiftly coming over.
So, so you were saying a6, a5.
A6, a5 is, you feel kind of uncomfortable putting yet another pawn on a dark square, but not losing by force takes precedence.
Yeah, exactly.
And
maybe we can show that because I don't think we've seen the whole variation.
So king g6, a5, and then basically after king f7, white takes on b4 and goes c4, c5, and black is now not in time to support the pawn on b4 with anything. This actually remains a little bit tricky if I can continue making moves. It's a bit curious because let me just this mouse will. I would like to pre-move the king to g5, but you can't. Yeah.
Right.
And the reason I'm still continuing with this line is because it looks exceedingly trivial.
Right.
Like we get here, king h6, black goes king f8. And you think, what's the problem? But this doesn't actually, I mean, still wins. But you cannot play king f6 here. But if you realize king f6 is a draw, you can play something like king h6, force black to take. And now that there are no stalemates, we will, of course, eventually use the opposition to win the e6 pawn and the c6 pawn.
Yeah, right.
Any move but king f6.
Yeah, just don't play king f6. Yeah, it's actually impossible to go wrong here, apart from the one move that gives immediate stalemate.
But it was a6, a5 that secured
and then
Wesley the draw.
They found a very, very efficient repetition.
And you were saying, Maurice, that for Wesley, this is a perfect round. Just an absolutely perfect round. He secures his lead against his nearest rivals. He draws with the black pieces. It's all going.
It's not just his drawing, it's everybody else drawing.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I meant.
So
a perfect round.
Everything just lined up perfectly for him.
Right.
And he now has, I think, 2 whites and 1 black and the remaining 3.
Right.
As his buffer of a half a point lead.
Yes, 2 whites. He has Anish with white, and Javokhir with white, and then he'll have black against Sam. This will push him
round 8. Yes, he
to
does.
4.5. Wait.
Yeah. Well, this is the current standings with one.
No, these are the current standings. So
with one game.
He's got 4 out of 6.
Yep.
With a bunch of trailers on 3.5. Vincent trying to get to 3.5.
Yeah.
As well with the draw in this game. We're still waiting for him to find the move knight b5 to facilitate the process for him. And Javokhir down at 2.5 -1. Those top 4 spots are looking pretty locked in. And Maxime, the numbers he needed, he desperately needed to not only win the tournament, he needs Vincent, of all people, to do badly.
Yeah.
Right.
And if Vincent draws this game, they'll be tied with only 3 rounds to go. It will be extremely difficult to push Vincent backwards. A win by Maxime in the tournament puts him at 27.5 points.
A clear first, yeah.
Yeah,
He needs Vincent to trip.
Yeah, Vincent has a very interesting game against Sindarov tomorrow. But yeah, Vincent has 2 whites and a black as well, and 2 whites in a row actually. White against Sindarov in round 7, white against Fabi in round 8, and he plays black against Jorden, who's having a nightmare in round 9. So Vincent is in a pretty decent spot.
But, you know, those 2 pairings you just said, though, those are big-time pairings. Right. With Javokhir needing to beat Vincent and him playing against Fabi, those are 2 tough games. It's possible for him to trip, obviously. And all MVL needed was just a little trip, because if Vincent comes in 5th place and gets 6 points, he passes him with winning the tournament.
Right.
If he had defeated Vincent, that's a totally different story.
Right.
He'd be right there, be tied for 1st.
Yeah.
Incredible. Then if he had beaten Jorden, he's in clear 1st. All his dreams coming true. It's fantasy. How could it have worked out so well? And he tripped up. He still has a remote chance, but he needs Vincent to lose this game. Vincent keeps this up, it's going to be extremely tough. Yeah, we're in 1% territory that you make it to the finals.
Exactly. Peter's just looking at various variations.
I'm trying to figure out if I can concoct a scenario where black is in trouble here, but I'm struggling.
I have one for you.
All right.
Go ahead.
I have one for you, and it doesn't start with the queen trade. Queen takes c7. In fact, queen to g4, I think this is what Sam wants. He wants to sacrifice some pawns in this position. By the way, if you go bishop h7, I have a clear idea in mind, queen to e6, and it's a really, really strong idea. The only move, in fact, that keeps you in the game is king to f7. You really need to stop me from going queen to e6, and the game continues. Bishop to g6, now the only move is king to e7. I get it. You're probably going to go knight to e4 next. You're going to force the material balance once again after bishop takes e4, take. But you need to see all of these things. You need to calculate all of these things from afar. That is what Vincent is spending his time right now on. And even if not bishop to h7, perhaps something else in the position. Bishop to g6. In this one, king to e7 is also something that we've seen. Queen to e6, perhaps. Knight to e4. Be careful. The only move in the position. It hangs on by a thread, but it's enough. It's enough. You have that buffer of the extra pawn that you just got on c3. So all he needs to do is make sure that white doesn't infiltrate. Oh, whoa. That knight did not go to b5.
No, it didn't.
That knight did not go to b5.
And now we're going to have to defend one of those unpleasant positions.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so knight e8 played. The best move by far is queen f5. It's stronger than queen g4 because we do want to be able to play queen h7. I think queen takes a5. It's specifically queen h7 and nothing else that troubles black. Let's say queen d8, bishop g6, a5, and white can immediately go in with queen h8 check, bishop takes e8, queen takes g7. And, well, the engine might survive this with the a pawn about to be created on the other side of the board, or perhaps you trade h5 for a5 by playing queen f4. The evaluation on my screen, as per usual in queen endings, is about equal, but you do not want this with black. No. You are horribly worried that you will not hold this because you are not a computer. So I guess after queen f5 we play knight e6, the only thing that maybe doesn't lose. Now white goes queen e6, queen e7, queen g4, and we have re-established control. a5 is no longer hanging, c4 is landing next move. We know this
White
is
has
tricky.
achieved.
Yeah, we know this is tricky. We know this is by no means straightforward.
Right.
Queen F. Oh no!
Oh no!
Big opportunity missed.
This
and
is,
Vincent breathes a sigh of relief.
This
right
is
now.
very, very strange by
oh
Sam.
my God.
Oh,
yeah,
thank
and
you
this is
very
what I was
much.
looking at. You can play, I mean, knight b5 is not really a threat, so you can go king f3 here, get the king to e3, and eventually achieve c4, c5. And I had it on screen somewhere. Let me find it in my notes.
B5 even at that point.
Yeah. And in this position, knight c8 with the intention of returning it to b5 later, and the immediate knight b5 are the only two things which don't lose. If you play knight f7, you've lost. If you play knight e8, you've lost. But why wouldn't you ever play knight b5?
So if you go knight b5, bishop f5, can we go
no,
bishop
the
f5?
one I was worried about is this. But I guess we can't burn enough tempi. The engine even draws with, because I thought we will lose because the king will get to g7, like I can burn a tempo and you have to put me back, allow me king g6. But the engine appears to be unconcerned by this. I was pretty sure this was losing, but it's just a draw. King g8, f4, king f8, g5. It just takes everything and goes king, well, any square even.
Yeah.
You don't even have to worry. This is just comfortable. King e5, king d7. We don't have any way to make progress. I was worried about this king and pawn.
I think
frankly.
with justification, you see the white king making progress to the g6
and
square.
the alternative point that Cristian wanted to illustrate is that if you play bishop f5 here,
I'm wondering if king d8, like super passive.
Yeah, there's just no threat. Yeah.
We also have knight e7 to stop bishop c8.
But actually, with the pawn on d4 as weak as it is, we can even park the king on d8 and c7.
No more king f4.
Because
king f5.
we never have to worry about king f4 because we will, not only are we winning a pawn, we're also stopping king f5, g6, g7.
Right, right.
So we just park the king on those squares and we are completely fine. Yeah.
Well, I think this is the end game that probably Vincent was also looking
calculating.
at whenever he offered his queen trade.
I don't think you can describe this as a blown chance to win. I think black still holds after queen g4 or queen f5, but it would have been a lot trickier.
Exactly. The queen trade certainly made Vincent's life a lot easier. King f3 on the board, and like you're saying, Sam is hoping to play king e3, c4. Yeah. And what about the immediate knight c4?
You can go knight b5 straight away, and if bishop f5, you can even take on c3, bishop c8, knight b5 back. And if you take on b7, black actually collects everything. You don't have to worry about the a5 pawn because we're taking it off the board. So, yeah, honestly, knight b5 might be the best move in the position. You just need to make sure you are not losing this pawn ending, but you are not. Yeah, it's exactly the same endgame. White has more tempi to burn, but we don't care.
Right.
Like even this, like shockingly, with all the tempi white has to burn, like 1, 2, 3, 4 on the queen side, still not enough.
Right. The best you can achieve is g5.
The same break, which doesn't win.
Wow.
That sucks.
I do not disagree.
And then you die, right?
The problem is you don't have king g9.
That would have been a strong move in many of those positions.
King g9.
Yeah, king g9.
You ran out of squares. There should be a 65th square.
Yeah, you just need to be able to outflank on the back rank in that position. Did you look at that line? You might as well show the point, because you have all those tempi. Usually these endings are lost, but only if you have the move king to g9. So here,
let's say we burn
a little small tempo.
We burn a tempo somewhere.
We bring the king down, and then we bring the king in, and then we play king up the board to king h8. And king f8. And now
g4.
We would like to play something like g4, king f7, and
that's the king g9 we needed.
We ran out of runway there. Yeah,
we just ran out of move. This would win.
It would, yeah.
If not for the fact that you just can't play king g9.
Yeah.
And that's that. Unfortunately, with all those extra moves, but you run out of space. So, not a winning endgame there. And
Vincent's just making sure of that, because once you do enter the king upon him, you got to be absolutely certain.
And that's one of the worst feelings in the world, where you simplify something which probably holds without doing anything, and you force some more trades and then resign because what you've simplified into is not actually a draw.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've done that. I'm sure most of us have done that at least once in their lives. It's not fun.
Right, just to prove it was a mistake the first time around. Actually, I remember this. I was playing in Beal Interzonal, and a friend of mine from Seattle, Robert Garcia, had come, and I was analyzing my game with John Vanderveel, a grandmaster from Holland, afterwards. And John was getting upset because I had this really good move, 98, that kept drawing the game. So he was saying, dang, 98, 98, 98. How did I allow 98? So we go to dinner. Robert asked me, you know, in chess, what's 98? I got one less than 99. It was pretty good at the time. But would you, Peter, put your knight on d6 here by going knight e8 and knight d6, or would you play knight b5?
I mean, we have...
Because you have a suspicion you could lose the king and pawn game.
You need to make very, very sure. I mean, the calculations are not difficult. The lines with the king on g6, white has a very limited amount of tries.
Right.
Estimating whether they win or not is not really all that difficult for somebody of Vincent's stature. But
all right, well, we're going to pause and throw it to you, Cristian.
Well, we have one game, so we'll all be talking about this game right now. I'm just trying to figure out exactly why Sam did not even spend a lot of time on this decision to exchange the queens or queen to f5. My guess, educated guess, I guess, is this one. Queen to f5, knight to d6, queen to e6, queen to e7, and he just doesn't seem to see a way forward. Queen to c7, you do have to go c4. And it's a little bit paradoxical that after take, c5, by the way, you have to take. You don't want to play d5 because there's no entry after d5. So you have to take on c5, and after queen takes e5, queen to e6, you're looking at your pawn structure as white. You see a weakness. You see another one. You see maybe another one on h5. All you have for it is that you have so much activity with this queen on e6, and the knight does not have an outpost, a strong outpost on d6. So your queen, as black, you need to stay connected to that knight. Couple that with the fact that I have ideas. Bishop to h7, hey, looking at queen to g8 potentially. Bishop to g6, hey, looking at f7 potentially. I have entries in the position. So your king is weak. I might be able to get to your weaknesses, which don't look like weaknesses right now. I'm talking about the g7 pawn, of course, after queen to g8 potentially. You have your own set of problems, but from afar, you're seeing your own problems, which are the weaknesses in your camp. The pawn on a5, the pawn on c4, the pawn on h5, and he just got discouraged by that and those prospects, and perhaps that's why he took on c7, and now we're headed towards the endgame.
Interesting speculation. I'm not sure because, you know, you look at that queen on e6 and you realize how incredibly powerful it is.
Yeah, that's...
even with the weaknesses on a5 and
in
h5.
practice, that is just a very dangerous position. There's a lot of possibility to drift into something you will not be able to defend. And honestly, both options in the one he's gone for appear to be very, very safe. Both the immediate knight b5 and also just parking knight on d6, playing king e7 and saying, show me how you intend to attack any of this.
Precisely.
So
I didn't get too much feedback about my drawings from you guys.
Oh,
I was very waiting for some,
very good. They're
some
awful,
words of encouragement and
awful with a capital A.
No, I don't.
I've seen 3-year-olds with better penmanship skills.
I'm leaving it there on the screen right
Please
now.
don't.
Anybody that's
Please don't. We can't.
I thought you were drawing a paddle. Actually, I mean, you know.
That's like a Big Dipper there. That looks like a Big Dipper.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
Thank you.
When my kid was 4, if he had done that, I would have just instantly taken him out of art school. Not a chance.
Oh,
that was it.
You have other talents, though, Chris.
right. Well, thank you.
We know you have other talents. We're not sure what they are.
What they are.
But we know you have them.
Yeah. You could have driven a truck through that pause.
Wouldn't you
have
guys
a lot
like
I
to
know
know?
he does jujitsu.
Wouldn't you
right?
guys like to know?
Jiu-jitsu is something that he does.
Yes.
He tries to get into fights with people to try to prove himself.
I never do that. No, I'm a pacifist. I am a pacifist.
You're a pacifist, right?
I do not
Definitely
like
don't
fighting.
believe that one.
I do not like fighting.
So why do you do jiu-jitsu?
Well, I like to do it in a controlled environment, just to be ready for the jungle outside.
The jungle, in case.
In
case.
The concrete jungle of St.
King of 3. Come on, Peter. What are you doing? Night parking your knight on D6.
I think I want to make sure I don't have to calculate. Like I do one decent bit of calculation here, and I'm done, right?
Yeah.
I think
King and pawn
I'm
game.
leaning knight b5.
Right.
And also, if he wanted to go knight e8, he would have gone knight e8 already. So he's clearly checking whether he can make an immediate draw with knight b5. And
exactly.
I would assume he is perfectly capable of working out it is in fact a draw. So
yeah. There you go.
Yeah, and this is a look of a man who's worked it out and yet does not want to make a fool out of himself. Yeah, he is. I think that look up there was, yeah, I know I'm supposed to play this, but I'm a bit worried I'm wrong.
Right.
Because
okay.
I will never leave it down.
I think we're at that part of the show
where
these moves are not going to change much.
No.
So I am curious about hobbies. You know, grandmasters.
Okay.
They figure all we do is play chess.
Right.
We should share some hobbies, or any other interest that we have. And I'm very curious to know yours, Peter.
Well, I mean, obviously cricket. I'm back to watching a great deal of cue sports of all sorts. Things I actually
what are
do.
Cue sports. Cue sports.
Pool, snooker, Russian billiards.
Okay. Right.
I used to play a bunch of that, but I no longer play. But I can still watch. No one can take it away from me, or at least I mean, they're trying, but they haven't succeeded just yet. I still play the one video game I've played for the past 10+ years. My kids are making fun of me relentlessly about that because I'm one of those people with like 150 games in my Steam library, and I play none of them. I don't know why I have them, frankly. And I keep on asking my friends to provide me with more games I will not play. This is all a bit futile.
But on top of everything else, you're a father as well.
Yes,
so that
but that's
you
not a hobby.
busy.
That's supposedly a full-time job.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you, Cristian?
I'm learning about being a new father myself,
as well.
And that's a full-time job, of course.
Right.
As Maurice already mentioned, jiu-jitsu, just work a lot, and then obviously the new father situation.
And travel as well. You do a lot,
takes a lot of time.
traveling.
Takes a lot of time. I don't need more hobbies than that.
Me? Samurai movies. Loved samurai movies as a kid.
I like how our producers just decided not to show Cristian at all while he was answering that question.
Anish is wondering what the heck is going on. What are these folks talking about?
Like, first I thought I figured out the topic of conversation. I thought it was children raising, and suddenly then jiu-jitsu, then samurai. I'm like, are you just a random word generator, or what's happening here?
We're talking about hobbies.
Hobbies. On a chess broadcast, Anish, you never have any idea what we're going to talk about.
Fatherhood is not a hobby; it's a profession.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's a full-time job.
Full-time job, absolutely.
Yeah. You have 3 of them, so you know better than me.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you have any hobbies with all those kids on your hands?
No, I mean, people ask me. It's a strange question to me. I mean, I wish I had more time, you know, more, yeah, hobbies. I don't know what it means. No. And I like chess, I guess. But.
What is that word, hobbies?
Yes, you do like chess. You know, we had a deal a couple of games ago that you would start playing better, so you would get on the show. And then you decided to go backwards the first time out. Yeah. But now you pulled it off and had a victory today. Talk to us about this game. It was very rich from the very beginning when he threw the move A5 on you. I will bring that up. We were all perplexed a little bit by the move.
No, but I mean, the thing is, like, I know, I just, you know, when you're a child starting out learning chess, you study opening theory, and there are many things you don't know, right? So as you get more experience, you discover them. As you lose some game against someone who played an interesting line, you study the line after that, and bit by bit you learn more and more. But I'm at a point where I sort of know what I'm supposed to do, but I just kind of, I go like backwards. I start to do something else, just sort of, I don't even know why, you know? Like, I've had this in multiple games. A5 is a very well-known idea. The point is that The entire position like revolves. It's a kind of a fun thing. So rook e1 is a very concrete move. The idea of the move is that after knight c3, knight e4, queen c2, knight c3, knight g5 sequence with pawn on a7, there is no knight e2 check because I have rook takes e2. So a good way to demonstrate it is basically like here, yeah, something like that. This would be winning for white if not for this nasty knight e2 check. So white goes rook e1, and if let's say go d6, then the same sequence wins for white. So it's a very concrete move, and a5 has exactly that idea that at the end of this line, you can just take on g5, bishop b7. Now you have the a7 square. So I mean, it's extremely known. I had a lot of games. The point is that now after knight c3, knight e4, queen c2, knight c3, bc, pawn on a5 is a little misplaced. Okay, I know this position. I prepared it. I even prepared it for today. And I can't explain, like computer says it's better for white. It's better for white because I have strong center. The double pawns are hard to exploit. I go h4, e4. I even looked what I'm supposed to do. And then for inexplicable reasons, I decided to, I mean, I had reasons, but you better don't even know them. That's how bad it is. I decided to play the move h4.
What?
And I know you can play h4 always. It's an interesting move. So it's not the move, but it's just sort of the idea that you're supposed to study theory, yeah, in order to apply it in your games. But for some reason, I reached the point that there's too much theory for me. Yeah? Like it's more theory than the games, kind of, right? Like it should be more games and less theory. But I've reached the point where there is too much theory. So I start to go backwards instead of going forward.
This does not sound like a
no,
good
like
condition.
basically I went from 0 to 100, and now from 100 I go back like to 90. You know, like I'm sort of, instead of progressing, I'm sort of degraded because I've reached the final stage of theory knowledge. So it's hard to explain, yeah? Some people,
This is like the universe collapsing.
Yeah, no, but some people, they start experiencing it, and then they want to play freestyle chess, yeah? Because, yeah, they kind of feel they can't go further. But yes, at least don't go backwards. That would be nice. But actually, it's a terrible inclusion in one line. So I knew this. I also knew this line, that black can always play this. And I realized that, okay, I looked at this position without h4, h6 inclusion. And it's a terrible, terrible inclusion for white. Because I thought it's not favorable for me, but I didn't realize how bad it is. In a position like this, you can never smoke the knight out with f3 anymore. And it's so crucial. I thought, okay, still, you know, I'll have knight f1 or I have d5, all these ideas, but it's very dangerous. Now, there were some fascinating lines, knight f1, f4. I mean, maybe I have f3, queen h4, e3. So maybe this does work, but he has such overwhelming amount of options. I mean, so f4, gf, he has some knight f2 is there. My king is just so chronically weak, like knight h3. I was thinking about this. I think king h1, knight g4. I don't think I saw, yeah, king h2. I'm not sure I saw this. I was just afraid I'll get mated. And also he has moved like knight h5. I can't go f3, so I need to look for another solution. Just very bad inclusion. And so you end up kind of in a worse position with white.
And you played h4 so forcefully. I remember when you played it, it seemed like this is refuting a5.
Yeah, I mean, if you make a move that you think is better than the one of Stockfish, you know, you better move it confidently. Because I knew that Stockfish says you should go here, you know. Yeah. But I just made a move which I knew was not the best move, and it was just h4. And okay, you know, I just went a little nuts there for a moment. It's okay. I had some sort of freak.
Sounds like some chess therapy would do you good. What's going on?
Yeah, my coach said the same. Everybody wants to give me a therapist.
Yeah. Pushing you in that direction.
Everybody pushing me. Yeah, no, I've worked with therapists before. Don't worry, it didn't help. It's all. It gives you false hope. Yeah, here was a critical moment. Queen e8. So it's important to meet knight f1 with queen g6. So the obvious move is queen e8, but then I have d5. And at least I am breaking him a little apart. So the point is after EDCD, c7 pawn hangs in some lines. And if he takes, okay, at least I got rid of one issue. And also there was this interesting continuation e5, where I was going to take twice. And I was, yeah, it was very interesting. I was actually thinking that I'm crazy, because at first I was worried with white. And then I thought, like, okay, I'm just crazy. Like, how can like white be worse? I'll go f4. What am I like thinking? I should just sort of, you know, just. But actually, it is worse, which is kind of interesting.
Listen, Anish, we had a deal.
Yeah.
The deal was you
okay,
come here.
let's show beautiful. So here I'm crashing over.
And you start playing better. Yes, please. This is what we like.
Okay.
This is what we want to see.
So here, no, but look,
you played such beautiful chess.
The Grand Maestro. Look, Grand Maestro. The Grand Maestro picks up the bishop on move 11. This is step 1. Step 2. Get rid of his active pieces. You go f3, kick out the knight.
Yes.
Step 4. This bishop that we have here.
Step 3, but let's keep going.
Step 3. Step 4, you missed step 3, you know? Those who missed,
it's too deep.
Those who didn't notice that you missed step 3, please leave a comment in the comment section. So now, this bishop that we have, staring at the pawn on d4, what does Maestro do? He, through his mastery of chess, is able to transfer the bishop from b2 through the pawn to d4 to e5. Boom.
Magical.
Magical.
This is how you play
this
chess.
Is finesse.
This is what we want to hear.
This is finesse. And now, just chess is a game of tempo, you know? What it means, if it's black to move, he goes knight d7, he kicks out the bishop, everything is fine. A Maestro, always a step ahead, g4. Now if knight d7, you can drop the bishop back and preserve this extra bishop. It went from b2 all the way to e5 and now to g3. fg, what do people do who play checkers? They recapture. What do people do who play chess? They think. Knight
g3.
It's not about pawns.
Gorgeous.
It's about domination.
This is what we want to hear from.
Queen c8. Do you trade queens when you have attack?
No, sir.
Do you go forward when you have attack?
I think we should.
If you are a noob, you do. What do you do if you are Maestro? One step forward,
one step
back. Domination.
See?
Zugzwang.
This is what I need from you. I need this kind of play, but next time, please follow the theory and not just make stuff up.
Sir. I will, sir.
Well, Anish, thank you so much for your entertainment. And, one step in the right direction, lighten your mood, clear up all the demons, please. And let this be the therapy.
Thank you.
3 games to go.
Thank you. I hope to come for next session tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely.
Our congratulations as well, Anish.
Our time's up.
Very nice. We have bonus coverage. We are going to send it over to Almira and Nasi for the Cairns Cup. Over to you, Nasi.
Thank you, guys. Well, we only have 1 game left still playing, but we have 4 results already. Almira, tell us about the results.
Nazi, we had 1 big upset today. Alice Lee defeated with the black pieces Humpy Conero, and it was such an important win for Alice. But our tournament leader drew against Alexandra Kostyniuk, second draw for Alexandra, and Alice Lee is getting closer, yes, to Tan
She's
Zhongyi.
closing the gap, yep.
So Anna Muzichuk drew Vaishali Ramesh Babu, and Carissa Yip, I think, miraculously drew at the end against Bibisara Saubayeva, but let's have a look at the game we still have in progress between Stavroula Tsolakidu and Divya Deshmukh.
Yes, this is the only game still going on, and we have a rook and knight endgame, and it goes back and forth. Black was better, now it's even, so I'm going to back up a little bit to show where it started. First, I'm going to point out this one moment where we thought they were going to make a 3-move repetition. It was about here where we expected it to be a draw, but then Divya decided, no, I'm going to play on, which was, of course, the right decision. She has no risk. She has slightly better pieces in this endgame, and especially this knight. So she declined the draw, and then shortly after that started to outplay Stavroula. She improved her rooks. White has 2 weaknesses, the pawn on f2, pawn on b2, and Divya got her rook on the 2nd rank. Then this second rook came to the d3 with deadly threats of rook f3 and rook b3. Stavroula found the only move, rook e2. You need to trade 1 pair of rooks here, otherwise you're just lost.
Then you lose the b2 pawn.
Yes, and you have to give away the b2 pawn and hope that you can still save this endgame. And here, it's such a delicate endgame. Immediately rook b3 was much better than first giving a check, but it makes no logical sense because rook b1 forces white's king to go farther away from our passed pawn. So of course it's natural she went for this check. And now she traded here, rook a5.
Nazi, maybe black needed that check here, rook a1 and a3, especially if the knight, moves away.
Would have been a nice tempo to keep in your pocket, right?
Yeah.
And now that king is tucked away on g2 safely, you just don't have the tempo move if you need it. And in this position, best move here for black was knight f5, time to activate the knight. What can white do? White has to chase this pawn, right? So knight a6, knight c5 is the only idea. And in this case, you're right, Almira, if this was with a check, would have been so much better. Knight c5, a3, pawn stays alive, but knight is ready to jump. If you go any farther, you're going to lose the pawn. So it's not an easy endgame to play. You can play knight d4 and kind of improve your position until you can push farther. Of course, ideally, you want to include your king in the game, and maybe that's what you have to do, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah, Nazia, and I wanted to mention that white cannot harass black's rook and play knight b3, for example, in this position, because I will play rook a2, and if you will play knight c1, then you will play rook c2, attacking the knight, and
then when I go back a2. Now, you have the rook from the side, which is a much better position for the rook. You can use the rook on the king side as well. There's knight e3 check ideas, and because white's pawns are doubled on the king side, that also helps black.
Of course, knight e3, knight g4, and taking on
this
f2.
Would have been easy. But instead, Divya played king f7. Again, natural, logical move, but engine says this was a mistake. And now after rook a7, okay, rook c3 is an interesting move. The trick is, if you take the pawn, I'll play rook c4, and you're not getting out of this pin. If I can make this move, and you're losing the knight. But not with knight d5, right? Because then I take with a check. You would lose it with knight c6.
But probably this endgame is lost.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if you trade on c4. But,
on c4, yeah. So after rook c3, now white played king f1. Apparently, the best move was rook a6. This is just, none of these are logical moves that engine is suggesting. So let's play like humans. King f1 makes sense to me. And now again, Divya needs to improve the knight. Knight f5 and head to d4 to create some other threats on the king side.
By the way, Nazia, I think that even if you will manage to win the pawn on a4, maybe Divya can create a few practical chances to win this game, to play knight h6, knight g4, rook f3, and or even rook somewhere.
Yeah, good chances for Divya still after king f1. And we'll see how this game ends. I think they'll fight it out until the end. Thank you for joining us, and back to you at the studio.
I enjoy trying new opening ideas, new concepts and new ideas in general, more than like playing the same thing again and again. And I think I'm someone who gets bored with playing the same thing again and again.
I like to focus on old ideas, but my team is like working in other type of style.
New ideas for sure, and this is something I do every single day. This is something that makes me fall asleep with excitement and makes me wake up with excitement, because I think tomorrow I'm going to check this rare opening and discover something that hasn't been yet discovered. So that's my main motivation in playing chess.
I certainly enjoy finding new ones more. To me, that's more of a creative part and something I find more interesting.
It's an interesting question about new opening ideas. There's nothing like really new to be discovered on the first few moves. Like all the openings already have the names. Usually they are named after players at were living at the beginning of the 20th century. So since then, it's more about going deeper, wider, making smart choices. So for me, a lot of modern chess is not so much, to try to reinvent the wheel, but to pick the right approach for the right opponents.
Well, it's becoming more and more difficult to find new ones. So whenever I get the chance, it's very enjoyable, but it's getting rarer and rarer these days, I would say, to discover new stuff. Chess has just been so analyzed, and honestly, going over analysis that I've done before is kind of dull and boring job, but it's also part of what you got to do. You got to remember your lines, and sometimes you got to revisit your old notes. So That's a bit boring, but finding new stuff is very exciting when it does happen.
I think discovering new things for sure. That's by far what I prefer.
I mean, definitely discovering new ideas because, you know, maybe you've been playing an opening since you were like 5, 6 years old, and you've seen it basically all your life. It's kind of fun sometimes to go back to them and check what they are, but new things always, you know, help you stay in a kind of creative mood, and it's fun analyzing new stuff.
I mean, ideally it would be finding new ideas, but of course in these days it's more and more difficult, and most of the players will come up with it already. So, you know, with the engines being so strong now, but in general, of course, it's much more satisfying to discover something new.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I'm the type of player who kind of does better copying other players' styles, copying other players' ideas. For example, guys like Fabiano, they're good at finding new moves, new things, but that's not my specialty. That's not my skill. So it's very special to me if I am able to popularize or find new variations in early on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. We have 4 results, 1 game remaining. Let's remind our viewers of the standings.
Absolutely, and these are the live standings almost all the way through round 6, I would assume.
Right.
And they are as follows. Wesley still leading on 4 out of 6. A lot of draws at the top. The one decisive game of the round was that game between Anish and Giri, who finally got on the board with a victory over his compatriot Jorden van Foreest, who is now on a point out of 6, 2 draws and 4 losses. Really not going well for him at all. I think he's actually still on 0 out of whatever with black. No points whatsoever with the black pieces, 2 draws with white. And the game still in progress is a game between Sevian and Vincent Keymer, in which Vincent, I think, has now established the kind of a setup which might prompt a draw offer.
Exactly, and it's been a fantastic day, a perfect day actually for Wesley So, our tournament leader, as he had black against Maxime. He drew rather comfortably, I want to say, and that really, really destroys Maxime's chances now. And jumping into our remaining game, Vincent has gotten a great setup with the knight on e7.
Knight on e7 is even better than knight on d6, because now you can just put the king on c7 and never make another move in this game ever again, because there's just no way in anywhere. Nothing is going to be hanging, and Sam has 8 minutes against 11 for Vincent, but from here I just don't foresee, you can't ask a question.
Yeah. Maurice, jump in and your views of this 6th round.
He just said you can't ask a question. You just asked a question.
No, for Sam Sevian can't ask the question of Vincent.
Didn't play, of course. We started off this event in an explosive fashion. I'm liking that word, explosive. We started off with, I believe it was 1 win in round 1,
right,
and 4 in round 2, then 3 more in round 3.
Yeah.
And then we were hoping for some record to be broken. The record is 19 out of 45 games.
We're going to be at 12 after this round.
After this round, we stay at 12. Importantly,
no, we got 1 win.
Well, we got 1. Okay, we did get 1 win. So, all right, 1 plus 12.
12.
That's 12 with 3 rounds to go.
Right.
That means we need
15 games.
We need
8.
Another 7 just to tie.
Yeah,
that's
7 out of the next 15 games just to tie the record.
Right.
That's not looking good right now.
8 was basically what we got in our record-breaking first 3 rounds.
Yeah, we got 8.
Yes.
8
so we would need another 8, and these players feel like they're put back. Wait a minute. Enough of the speedy stuff. Let's just settle it down. I think we'd be lucky to get 16 wins overall the rest of the way. So it's starting to calcify. The numbers are starting to set in. It looks as though we have, especially after this draw that we're seeing, looks like we'll have our 4 finalists. I would hope that releases the fighting spirit, as opposed to let's just play conservative, shut it down, put it in neutral the rest of the way.
Right.
You would hope, but then again, if they do try to do that, somebody might grab, hit, overtake. Unfortunately, yeah, with 3 rounds to go, it's not looking like, and I hate to say it now because I got fans out there who would like to keep following people, keep following, it'll still be exciting, but these players are trying to hold their position right now.
At the same time, you're talking about those 4 that are trying to hold on to their position, and they're very favored to hold on to their position. But then you think about MVL, who needs to win. Obviously, he's going to be bringing some fighting spirit to the game. The same with Sindarov, and the same to anybody that plays Jorden, because they probably will want to get that point that seems to, right now be accessible.
Keep going, Cristian. We want to believe you. Let's go. Hallelujah. Keep preaching. It is Sunday.
About Sindarov, MVL, Jorden, Anish. Anish
needs therapy. We established that.
Yeah, Anish got his victory today. I don't think he's going to be going completely crazy in the next 3 rounds. But those top 4, they're happy with what they got right now.
Oh,
they're happy with what they got. They're not going to take any additional risks. And we've seen that today from Vincent, from Wesley in particular. Pragg also was not very unhappy with that draw against Levon and Fabi as well.
If I were to try and make a counter case for it, I think all 4 of them at this point should feel so safe in terms of their qualification for the tour that there's a decent chunk of change at stake here. There is a bonus, the bonus money per win.
Fantastic.
There's the absolute pride and privilege of actually winning this tournament. It's one of the best tournaments in the world.
Can I say one thing, though?
Sure.
There is one matchup we can look forward to. And that's Sindarov, Keymer. That's coming.
Right.
That hasn't happened yet.
Right. Happens tomorrow.
Javokhir has to win that game.
Right.
Okay, so forget everything I just said. That clash could change everything. Javokhir somehow, but he'll have the black pieces, unfortunately. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but somehow if he could
miracles.
come on, Vincent. Just don't play solidly.
Wins on demand with
just
black.
Step out there.
Hey, how about Aronian versus MVL?
That has very little significance
How
as
about
far as
Fabi
Levon
versus Pragg?
is concerned. Those 2 are going to play solid. But let's just focus on Vincent versus Javokhir. They're the 2 young guns, 21 years old, 20 years old. They're on the bubble, and Javokhir has to miraculously come up with a win. If he wins with the black pieces tomorrow,
the whole
the
thing
tournament
restarts,
explodes.
yeah.
It completely changes the narrative. That's what we're looking forward to. So make sure you come back for that tomorrow, folks. That's the interesting one.
But the thing is, it changes the narrative only for those 2 players.
That's okay.
The other top 3 is kind of
We need some changes.
Yes.
We'll take that.
This is what we're talking about, is qualifying for the finals. Big prizes.
By the way, we're seeing the last few moves right now. Perhaps we can go to that one. They're going to repeat the position.
Now they're actually repeating.
Is over. Yeah.
Yes.
And although you say it's just for the finals as they repeat, remember, just for those 2, but they still play others as well. Fabi's got a big matchup as well.
Of course.
And Javokhir's not done. He has to keep winning because he has to overtake Vincent. So big result here for Vincent, for sure. Sets up an amazing matchup tomorrow against Javokhir. That's one we're going to come in for tomorrow.
And by the way, we keep saying, Sam is very solid, but I just peeked at the live ratings. Sam is actually 2705. He's ahead of the world champion, by the way, as of right now, in the live rating list. And he's only 4 points differential with him and Jorden, who lost so much rating up to right now. Jorden dropped 10 spots from the beginning of the tournament, right now to 2709. And if another one of these games, let's say Sam hasn't played Jorden yet, so if that one gets, in Sam's favor, then he's going to overcome him. Take a look, he's entering the top 30. This is a big moment for the young American.
I think this is actually from the last round.
Yeah, that's before Jorden.
This is before
lost
today.
Yeah. Right. Jorden is now like.
So Jorden lost more rating points.
That's right. He's
And
2709 right
Yes,
now.
and Sam just gained a little fractional rating points from this draw he just had right now. So yes, Sam is definitely a wild card that could upset the apple cart. Don't think he's just trying to lay down and make draws.
No.
It's not enough.
Hey,
he's more
get
ambitious
one
than
more
that.
win, get me to 2710. That's
Right.
already, a nice little number right there.
Do you feel that 2700, 2710, 2720 is kind of a no man's land?
Right now,
yes.
That's the problem.
We don't get any invites.
And let's remind everybody of how our day went.
Only one decisive game there at the bottom with Anish pulling away from his compatriot by beating him with the white pieces. Everything else drawn, and Wesley remaining atop the leaderboard on +2, 4 players on +1.
Is it that time of the day that we take a look at our predictions? I mean, everybody's interested in. Everybody's interested in this. Well, let me see. Maurice, boy, you sure can pick them. Cristian, not bad, not bad. Peter, not bad, not bad. I'll be darned. Look at that. Another leader. Who is
this man? It's time to close the show, boys. It's time to close the show.
Who is that man? Amazing, amazing.
Nobody
knows. I think I'm seeing dinner alone tonight, aren't I? Maurice, you get final thoughts.
I don't even want to follow that statement. Tomorrow, Javokhir versus Vincent.
Nice.
For all the marbles,
That's
a
the
must-win game. Highlight of our show, no question about it. We'll be following that closely.
Sounds good to me. Cristian, you got anything to add to that one?
I'll add another matchup, Aronian versus MVL. Again, I want to see MVL take more risks. The only chance for him to get to the top 4 is to win the event. He needs to win tomorrow against a player that's always game, and that is Levon Aronian. Good friends, but frenemies over the chessboard.
Exactly.
Because we've seen them have so many matches against each other. I still vividly remember those matches at the World Cup.
Oh, yeah.
Those are unforgettable, absolutely, and I'm curious to see what they're going to show us tomorrow.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us. In the meanwhile, we hope to see you all tomorrow. Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.